Okay. Hello. Hello, friends. Hello, hello, hello. Am I loud enough? Okay, I should be. Yeah, I am. I just gotta speak more into the microphone or whatever the fuck. um, so last night was interesting. I'm making tea and trying to fix my past sins in a factory game. Really? Are you welding in the factory? No, I'm not. I'm not sick too hinged. No, there's nothing wrong. Um, I just I have a lot of hmm, I yeah, I don't know if it's allergy. Actually, it's probably not. I'm sinuses maybe. I have no idea. Um, During the winter, my sinuses get all messed up when the temperature changed rapidly. No, but the welding animations in this game look cool. I'm optimizing belt placement. Very exciting stuff. Oh, fun. You know what we need? We need a shipyard building or a shipbuilding simulator. I should probably do some G1 practice tests, but I think maybe what I'll do is I'll try and do those off stream rather than on stream. Yeah. So anyway, today we've got some fun stuff incoming. We've got yeah, last night was wild. There was some stuff about the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which I don't know if all of you all guys know, but the White House Correspondents' Dinner was hold on, let's see. It used to be like a thing that would happen where it used to be like it was basically a thing where like celebrities and like journalists, it was for the White House correspondents, but obviously like so reporters and stuff, and people would get up there and tell jokes. I remember one year Stephen Colbert got up there and he basically told a bunch of jokes, like while he was playing his character, I mean, and so it was when Bush was president and he was mocking him. That was actually the very first time that I had ever seen Stephen Colbert in anything. And then I discovered Jon Stewart later when I saw him hosting the Oscars for the first time. Although I don't know if he did it more than once, but I saw him do it when like during the Bush era and whatnot. So yeah. And then I started basically watching Jon Stewart every night. So that was fun. But let's see. Is there a video? No, I don't want to watch Fox News thing. Fucking Facebook, really? Oh, fuck you. Okay, yeah, you guys might remember this.
And then there's a vicious rumor floating around that
This was in 2011.
I think could really hurt Mitt Romney. I heard he passed universal health care when he was governor of Massachusetts. Someone should get to the bottom of that. And I know just the guy to do it. Donald Trump is here tonight. Now, I know that he's taken some flack lately, but no one is happier, no one is prouder to put this birth certificate matter to rest than the Donald. And that's because he can finally get back to focusing on the issues that matter. Like, did we fake the moon landing? What really happened in Roswell? And where are Biggie and Tupac? All kidding aside, obviously we all know about your credentials and breadth of experience. For example, no, seriously, just recently in an episode of Celebrity Apprentice, at the steakhouse, the men's cooking team did not impress the judges from Omaha Steaks. And there was a lot of blame to go around, but you, Mr. Trump, recognized that the real problem was a lack of leadership. And so ultimately you didn't blame Little John or Meatloaf. You fired Gary Busey.
Where's...
And these are the kind of decisions that would keep me up at night.
Hold on. Where's... I'm trying to... You see Trump's face in this, and he just looks so mad.
You fired Gary Busey up at night.
Or did I miss it? Yeah, I think that like Trump was doing the birth certificate thing before them, but he may have escalated it after this. I have to look.
Well handled, sir. Well handled. Say what you will about Mr. Trump. He certainly would bring some change to the White House. Let's see what we've got up there.
Damn, he roasted the fuck out of him.
Ted Cruz said that denying the existence of climate change made him like Galileo. Now, that's not really an apt comparison. Galileo believed the Earth revolves around the sun. Ted Cruz believes the Earth revolves around Ted Cruz. And just as an aside, I want to point out, when a guy who has his face on a hope poster calls you self-centered, you know you've got a problem. The narcissism index is creeping up a little too high. Meanwhile, Rick Santorum announced that he would not attend the same-sex wedding of a friend or a loved one.
Okay. I think we generally get it. I don't know why the whole thing is in here, but yeah, Trump did not like this. Trump went after, oh yeah, I know Trump did go after Obama before he said anything about him, but I don't think this helped. Only I don't know why you why are you so why do you hate fun? The White House Correspondents' Dinner is just like a fun thing that they used to do. And by the way, in Trump's first term, he just didn't go to it, but it did still happen. And now this year he went to it, and they did a different thing. And yeah, I don't know what kind of jokes they were telling. I bet it was all probably more MAGA-centric shit. But basically, what happened is there was a shooting. I don't know. I thought Obama did a decent job. You know, there were some other funny moments over the years at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, but anyway, a lot of it is stuff that I remember from the Bush years. Okay, hold on. So here we go. This should be a good layup of timeline of the shooting incident at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Come on, CNN.
Chaotic scenes at this year's...
You can do it. I know you can do it. Oh, right, of course. Now I gotta crank up the goddamn volume.
Chaotic scenes at this year's White House Correspondents' Dinner as U.S. President Donald Trump was rushed off stage after shots were fired in the hotel where the event was taking place. Trump and the cabinet members who attended are all safe and the suspect is in custody. Here's what we know about how the incident unfolded. By 8 p.m., the ballroom at the Washington Hilton Hotel was full of guests awaiting the night's festivities. 16 minutes later, the U.S. President and First Lady took to the stage. So far, so normal. At 8:34 p.m., Trump is seen conversing with American mentalist Oz Perlman, who appears to be showing him a magic trick. And here's where the night takes an unexpected turn. Outside that room, at the security perimeter, a man is caught.
There's no way they're going to pardon Netanyahu. There are things that he would have to do in order to get that pardon. But, I mean, I don't know. The Israelis have said it's not likely, but we'll see.
Caught on video charging through a Secret Service checkpoint. In the footage, which...
Oh, my God. Look at that. Hold on.
And here's where the night takes an unexpected turn. Outside that room, at the security perimeter, a man is caught on video charging through a Secret Service checkpoint. In the footage, which was later posted to the president's Truth Social account, Secret Service members can be seen drawing their weapons and pointing them off screen in the direction of the assailant.
Just maybe 3, 4, 5 feet away from me, there's a gunshot, a whole bunch of gunshots, and someone firing.
Back at the dinner, as President Trump makes conversation, a loud noise is heard in the background, followed by what sounds like several gunshots. A look of shock clearly passes over First Lady Melania Trump's face. 11 seconds after the first noise was heard, security services personnel surround the president. On the other end of the stage, security reach Vice President J.D. Vance, who had been seated close to the end, and immediately rush him away. Seconds later, the Secret Service continues to encircle the president and takes him off stage.
You know what happened?
In the moments that follow, members of Trump's cabinet, including Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, Secretary of Homeland Security Markwayne Mullin, and Speaker of the House of Representatives Mike Johnson, are seen being escorted through the hotel to safety. Back inside the ballroom, the shocked guests sheltered at their tables. CNN's Sarah Seidner filming this as she did so. Attendees, including CNN's Manu Raju and Brian Stelter, trying to make out what had happened.
It's unmistakable. It sounded like gunshots that we heard.
The shooter was stopped on the floor above the ballroom. At 8:52 p.m., this video was filmed by eyewitness Bill Frischling, showing the suspect lying face down on the ground, shirtless and in handcuffs. Sources tell CNN he has been identified as a 31-year-old male from California. It's believed he was working alone. Almost an hour later, a motorcade believed to be carrying President Trump departed the Washington Hilton. Still later, upon returning to the White House, the president held a press conference, praising law enforcement and calling the presidency a, quote, dangerous profession.
It comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that.
All right. Yeah. So, craziness, eh? Also, wait, hold on. Can't wait for people to start talking about the Israeli mentalist that was talking to him when it happened. They interviewed him on N12 Today. Israeli mentalist? Oh, performance artists who simulate supernatural mind reading, telepathy, and precognition through psychological illusions, showmanship, and observation skills. Okay, I see. So I'm guessing that this was someone who was there like to perform or whatever, and this guy was talking to Trump. I did not know that that's interesting. And yeah, I mean, it would not at all surprise me. Apparently the shooter donated to Harris' campaign in October 2024. Oh boy, you guys, are you guys ready? Are you ready? Are you ready for the gaslighting to begin? Are you ready for like all the conservatives to start crying about political violence because it like potentially was a leftist that was doing it to them again? Are y'all ready for that? Wait, was that the guy talking to him on video? Yes, I think so. Pragmatic American. Yeah, I was showing him a magic trick or something like that right before it happened. Yeah, I did see where she said like shots will be fired or something. Yeah, Caroline Levitt. She said some shit that did not age well. Hold on. I believe that someone DM'd it to me. Let me see. I don't know that we have anything on it on video. Oh, man goes viral for casually eating salad. Okay. What the fuck? I mean, Trump did break the record for most attempts at a president. I don't know if it's gaslighting anymore. There's clearly an issue that's not just on the right. Well, yeah, I know, Addie, but I think it's more complicated than that. I don't think that it's like some sort of inherent the problem is that what the left is or what people on the right are going to do is they're going to spin it to make it seem like this has always been a problem on the left, or that left-wing violence has always been so much worse than right-wing violence or whatever. And they're not going to look at like any of the things that might cause these kinds of shit to happen. And by the way, obviously this is not good. This is not like the solution. Like if Donald Trump were to die in office, the worst way for that to happen would be because of a result of an assassination attempt or political violence. All that would do is help them. It would probably galvanize support for him. Actually, it definitely would. It would galvanize, like, they would be able to do it would be like a fucking enabling act sort of moment. And who knows what kind of crazy shit they would do if that happened. So yeah, like that's not something that people should not do that. It's not a good idea. And, like that's not how we should solve problems. Obviously that spin isn't true, but also pretending it's not an issue on the left is also not helpful. I'm not saying it's not an issue on the left. I'm not saying there's no, like, I believe that more recent numbers do show that there has been an uptick in left-wing violence lately. It's just that I guess like the issue is the way that the left or the right is going to come out now and demand that people on the left need to condemn the shooting and condemn violence. Well, President Trump just will never do that. He'll never condemn violence on his side. And the right never asked him to. They never asked him to not do things, or like they never really, like there's never any sort of condemnation or looking inward when he goes on social media and like talks about how he's glad that Robert Mueller is dead, or like basically justifies any sort of violence done by the right wing. And it's like this insanely stupidly one-sided thing where they are completely blind to their side having this problem, and then they turn around and blame all of it on liberals. It's a structure. Agree that any content creator memeing about someone should do it are not considering how much the right could capitalize on Trump being assassinated. Yeah, I agree. Oh yeah, the Melissa Hortman shit. Like, it's not like there hasn't been like crazy loon right-wingers who have been doing this kind of crap either, or like attempts to kill Democratic lawmakers and all these other sorts of things. Of course, they're going to try and maximize political gains over this. I'm just tired of everyone pointing to the issues on the other side. Well, the other thing too, you know what I really don't like? I don't like the assumptions, the jumping to conclusions, the immediate, like, for example, after Charlie Kirk got shot, everybody on the right, everyone on Tim Pool's shows, they turned it into they lied about it, and they claimed, for example, that all the Democrats were like supportive of it, when that's not true. Mainstream Democrats were not supportive of it, and they basically and like you had libs of TikTok and all these other people going to overdrive, posting videos of like crazy, like fucking far left loons celebrating Charlie Kirk's death and acting like that was representative of the entire Democratic Party, all while ignoring the fact that Barack Obama and other like high profile figures in the, and like lawmakers and whatnot, and like, you know, political commentators, like mainstream ones, were all condemning this. And it's just stupid, you know, and it like, and the way in which, and also like, I guarantee they're gonna, actually, I've already seen it on the right. They're gonna be like, they tried to kill the president 3 times. Like, who the fuck is they, motherfucker? Okay. I just don't like this weird shit where it's like, I guess apparently the left is a hive mind or whatever. And the automatic assumption that this guy must be a Democrat, this guy must be like a leftist. We don't know anything about him. Or hell, even that this guy was like, that he was doing this for political reasons and that he wasn't just a crazy dude or whatever. I don't know. Most of the attempts on Trump weren't even by leftists or Democrats. It looks like more like former supporters. I don't know about the case for this guy. The guy who tried to kill him at the golf course, that guy, I think he was a former supporter. The other guy was like, I think, the first dude, Crooks, I think his name was. I don't remember his first name. He like, I think he just wanted to like shoot a presidential candidate because he was also apparently talking about possibly trying to kill Biden too. I don't think that, but that doesn't matter. Like all these people are just going to lie and gaslight and pretend like all of these guys were leftists when there's really not, like, that's not true. And it's just, it's so stupid. It's annoying. Obviously, yeah, there are issues with like, or there can be issues with left-wing violence, particularly like, no, I'm not talking about the golf guy. I'm talking about the other guy. Or was it Matthew Crooks, the guy, the Pennsylvania shooter? But if he donated to Kamala, he was probably Democrat aligned in some way, but that isn't always enough to make strong statements about his motivation. Yeah, who the fuck knows? Like, we'll get more info later. Although, honestly, the other thing that I'm concerned about, too, is that much like they did with Tyler Robinson, I'm worried that Kash Patel's FBI is going to try to, like, they're gonna like dig and dig until they find like basically anything. It might even just be that he donated to Kamala Harris, and they're gonna use that to say, see, he was a leftist. Just like they did with Tyler Robinson, where they were like, he had a trans roommate, even though I don't even know that there was any evidence that like his roommate actually was trans. I have yet to see any evidence of this. It's just everybody started repeating that as if it were fact, and then they tried to use this to say that that was what made him radicalized or whatever. His roommate may have just been gay, by the way. Just watch conservatives use this endlessly. Like, well, I know, that's what I mean. Like, now they're all going to get up on their high horses and they're going to act like all Democrats support this, which is going to be annoying as fuck. Because no, all Democrats don't support this. And by the way, like, I don't really like Destiny's whole, like, somebody should do it shit or whatever. Like, I understand that he's super mad, but that's not the answer. The answer is not to go out and kill Donald Trump. We have not reached this point yet. And if we did that, it would just make things worse. Because, like, they would feel so empowered to, like, start doing crazy, like, even more authoritarian shit in the name of security. Oh my god, look at that lady. She has so much on. I think that, like, we heard that the shooter wanted to target Trump officials, but that's all that we know so far in terms of, like, what his goal was. Can we watch the WKYK skit? Oh, the whitest kids you know? Wait, which one? The I can't say it's okay to kill the president one? I mean, I'd rather not. I mean, it is a funny skit, but yeah. I don't. Why do you want to watch that? That seems kind of weird. Has Epic condemned this act of Californian terrorism? I'll ask him when he gets here. Because later on, he's going to watch the debate with us, I think. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Okay. WH correspondence dinner shooting. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say about it. Is there a Wikipedia article? Yep, there it is. Okay. Let's see. Wow, we already know so much about him, potentially. He was a teacher. He went to California State University. He has a computer science degree. Or a master's in computer science. Okay, he has a mechanical engineering degree from the California Institute of Technology. Suspects was taken into custody near the screening area outside the banquet hall. Initial radio communications from Secret Service agents indicated the shooter was in custody. The FBI subsequently confirmed that a suspect was in custody, but provided no further details. The United States Secret Service confirmed the incident in a statement, saying it was investigating a shooting incident near the main stage or near the main magnetometer screening area with the coordination of the Metropolitan Police Department. Suspect was carrying a shotgun, handgun, and knives. Jesus. And he wasn't wearing a shirt. Interesting. I guess like it looked like he was like just dressed all in black on that video, but I guess he had no shirt. XBQY, I don't know why. Okay, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people in chat who were secretly hoping that Trump would get killed, but I mean, whatever. You might all be joking. I have no idea. I just don't think that is. I don't think we've reached the point. Where it's time. Okay, I don't think we've reached the point where it's time for the Tree of Liberty to be watered with the blood of patriots. Maybe if Trump tries to run for a third term, or if he starts doing crazy shit like putting soldiers or putting ICE agents outside of every polling booth or insane garbage like that. Oh, I'm sorry, the blood of tyrants. The Tree of Liberty must be watered with the blood of tyrants. Yes, that. That's a good quote, though. Yeah, I also would prefer him to get impeached and then removed from office and basically prevented from ever running again. That would be great. I do have to say, Kalinda, in response to when is the right time, even my Trump voting dad is beginning to ask when we actually start revolting. I understand that. I'm just saying, I don't know if... The thing is that I'm not sure that's a good, that's a realistic outcome right now. Yeah, I'm telling him the most successful revolutions are economic. Yeah, I mean, usually it's just not. Also, let's be real. Who in the United States has more guns? It ain't liberals. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I think killing Charlie Kirk was a stupid thing to do, too. Okay. U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro. Oh, man, remember that lady? She's the bomb-them lady. No, only gun ownership is, what do you mean, is a left-wing thing? There aren't as many, there is an increasing number of leftists in the US who are buying guns, and liberals as well. But not in the United States. Gun ownership is not a left-wing thing in the United States. It is a right-wing thing. Yeah, I know French rioted to age getting lifted for retirement. I don't know if rioting is But I do think that, yeah, like protesting is different. By the way, I'm fine with lefties owning guns. But it's not, that's not like, right now, right wingers are the ones with the guns. So a civil war wouldn't work out so well. Okay. U.S. Attorney General Janine Pirro, who was present at the White House Correspondents' Dinner during the shooting, stated that he will be preliminarily charged with 2 charges of using a firearm during a crime of violence and assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, but stated that other charges could be filed later. Interim Washington, D.C. director. Okay. The suspect was named by a number of media outlets, including CBS News, as Cole Thomas Ellen from Torrance, California. A written manifesto left by Ellen stated he was trying to target officials in the Trump administration. Wait, do we have that? Can we? I guess the manifesto hasn't been released. Trump posted images on Truth Social. Yeah, we've already seen the 2 law enforcement officers later confirmed to CBS News that Ellen worked for C2 Education, a tutoring firm in Torrance, receiving a Teacher of the Month award from the company in December 2024. CBS News also reported that Ellen lived in multiple residences in the Los Angeles area from November 2010 to March 2026, mostly in Torrance, San Gabriel. Okay, social media posts attributed to the suspect also state he is a teacher as well as an amateur video game developer. Uh-oh, a gamer! According to Federal Election Commission records, Ellen donated $25 to Democratic Party PAC Act Blue for Kamala Harris's campaign in October 2024. Wow, a whole $25. Family members who were interviewed by investigators said Ellen made radical statements and that he had constantly referenced a plan to do something to fix the issues with today's world, that he was part of a group called the Wide Awakens, attended No Kings protests in California, and would regularly go to a shooting range to train with firearms. Welp! The Wide Awakens. Why did they not post the manifesto? I mean, I'm sure maybe that'll be released eventually. I don't know. Or like it'll get leaked or something. But so far, this don't look good. In terms of, yeah. Obviously, whenever these kinds of things happen, we generally hope that it's not somebody on our side. However, like everything I said before still stands. I don't think that Republican, or I don't like the fact that the right is going to turn around and like act like this is the majority of political violence and then talk about how liberals need to apologize whilst they say nothing when Donald Trump basically engages in insane, crazy rhetoric. Or like do all this weird shit about stochastic terrorism. And bet Tim Pool calls for civil war again. I mean, I bet Tim Pool probably is losing his mind, actually. Maybe we'll check out some of what he said later while I'm waiting. But for now, there was one other thing that I wanted to, one other thing that I wanted to look at before we can, listen, if you guys have people, oh yeah, UNSC posted that. Yeah, no, I know. I've seen the ADL numbers and stuff, which right-wingers always attack. I've looked up these numbers myself, too. Like, yeah, the majority of political violence is committed by like, right-wingers. And it's usually, like, violent extremists or whatever. And like people will also put Islamic terrorism into a different bottle, but honestly, I would count Islamic terrorism as a form of right-wing extremism because Islamic terrorists are crazy fundamentalists like conservatives. It's just not the same kind of like conservatism because it's not, you know, Western conservatism or whatever. But yeah. The Frenchman protest just for the love of the game. He was a violent gamer, GTA 2 stroke. Well, he was a video game developer, but I mean, don't most video game developers usually play games? But okay, yeah. Huh. This guy was mad about things that were happening, and I suspect that he decided that he was going to go and kill him. Pat, I agree that it is similar. It's just that it's useful to put them into different categories. Even though it is funny that how similar it is. I don't know if Trump has made any statements about the radical left or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, I know, Pat. That's the funny thing. And there is quite a lot of similarities between like the kinds of stuff that Islamism like calls for and the kinds of stuff that like, you know, social conservatives want or whatever, which is why it's very funny. I mean, you can say that, Windmill Stalker. I think that they will probably still do it. Like because at least for the conservatives they will. I don't know if the White House will do it, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do. Like, these guys have no shame. Okay, so there was something else that I saw in here. Oh no, it was in the Russia chat. Oh. Henry posted this. From Proletariat Rising. Don't look up Article 16 of Ukraine's constitution. Worst mistake of my life. Hold on. What? Oh, there it is. Ensuring environmental safety, maintaining ecological balance in the territory of Ukraine, overcoming aftermath of the Chernobyl catastrophe, the catastrophe of global scale, and preserving the gene pool of the Ukrainian people shall be the duty of the state. Oh, because some people didn't like the weird wording about gene pool. Okay. I don't think that person has a Stalin. Yeah, I know. I see. They have young Stalin. Yeah, it's very funny. I think they just mean when they say gene pool, they just mean like, you know, preserving like the health of the people or whatever, you know, with the environmental. I feel like it's just kind of a weird whatever. Okay, hold on. So apparently there's been some interesting shit going on Twitch. Today, YouTube tried feeding me a President Sunday video. I'm actually kind of surprised by that. So Alabuga is apparently a, I guess, like a Russian entity. Let's see if I can find, what is Alabuga? Oh, it's a place in Russia. A special economic zone. The Ukraine Constitution might also be lost in translation, kind of. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I feel like, I don't know, people are kind of like freaking out about that too. By the way, it's not like, if I were to look at other constitutions, I'm sure that there's a bunch of shit in there, or a bunch of other shit in there that one could describe as kind of yikesy. Is Ukraine an ethno-state? Yeah, I know, right? So, Alabuga, an entity under sanctions imposed by US, EU, and UK due to its direct involvement in the production of military drones, is hosting and sponsoring an esports tournament on Twitch while the platform ignores violations and responds that no rules were broken. Oh, okay, so this is being hosted by a streamer called Poka. Could not find any violation. Oh, Alabuga Polytechnic Cup. Okay. So there are guys who are posting. I don't know. Are these Russian streamers? Alabuga even now has its own official Twitch account with links where people can apply for jobs assembling military drones. Uh-oh. Do these accounts still exist? Okay. Every week, the company produces thousands of combat drones and continues to expand, actively recruiting new employees through advertising campaigns such as this Twitch tournament. Alabuga official account has been banned on at Twitch. Okay, well, I mean, that's good. This was yesterday. So I guess, like, usually you just need, other stuff, or you need, like, pushback. Unfortunately, this was the smallest of the channels involved in promoting Alabuga, and none of the participants faced any bans yet. So I guess these are the other ones. Now there was a follow-up. Henry said that a bunch of these accounts did get banned, and he posted stuff from latest bans on Twitch TV. So these all happened on the 25th of April. But now apparently, are these guys streaming on Kick now? Okay, yeah, I don't even know where I could... What are some of the names of these people? Of course it was Counter-Strike, made way too many Russians play. Well, yeah, I know, now I'm curious about certain things. Like, for example, are these actual Russian streamers? Or, I mean, I'm guessing they probably are, but yeah. Maybe, the crazy thing is that they're literally, like, promoting jobs for making drones. But this whole thread there's lots of people in here who are doing stuff, so, I mean, that's good. Why is it always Counter-Strike? True! This is an excellent question. Why is it always Counter-Strike? I don't know. But I don't know. Like, if Henry is around and if he wants to, he can always link more stuff. Like if he finds their streams on Kick or whatever. Counter-Strike is a fun game. Or Counter-Strike 2, I guess. I mean, Simple is the best player in CS and he's Ukrainian. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Counter-Strike was the shit back in the day. Oh, hello, Epic. Do we want to, Epic, do you want to react to the debate now? Or do you want to wait until later? Let me know. Oh, you messaged me. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Dota's first world champion was Ukrainian team, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Those Eastern Europeans. Them and the Asians, I think. Okay. I gotta know. Did he talk about it? They lied? What? Oh yeah, they're bringing back firing squads, which seems crazy to me. Well, this is all from whichever streams that he did. Democrats panic after leftist star says theft and murder are okay on New. Oh well, I mean, maybe they should be saying that Hassan's not a Democrat. Democrats already lost. Virginia court says redistricting unconstitutional. Wow, that's funny. Wait, which post is for Chase? Oh god. I'm not gonna watch Vosh react to this, but we can watch it. Inside Texas's most conservative county, 2% Democrat. Uh-oh.
No alcohol, no grocery store, no traffic lights, and no Democrats. Welcome to Borden County, Texas.
Just don't skip a gas station around here, because if you do, you're gonna run out of gas.
I drive 270 miles to get here.
What do people do around here, and what's this community like?
This is it. Since you're from New York, all I know is we need to get a rope.
Located at the bottom of the Texas Panhandle, Borden County.
Wait, the manifesto was released? Can you link it? Can someone link it in stream suggestions? We'll look at it. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Addie. Where are the horses? Where are horses and cowboys? Yeah, I agree. I'll take a look at the manifesto. Here's the manifesto in part per the New York Post. Oh, this isn't the whole thing? Okay. Well, hello everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused. On to why I did this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do reflects on me, and I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Administration officials, not including Mr. Patel, wait, why not? Okay. They are targets, prioritized from highest to lowest, to ranking ranking to lowest. Prioritize from highest ranking to lowest. Secret Service. They are targets only if necessary and to be incapacitated non-lethally if possible. AKA, I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Hotel security, not targets if at all possible. AKA, unless they shoot at me. Rebuttals to objections. Objection 1. As a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Rebuttal. Turning the other cheek is when you yourself are oppressed. I'm not the only person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the person raped in a detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without trial. I'm not a school child blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the many criminals in this administration. Wait, is that actually true about the turn the other cheek thing? I'm not sure if that's the case, but okay. Okay, psychotic Patrick Bateman a little bit, yeah. And also, it looks like this guy has got he's on that crazy Epstein class conspiracy shit. Thank you all for everything. Sincerely, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Ellen. P.S. Okay, now that all the sappy stuff is done, what the hell is the Secret Service doing? Sorry, gonna rant a bit and drop the formal tone. Like, I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got, who knows, maybe they're pranking me, is nothing. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Like, the one thing that I immediately noticed walking into the hotel is a sense of arrogance. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person there considers the possibility that I could be a threat. Wait, were you showing those weapons? I'm not going to talk about Israel, Avi. Unless this guy talks about Israel, but it doesn't look like he does. The security at the event is all outside, focused on protesters and current arrivals. Because apparently no one thought about what happens if someone checks in the day before.
College student Cole Allen developed a prototype for a wheelchair emergency brake.
The wheelchair brakes tend to lock the wheels, but don't actually lock the chair to the ground. The idea with this...
Full manifesto. To be completely honest, I was no longer willing to prevent it a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. And then he talks about, I don't know why Mr. Patel's not a target, but... In order to minimize casualties, I will also be using buckshot rather than slugs, less penetration through walls. I would still go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the basis that most people chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor and are thus complicit. And I really hope it doesn't come to that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's not really much. Okay, interesting. No Israel or Jews mentioned. It sounds like this guy got like, or at least this guy like, at least in part was conspiracy brained about the crazy Epstein shit. If he thinks that like everyone is in the admin is like child rapists or whatever, which is kind of insane. Wow, this sucks. This is so No, XBQY, that's not my, yes, Trump is a rapist. I'm talking about the, like, the fact that he thinks that like everybody in the admin, like he believes the weird Epstein class conspiracy shit, you know, this notion that like there's all these pedos out there because literally apparently everybody who like was friends with Jeffrey Epstein was a pedo or something, like that shit. It's way too emotional, not insane. What did you expect? I don't know. Seems like this guy was a guy who didn't like Trump and disagreed with him and decided to go and shoot people. Yeah. Could we say he was on the left? Yeah, probably. But, I mean, I'm not gonna be all like, oh my god, the liberals, the leftist violence is out of control. Oh, thank you for the one gifted sub, Vaz. In terms of his ideology, I mean, we could probably say that maybe he wasn't, I don't know. I have no fucking idea. He gave money to Kamala. Maybe he was a never Trump. I don't know. He was anti-Trump. That's about all we can say. But yeah, now, again, now it's time for people to get super mad at the fact that people in the media called Donald Trump a fascist, you know, like Piers Morgan did, which was fucking incredibly insane. And to like act like all of this kind of rhetoric is what motivated people to go shoot at Trump, because Donald Trump actually isn't that bad, and it's all just a bunch of lies that the mainstream media told. That there was no reason for it, and no one would have actually gotten mad about any of the things Trump was doing if the media hadn't said anything about it. Or like if the media wasn't out there like talking about it in like some unhinged, I don't know, it's fucking stupid. Tim hasn't posted anything yet. But thank you for sharing the manifesto, Addie. In 2 weeks, nobody will even talk about or mention this. Probably, yeah, because there'll be something, some other crazy shit that happened. Do you condemn Colin Ruggs? Wait, you mean the guy who posted the manifesto? I mean, he seems like a duder. What do you mean Pandora's box has been opened? I don't know what you mean by that, Pat. The Trump administration is not all child rapists. Some are just ordinary rapists. I think it's even just silly to just assume that everyone is a pedophile, but whatever. I'm trying to remember, actually, are there other people in the Trump administration who have, like, allegations of sexual assault against them or had them in the past? Because I can't remember now. Yeah, I know the environment was created by the current administration, Pat. I agree. They did help create this environment, and this idea that it was all because the mainstream media talked about it or whatever. Wait, really? Pete Hegseth had sexual assault allegations against him? I'm not surprised by that, but yeah. Kirk Talk lasted about 2 weeks at most, and people just memed it. Did it really only last 2 weeks? It felt like it lasted, like, longer than that. Oh, yeah, I know Matt Gaetz, but there was a reason why Matt Gaetz didn't get nominated, right? The stuff about Pete, actually, wait, that tracks, because he was on Fox News, and there was a lot of crazy shit going on there. Avi, the stuff that Biden had was nowhere near what, like, these people are talking about. Like, aside from Tara Reid, whose allegations were not, were like not corroborated and were not like legit. Biden basically the main thing that the main like allegations against Biden or whatever was that he was like really weird and touchy. But that was the main thing. Yes, Tara Reid did relocate to Moscow, and it turned out she's like a Putin fangirl. That shit was funny. Like, I don't know. Tara Reid is like a scam artist. Yeah, well, I don't know if it was just kids, Abby, but yeah, Biden was like, he got too touchy and weird or what have you. However, that's not on the same level as like raping someone, okay? Of course Pete said it was fake news. That's what these guys will do. They'll say everything's fake news. Yeah, she does have Russian citizenship now, yeah.
County has a population of just 600, and only 16 of its residents voted for Kamala Harris in 2024.
Oh my god.
You're probably in one of the most conservative places in the country, and proudly so.
By percentage, it's the single most conservative county in the country. But we didn't go there to talk politics. We went there to learn about what life
Please be aware that the staff at Borden County ISD are armed and may use whatever force necessary to protect our students. Interesting.
is like in one of Texas' remote corners.
I don't know, we just all know each other. I mean, I've grown up with people's kids, so I know their parents, I know grandparents. It's just kind of, yeah, everyone knows everyone.
We are one of the 4 counties in the state of Texas that is dry, no alcohol.
So come with us to America's most conservative county for a trip that had its ups and its downs. Our journey began in Odessa, Texas, an oil city that's the real-life setting.
Odessa? Why is your city named after a place in Ukraine? That's interesting. They actually give teachers guns. Really? Oh, Leah, listen. Avi, or Unapologetic Zionist, is a memer, okay? He is a prolific shit poster. Don't take most of what he says seriously. He's just a funny guy. Odessa, Texas Oblast. Yes! Oh, Thomas Dudley, are you the Tom guy who knows lots about Japan in my Discord? Are you also in California? Do Texans know they stole Chile's flag? Leah is my favorite Jew. Oh yeah, Avi likes to, Wait, Avi, I thought Toby was your favorite Jew. Are you changing your Jew ratings? Have you made a tier list of the Jews in my community? Hello, hello, Abomni. When Toby is online, she's my favorite Jew. There's a city in Wisconsin called New Berlin, based. Begun the Jews' wars have. He updated the power rankings.
Book inspired by the Once we got on the road heading north, we didn't see much. All we passed were oil wells, which makes sense because we're in the Permian Basin, the largest oil basin in America.
Yeah, I know. Kitchener, Ontario did used to be called New Berlin. Chase, it's not that you can't use the makeup term that Steph created. It's just that you do it in such a weird way. My favorite Jew is Lonerbox, observing the Sabbath yet again. True. We still have Swastika, Ontario, I think. Wait, really? Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for reminding me. Where is it? Do we want to watch this? Or do we want to watch Nick Shirley in Canada as he talks to Canadians? Which one should we do, guys? Do we want to watch Nick Shirley in My Country? Neither. Listen, I don't know if you'll like today's stream XBQY, because later on we're going to be watching like a debate about California, which means we're going to be talking about America. All right, see you later, Chase. What's the non-Shirley one? Inside Texas's most conservative county, 2% Democrat. As in, like, there's only 6 Democrats that live in this, yeah. XBQY need Russia streams only. Yeah, and Ukraine streams and stuff about Europe. Oh, Henry, hold on one sec. Hello, Henry.
Oh, hey, I totally missed. I was working in the garden, but I was listening and I missed the part of the Alabuga, like, segment part.
Yeah, I didn't talk about it much. I probably should have tried to see if I could find those streamers on Kick, but I don't know if they're even under the same names.
I can give you a set of, like, short links regarding the, like, just TLDR about the state of things, because it's Tatarstan. It's, I believe, located in the Yelabuga or Alabuga, like, industrial zone.
Yes.
They have some sort of it's not actually a university or polytechnic, like, college in the, like, ordinary way as it is, which gives, like, some sort of bachelor degree. They don't, as far as I remember, they don't give the bachelor degree, but they give the technical degree, which is still, like, utilized within Russia. But it's not even a bachelor one. It's specialist type of lower than bachelor degree, and not definitely master's one. But they've been, like, aggregating the locals, the Russians, and mostly, like, in 2023, 2024, African students there. I mean, trying to bait them into. I can send you an example posting in the stream suggestions, like the ads they have. Number 1, it is an image, like what they have there, and what's it? Well, the second one. So, and this is, I mean, Arthur can translate, but I can translate as well the video. Basically about the students who are making the drones.
Okay. it won't open in the browser for me, which I don't understand why, but okay.
Let me find the tweet. There was a tweet with it.
Well, I see it. It's right here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Admission
I
requirements.
don't know how real this, but I remember seeing, like, there was a big case. There was the article, and the Ukraine carried, I believe, the drone attacks on their production yards in the 2023 or 2024, I believe. And I remember, but I failed to find Twitter. Is not very handful with that. I remember there was a couple of African students recording the videos about how terrible terroristic Ukrainians are trying to attack harmful civilians in the brave polytechnic of Alabuga, which are just doing science and doing stuff like that.
Yeah, they make drones in this region.
Yeah. It was
I assume
2024. Yeah, Shaheeds, and not only, and smaller ones. I've posted, I believe it's Kiev Post article. Yeah, it is, like, regarding 2024, I believe, Ukrainian strikes on them. 2023, they opened in 2023, the facility for Shaheeds, yeah. And yeah, mostly there are a lot of kids. Like, I mean, kids, like students, like after 11th grade, basically. Like you could, they have a very good, like, advertisement for the case, because they say that you can go there, you can study, you can work, you can get a salary which is like 10 times bigger than ordinary salary in the region there, like specifically for students, basically. And yeah, there are a lot of, like, propaganda in the esports and cyber sport, or whatever it's called in English, in Russia nowadays. They have, like, the government, besides the Alabuga, like, funding the events. Outside of it, they have, like, inviting European, Asian, and Chinese, like, Asian and American teams. Sometimes they arrive, sometimes, like, Twitter and other, like, Ukrainian orgs and other orgs, like, kind of tell them, like, to figure out that it's political stuff, like literally sponsored by Russian government, that you kind of wouldn't like to go there because it's bad reputationally. Some of teams cancel the stuff, some of teams like still participate, but yeah, cyber like esports in Russia is very, very politicized nowadays. So yeah, pretty much it. And the last one I had, yeah, and keep in mind, this is not the first case. It's just a vocal case because it was like big attention and event like Counter-Strike CS2 tournament with also like within this like advertisement of Alabuga. But I found that it was happening, like the ads on Twitch happened since at least 2025, basically. So,
Okay, so they have been having, but now it looks like Twitch has like, I guess, banned all those accounts, but they went to Kick, because like if they are on Kick, there should be something that should be done in order to get them banned from there as well too. Because I know that they are under sanctions.
Yeah, mostly the situation is like it happened right now because of I think because of two factors: a big attention from like, for example, orgs like Natos Windsor, the Ukrainian org-based, very known one, who kind of tagged and communicated with Twitch, as far as I understand, as well. But if it's like small case with no big media attention, it's just like 20 silly accounts on Twitter reporting, on Twitch reporting, it won't do anything basically unless it's vocal. Because I have posted a tweet from 2025, from July 2025, when it happened, like the same ads for Alabuga, and it wasn't like any attraction with that because I mean it didn't get media attention. So
yeah,
I mean, they're banned.
basically
It will be weak ban, I assume.
that's ridiculous. But in order for Twitch to do anything, you have to like it has to get like media attention. It's so stupid. That's what happened with like Jackson Hinkle and Hawes too. Those guys streamed on Twitch for ages, and then like a major American newspaper wrote an article about how they were spreading Russian propaganda, and then they got banned permanently. Yeah, although I think those guys might still be on YouTube, which is, you know, not great. Did Henry have any screenshots of ads from earlier this year or last?
Yeah, literally this one. Can you check the date of the tweet you're watching at, like 2025, I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they've got like ads. So they have ads for people to come and attend this institute, and also for people to like get jobs making drones, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, I assume, all the job there, all the studying is literally like drone production. It's like number one thing since 2023 there, since they started to build the facilities. And the idea is that it's kind of sanctioned, first of all. Secondly, they have like their own internal or government like TV channels showing the production basically, and just Shaheeds, they are doing the stuff. And yeah, I mean, this is very known case. I don't know, like it's known in Western one, but in Ukraine, like every second person like who is into like stuff, knowing the stuff, knows that yeah, Alabuga is just like Hitler Jugends making drones for war.
Yeah. Okay, so they get all the students to make. That's crazy.
I mean, I assume that not only students, but they are utilizing like the youth pretty much like.
Yeah. Oh, Infrared got unbanned on Twitch. Oh yeah, that's right. I seem to remember that. That was a thing that happened probably. I don't know if Haz even streams anymore though, so like, cause like last I checked, he and Hinkle both live in Russia now, and I don't know what the fuck they're doing. And they're doing that weird America Communist Party shit, which is ridiculous, but yeah. Yella Booga Drone Factory. Oh, it's got its own Wikipedia page.
Yeah, it has, yeah.
Oh, it's in Tatarstan. Okay, or Tatarstan.
Yeah.
I think Arthur mentioned Tatarstan as like a they're apparently a place that does a lot of a lot of like production and stuff for the war, and they're also, I think, one of the poorer regions in Russia.
I mean, I mean, aside from St. Petersburg, Moscow, and probably one, I keep forgetting, not Sakhalin, but something next to the China
Sochi.
border. Yeah, I mean, the other places are kind of all the poorest like places. Like if you wherever it depends, but like there is like two Russias basically. This Moscow and St. Petersburg and other rest of the Russia basically.
Yeah, that's
So, like,
that is what I have heard. Yeah. Oh, Vladivostok.
I'm
that's what
bad at
Basserman
geography.
said.
I just know that there's decently wealthy, like bordering to the Asian countries, like places in Russia.
Arthur said that Sochi is like a rich bougie place in Russia
yeah,
too.
but I mean, yeah, Sochi is the like how to say it. I forgot the Englando. Like it's the like vacation area and rich people definitely. Yeah, I'm not sure how good they're to work there basically as a, for example, taxi driver.
Yeah.
Or like someone, but I assume Sochi is
I think Arthur's been to Sochi before. He might have mentioned that he had, but yeah, that's like on the coast or whatever. But yeah, no, I get what you mean though. Like obviously, Moscow is like a different world, and St. Petersburg, like those are both like different worlds in comparison to the rest of Russia. But yeah, like Tatarstan in particular, I think apparently they're doing a lot of work. And you may have seen it too, but like Arthur did as part of, I think it was one of his first Russia segments that he did, where he talked about how in like in a bunch of these poorer regions, they're basically having kids like make stuff for the soldiers, you know, like ghillie suits and like and like trench candles and shit. In these classrooms instead of like doing shops class stuff, because like they're getting free labor from the kids for the war in these like poor ass communities, which is crazy. But yeah, there is
I mean it happens like in the different regions. I assume like there were like a lot, and I believe Arthur showed, or it was in the Russia like chat in the Discord, but there like I mean many cases when they have like the propaganda, the military people coming to the like school to give a speech. Be brave and become the defender of the homeland. Etc.
Yeah, the Wagner Group used to do that, you know, before they became the Africa Corps, and but I mean, I'm sure there are other PMCs now that probably do that, but it's
yeah, they had a trend, but I haven't seen it on the news. There was a trend that every rich government alignment person had its own PMC. I keep forgetting the dude from the Crimea or someone, but there was a trend, like I remember in 2024, 2025, that there was like a trend of like having your small like private militia groups. But I don't remember. I haven't seen much like lately in late 2025, 2026. So I don't know. But it was a thing that there were some groups like basically gopniks dressed, but with the militarized stuff, like with the firearms. As a
there was
security
also...
But keep in mind that it's illegal in Russia. You can't have a PMC. It's illegal by their law.
I know. We saw that in we learned that in the last Russian segment. The Constitution of Russia says that like you're not supposed to have private military contractors, and yet, doesn't really.
And keep in mind, Wagner officially, by all the officials, before that so-called coup or like the attempt to get to Moscow, they were never like confirmed to have anything like funding by Russia. But then when the coup happened, Putin had a speech like on the like TV and where he said that we gave some huge amount of money to Wagner, and it was literally like opposing to what was stated officially previously. It was literally a confirmation that the Russia funded and provided funds on official level to
yeah,
group.
because the way that I think the way that these things work typically is that they deliberately they kind of exist so that they can do like crazy bad shit, and the Russian government can say like, they're not actually affiliated with us or whatever because they're like mercenaries, but then supposedly they don't have any tie, or the Russian government can kind of say, well, they're not with us or what have you, even though they are. And yeah, it's easier to have private military contractors because they exist in a different place than others do, which is ridiculously, yeah, makes it easier for them to do, like, they can do war crimes, and the government can, like, they're not necessarily subject to the same.
Yeah, they're not associated directly. Yeah, so they.
Yeah, even though they are, but it's all hush hush. But they're not like really.
Yeah, but
in the
they've
Russian
been in
military.
Africa for a long time. I know probably Epic can say even more because it was like pre-full scale war. Like they were like doing stuff in Africa like for.
Oh, I don't know how
decades.
much Epic, but yeah, I think.
I mean, he knows a lot of stuff. Like, I mean.
True, he does.
Huge disrespect to him if he can't say anything about this. Huge disrespect.
I don't know if he follows that in particular, but Arthur might know a little bit about it, or at least some small amount. I don't know. Like, yeah, Russia's been fucking around in Africa for a while, though, and the Middle East too. Oh, actually,
they have gold mines.
Yeah. Epic does know about like the extent to which that like the Wagner Group engaged with American troops during the Syrian Civil War, though, because that was that shit happened.
Yeah, but I'm going to clip that you had one brief moment of being hesitant. And Epic is knowledgeable on the topic.
Epic doesn't know about literally everything. Disclaimer, guys.
What do you mean? You can't say that such thing. I disavow Epic. I have nothing to do with this like topic. I disavow any criticism. That's not nice.
I mean, he's not even here right now, so
I still disavow. He's a pilot. He can figure out how to scroll the word on YouTube.
True.
That's
true.
That's not nice. That's not nice. Yeah. No,
anyway.
I mean, but he clearly knows about the Syria stuff. Like what I mean.
Yes.
Like, much more than I do.
That shit is yeah, that shit is crazy. Like but
yeah, and last thing to mention about the Russian streamers, like I kind of like tried to have a good time watching it. They're like semi crocodile tears, but they're doing good. They're bringing the stuff that Air Force, as I said, like is sponsoring. The Intel Extreme Masters, which is a CS tournament, one of the most known, and U.S. Air Force has a sponsorship and etc. And that the world is unfair, that Westerners are hypocrites, and they're living in the big tiny for them it's big, for me it's like mentally and intellectually tiny echo chamber where it's just like unfair because Americans do shit and they are not being like harassed and their like sponsorships are not being like banned, but when we do the same and it's a hypocrisy and they're just like offended and they're just like having even more like anti-Western agenda. So it works like, the world is against them.
I'm just curious about one thing. So I'm assuming that all these Russian streamers are streaming in Russian, yes? Or are they streaming in English in order to reach a wider audience? I'm guessing.
No. I remember only one dude who had English, I believe, partially. The kid who was a Wagner fan, I think he streamed in English. God. The dude who was playing Hoi 4 or whatever it's called, like Hearts of Iron 4, and was doing the cleansing of Banderites and Ukrainians on stream, but then got banned. But he also, I believe, streamed from the Wagner. Like building Wagner Center or something. Yeah, Grisha Putin. Yeah, the person in chat recognized the dude.
Wait,
name.
that's their name. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that? Can you find if any of these guys' pages on Kick? I'm just wondering, like, if you're able to do that, because I wouldn't even know where. The thing is that I don't know if they even have the same names, but I assume that they're linked in the Telegram groups where you were reading about this. Because
Grisha Putin is streaming on YouTube. I see his channel with 25 only.
Fuck?
But yeah, I see the VODs last live 3 weeks ago, and like you can. I'm not sure if it's his official or banned or like recreated account, sending in DMs. I don't want to even send it into the fucking chat, general chats. But this
Well,
is
you
how
can't send it in. Oh, you mean?
you send DMs over Discord to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you can highlights like the previous video, last words previews are pretty much very explanatory, I think.
Oh, okay. 1 month ago, last stream.
Yeah, equality.
Oh God, he played that fucking Hostile Heroes game. That I believe I'm pretty sure it is still on Steam, by the way.
I mean, it's on Steam. It's just banned in Germany and Ukraine. So if you're in Ukraine, you can't find it on Steam. Basically, I believe it was first this.
I
don't know
can't.
what's now, but
It's so lame that this game is still
no,
available
I mean Steam
here.
is. Oh yeah, you can find it. I can't. I need VPN, etc.
I know, but I mean that's ugh.
No, I mean majority of them are just like, I mean, they have like Russia historically, all the streams, but you know it from like Destiny stuff, like all the streams before getting into political stuff and like just chatting, which is the worst things ever happened to the streaming, is pure gaming streaming. And Belarus, like Ukraine, Russia, Kazakhstan was the single environment in terms of streaming. Like Ukrainian streaming wasn't popular before 2022. Like it existed, but very, very small amount. Like the streamers had like 50 average viewers, maybe 200, the biggest streamers speaking Ukrainian. And like in general, majority was like Russian speaking, especially esports. And overall, like Ukraine was pioneering actually the commentary, at least the streaming segments of the Russian, Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian-speaking like segments. And they have a huge audience. They have like 5,000 viewers. They have 3,000, 10,000 viewers at peak or something. This pretty much domestic audience. So they kind of don't need to switch, because mostly they stream either slots, the casino, CS, Dota, or watching movies, films on stream, like pirating the stuff and watching with the viewers and having auctions basically, or some random stuff like I don't know, like and I mean they don't need to, like from political standpoint. I don't know like much about the political streamers. They're too big.
Okay.
Dudes,
Octo is saying that Kick is infested with this shit.
I mean, can you name a thing with what Kick isn't infested?
That is true. Kick is a very, very wild west sort of place. Like they practically had no TOS until more recently, and then like it became kind of a big deal if you managed to get banned on Kick. Like for a while, people were even using it to stream like copyrighted movies and shit. And then like I believe that I think XQC got in trouble when he was like basically watching movies on his stream. But yeah.
I mean, they advertised that you can do in some way. I can't remember, was it Aiden Ross or Trainwreck or someone, and they had some sort of stuff like that you can do things you can do on Twitch, and people assumed. And yeah, Felix, yeah, did the bite a bullet for others thing. God bless. I think I have no idea.
I mean, I think that, like, obviously, yeah, Kick gives out generous contracts to people too, right? Like, I think Destiny's Twitch contract was like $1 million or something, and definitely other people have gotten like crazy contracts. Kick seems to make most of their money. They don't do advertisements. Most of their money seems to be made from gambling stuff.
I mean, it's stake. Yeah. Stake is giga wealthy thing. Like the point is, like, I mean, technical aspect of Kick. Kick is a fucking joke. It's just ridiculous. They are trying to be a Twitch alternative. While, like, if you remember, there was a huge Twitch leak of Twitch internal code base before Kick launched, I believe, the first week.
By the way,
So
I'll
they
be
have a
right back.
copy-paste. Yeah.
I'm still
So-
listening, but I will say it annoys me that Kick is so far behind in features. They only recently just added the fact that like it remembers where you were if you were watching a VOD previously, and their fucking mobile app is garbage, and they still don't have background playback, which immediately makes watching on Kick incredibly annoying because that I'm one of those people I like to listen to streams while I do stuff around the house or while I go for a walk or whatever, and it irritates me that I basically can't use Kick on mobile. Yeah. Anyway, go on. If there's stuff you know about, yeah.
Yeah. The idea about the Kick is that they're like Twitch is very, very unprofitable. Like it doesn't generate any profit for the Amazon. Basically, it's negative because like any streamer, like say you have 30 people like audience right now, you are rather doing like negative towards YouTube and or Twitch if you streamed on Twitch because it's not beneficial for the like server capacities and the amount the donations going through the system. A lot of people also dislike the Twitch like 50-50 or 60-40 or 70-30 with the new model of subs, but Twitch doesn't generate any revenue for Amazon. So they're just holding the one of the biggest besides the YouTube live streaming platforms, which is just to be on the like spotlight on the like top level, but it's not beneficial in financial way in any case scenario. Like there was a case when XQC gathered a lot, Shroud, XQC and other people like got a lot of money from the Microsoft, I believe, or was it Microsoft or Meta, like a Mixer streaming platform, which just got down after like half year or a year because it's not just beneficial in any way. And the Kick is just a copy paste of Twitch to the level that they are still they're using Amazon basically. They're using the Amazon Web Services instances. They're using one-to-one what is Twitch built on and what Twitch utilizes, and they're just like, oh, we have different financial model, but they don't do any quality of life features which Twitch doesn't have. Like, so it just like stake.com wants to play a game, to have a name, to have ads, and to milk sponsorship or slots or something like viewership, which is like just to say that I am one of the top 3 players on the live streaming segment. And I mean, it was never, and it was never supposed to be about revenue, honestly. Because if Twitch wasn't wanted to be about revenue, they would have done something like 30% of the donation goes to the streamer and 70 to this. Unless some revolutionary like new things come from the server side, like from the tech side or encoding stuff to make it cheaper to have. But yeah. I mean, I'm glad for people. People got a good contracts money from Kick. Just add stuff. I mean, it's not like, I mean, maybe it's right now evolving, but when Kick was launched, it was like one-to-one exact copy with HTML matching. These morons, like I can't call the web developers like something aside from morons, literally copied one-to-one HTML on the first days. They have the exact like Twitch related, I believe, even elements or same like class names to the level of like badge names or font stuff like related. I mean, they try to do something different, but I can't name a single feature they have which Twitch doesn't have, which is a killer feature.
I did not know that. Actually, wait, I can name a feature that they have that Twitch doesn't have, that Twitch only implemented recently and that Kick has had for like, I think a while. And that feature is the DVR feature. Like on Kick, like with YouTube, you can actually rewind like a live stream. On Twitch, they only added this recently, or like I think as of a few months ago, and it's only available if you're subscribed to a channel.
For subscribers. So
yes.
For subscribers, yeah.
Yeah, but on Kick, it's for everybody. And I mean, like, that's nice and everything, but also it's fucking annoying that that's not, I don't know. But at the same time, fucking YouTube had this ages ago.
I mean, keep yeah, true, but keep in mind what I said, like, about the leak. The biggest code base leak of Twitch happened before the Kick was launched. And I assume they were like the stuff which was on the roadmap potentially. I don't think that they're geniuses with coming to the roadmap, and yeah, totally true. But like at Twitch, it's still dog shit because you have to subscribe, and if you have
Yeah.
Twitch Turbo, which opts you from ads, it doesn't give you DVR functionality. It's only specifically per channel stuff.
Yeah. Probably because that adding the DVR functionality is probably costs them more money. Yeah. I think YouTube is still the best platform, but YouTube's chat features are severely limited compared to Twitch's. Twitch has like a lot more good community features that Kick just does not or that YouTube just doesn't have. And YouTube is also not great with like moderation stuff either. It's just it's just not as good. But in terms of like as a streaming platform, yeah, there's nothing better than YouTube. YouTube is just really, really good. Their mobile app is good. It's all just so much better.
I mean, I have only negative experience with YouTube outside of the political, like outside of the war-related and political, like streaming. I have no idea if there is a decent, like gaming or esports or like not esports, but like gaming channels because I tend not to observe much of the live streams on YouTube over like Twitch because Twitch has like the best communities. Like I mean, not the modern days, but like all the like XQC stuff, like semi-gaming. Okay, like not like variety gaming, but like all the guys like Carnage and other people like and World of Warcraft creators existed. But I just briefly know like I mean YouTube is just for what stuff and remonetizing the stuff. And yeah, and Twitch until recently had the rule that you can't show the Twitch chat basically on YouTube chat if you have like restream. Basically,
I know, like that was dumb.
They already, I believe, changed this recently.
Yeah, they did. Twitch is now fully okay with like multi-streaming because like there was probably so much demand for it, and it really is the way to go, you know. So. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to go and watch some more videos and play some games and do some stuff. But thank you for the info that you have provided. That it was helpful. Yeah, if you find any of these guys on Kick, let me know. But yeah.
I mean, like what specifically before I go? Like, I mean, they are streaming. They just like right now crying. I watched one of the streamers like on Kick crying about that how it's bad and seeing how she milked a lot of donations like from the people just throwing their slurs at Westerners and saying we are with you, stay strong, Russia united.
Yeah,
something like that. But
I'm guessing it was probably from Russians, but I don't know, or like maybe.
I mean,
Russians
it's domestically. Yeah, they can't donate. Like I mean, it's mostly like they have Serbia though, but mostly Russians. Yeah, they have donationalerts.com, the Russian source, which also works for Outer. And yeah, I mean, anyways, have a good stream and a good gaming.
Thanks. All right. Thanks very much. Bye. All right, chat. Let's go. We're gonna watch Nick Shirley because I can't help it. We're gonna 1.5 this shit. So based on his description, I can already guess what this is gonna be. This is gonna be him walking around the streets of Canada. This might be in Toronto. It looks like it's probably in Toronto, and he's just gonna talk to random people, and he's going to cut it up to make it look like everybody is super uninformed or like that Canada is full of crazy woke people now or some stupid shit like that. I don't know. He's probably going to be like super shocked and because yes, we are more socially liberal than America. Oh no. For his content, he should go to Brampton. I don't know if I've been to Brampton or not.
We are here in Canada. This place.
Also, if he's in Toronto, yeah, there's going to be quite a lot more like migrants and whatnot because Toronto is a very multicultural city.
It's turned into something interesting here in Canada. I'm not sure what we're going to expect to see here today. Donald Trump's calling for Canada to become the 51st state. Justin Trudeau, the governor, Justin Trudeau. Oh, I'm sorry, the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. People are getting upset about him here. How you doing, sir?
Justin Trudeau is not the Prime Minister anymore. Did he film this like months and months or like years ago?
Hey, excuse me. How you doing, sir? Do you live here in Canada?
Yeah.
Do you like living here?
Yeah, I do.
And recently, it sounds like the economy's gotten really tough here. How are a lot of people surviving here in Vancouver?
Want to repeat that?
Oh, he's in Vancouver. Okay.
The economy here has gotten really expensive here in Vancouver. For instance, how much are you paying in rent to live in Vancouver?
I don't pay rent because I own my apartment. But yeah, I heard that like a lot of people cannot afford to pay rent and food and.
But he's totally gonna blame it on immigrants. I just know it. By the way, yes, it's fucking expensive to live in Toronto and to live in Vancouver and to live in like Montreal. Yeah, no shit. It's really not that different from like, you know, fucking living in like Los Angeles or San Francisco or like New York City. Yeah, it's fucking expensive.
Oh, right? Yeah, it is.
Did you see that over 2 million people were using food banks here in Canada?
Yeah, I heard that as well. I never been in that situation, but yeah, I heard that people are moving from Vancouver to other countries or other places in Canada because they cannot afford to live here in Vancouver.
And how?
You are crazy. You are crazy out of sync for me. Am I out of sync for just you or for everyone? UNSC. Okay, hold on. What was it that he was saying?
I heard that as well. Yeah, like a lot of people cannot afford to pay rent and food and stuff, right? Yeah, it is.
Did you see that over 2 million people were using food banks here in Canada?
Just for context, by the way, 49 million Americans relied on food banks and charitable food assistance programs in 2022. So, can we like, don't throw stones in glass houses, buddy.
Yeah, I heard that as well. I never been in that situation, but yeah, I heard that.
You were lagging visually, but barely. Oh, it seems better. Oh, okay, yeah. You know what it is? This is an issue, I think, probably with the NDI thing, because I don't have the microphone plugged in to the streaming computer anymore. My audio from this mic is coming from my main computer, so I probably should still get an interface in the future or figure out exactly what I'm doing. But anyway,
people are moving from Vancouver to other countries or other places in Canada because they cannot afford to live here in Vancouver.
And how is the situation? How's it gotten so bad here, and why?
Oh, I think it's something about overpopulation. I don't know, and not enough places.
Not enough houses. Too much demand. Everybody wants to live there. Everyone wants to live in Toronto. It's fucking expensive because there's not enough houses. Need to build more houses. But watch as he blames it on immigrants.
Just to live, right?
And like foreign home ownership or something.
I don't know. Yeah.
Very interesting. Well, thank you very much for your time, sir.
No problem.
Have a great rest of your day. How are you doing? What's it like living here in Vancouver right now?
It's not bad. It's warmer than normal, but it's still pretty hard. I live outside, so it's more difficult than living.
Oh, this guy's homeless.
And how has the decriminalization of drugs affected the people here in Canada?
I don't know, but I can speak for myself. It's
You mean the decriminalization of marijuana? Have we decriminalized all drugs?
It hasn't done a lot. Just people feel a little less stress because they're going to be arrested or something like that when they have their drugs.
And is it still decriminalized drugs?
No.
No. So it is illegal. It is illegal.
They're just not going to arrest you for it. They don't have time.
So they're not arresting people right now. And
no, they're not arresting people for having small amounts of any drug, but it doesn't mean now it's legal. But it's not.
By the way, just as an FYI, that's actually based. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, like, you probably should be mandated to go to rehab or whatever, but I don't think that people should be sent to jail purely for possessing certain types of drugs. It's just silly. That's not really how you fix that issue.
On the path to being there, yeah.
Oh, wow. You think that'd be a good thing for them to legalize all drugs?
To possess small quantities of it, yes.
Small quantity? And are you
No, not to sell it or anything, no.
Not to sell it, though. That would not be good if they sold it, but to use it, I guess it's all right. And what are you currently using any drugs?
No, but I used to use a drug called methamphetamine.
Methamphetamine. Yeah. And we've seen a lot of people here just the past day, and they also have like how you're kind of slunched over right now. Is that a result of the fentanyl or the result of the meth?
No, it's crystal. It's not of either. It's people have mooted or they've tried to make it seem like it, and maybe it is. I'm not a doctor, but in my case, I didn't do fentanyl. I never did what they call down heroin. I never did that, and the crystal meth has changed any of it over the. It's because you live outside, you have to carry your house sort of with you, and so you're.
Yeah, it kind of fucks up your back if you're having to carry a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, it was British Columbia. British Columbia had like a drug decriminalization to possess small amounts of illicit drugs. January 30th, 2023, expired January 31st, 2026, and it was not renewed. So they took that away. It like used to be a thing, but it's not currently a thing.
Carrying around 40, 60, and then you're getting stronger, and 80 pounds with you every day. You can start hunching over when you're tired. You start doing this when you're tired, and eventually my back just couldn't hack it because I'm 58 years old now, and so I couldn't. I ended up hunching over like this to carry the extra weight. I mean, this is nothing. It's like 30 or 40 pounds for these two knapsacks, so that's it. But I can almost stand up straight again.
Oh yeah.
Once it was mentioned to me, I had to change my diet and basically quit using the methamphetamine. But I still have trouble like this. I still have to go like this sometimes. Sometimes I get lazy and I'm hunched over.
We hope you have a wonderful weekend as well. What do you think about your Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau? No? Okay, we'll move on.
What? When was this filmed? Does he still think that Trudeau is the Prime Minister of Canada? This must have been filmed ages ago. Or at least I hope so. Although, I don't know, because this guy is very stupid. What a disgusting country. Old people living there. Turns out drugs are fucking evil and ruin your life. They remove your individual... I mean... Yes, only P, I'm aware that you don't like drugs.
You live here in Vancouver? Okay, cool. So we came down here. We've heard it's very hard to live down here in Vancouver and just in Canada in general. The prices are going through the roof, they say.
Oh, yeah.
And do you feel that Canada...
That's happening everywhere.
...is going into economic downfall?
Oh, yes.
It's time to put meth in the water. Oh, hello, Epic. Epic, when did you want to do the thing?
Everything is so expensive. If it wasn't for subsidies, there's no way I could live here. I'd have to move back with family.
Yeah, I read something that said over 2 million people were on food stamps here. Or going to food banks.
Yeah, food banks, yeah.
And why do you think that's happened where it became almost impossible to live here inside Canada?
I don't know.
You're at the dog park, hella based. Be sure to drop some pictures of Odin in the Pet Pics channel. Does Odin get on well with other doggos?
Everything are skyrocketing. Mortgages, interest rates.
Mm-hmm. For somebody that doesn't understand how bad it is here, how bad is the situation as far as like being able to buy groceries, afford rent?
Rent alone is like a minimum of $2,500 for a one bedroom. We have a one bedroom and we pay $2,550.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm a single mom, and then she has special needs. So how can I afford that?
Wow. So how do you afford that?
Government help. If it wasn't for that, there's no way I could afford anything.
Wow. And how much are wages here? Like, what's the minimum wage here?
20. I don't know actually.
Really? And recently, Donald Trump's been asking and been saying that Canada.
Odin would be a much better interviewer than this clown. True, and Stewart as well too. Yes, he loves other dogs. Oh, that's nice. He seems like a very friendly, I love everyone kind of dog. This is like it is very funny, like, to see him coming here to like talk about like bad stuff in Canada. Yeah, it's expensive to live here, but you know what? There are places here where it's not necessarily expensive to live. Just like in the US, there are some places where it isn't necessarily expensive to live. It's just that, yeah, if you want to live in the most expensive fucking city, then it's going to be expensive to live there. Your government helps you live, it's over. Yeah, I know, right? Okay, you have to finish my video after this. Yes, Pat, I will.
It might become the 51st state. Do you think that'd be a good thing for Canada to join part of the United States?
No.
And why would that be a bad thing for Canada?
But why the fuck would it be a good thing?
My bus is coming.
Okay, your bus is coming, all right. And would anything else you'd like to say about what the situation is like here in Canada?
No.
No? Okay, no worries. Well, thank you very much, ma'am. Have a great rest of your day. Do you guys want to see Canada become part of the United States? I think that would be a good thing. Donald Trump said that he would cut taxes here for Canadians by 60%. Their businesses would double instantly. And
when did he say that? BC minimum wage is $17.85. Is it higher in Vancouver though? If you live in New York City or LA, you will get higher wages. You will find opportunities you can't find anywhere else. Yeah, I know. I agree. That's true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be able to afford to live like in the city. Trump said this when Carney was leader. Okay, then Nick Shirley actually is just basically an incredibly stupid individual, which, I mean, we already knew that, but holy fuck, you think you do the bare minimum of research or whatever. Justin Trudeau is not our prime minister anymore, buddy.
That they'd be
But these guys love obsessing over him.
protected by the largest military in the world. A lot of international folks out here. Let's see. How you guys doing? Excuse me. How are you guys? We're live right now. Okay, no, they don't want to talk. Oh, let's see. All right, well, people are moving quick around here in Canada. What can I say? Let's go over to this shop over here. See if we can talk to some folks. Ah, dang it, the raindrop. Yuck.
It's annoying when he does a video about America, but holy fuck, he's talking about my country. It's a whole new level of annoying. Yeah, he's talking. Yes, this is my country too, Kev. I know. I haven't been to Vancouver before though. I actually haven't really been anywhere in Canada outside of Ontario. Which is unfortunate. I really should travel and see the rest of this country because it is a beautiful country.
All right, let's wait till the light goes green, and then we'll cross the street and go talk to the folks over there, everybody. Here in the chat, do you guys think it'd be a good idea for Canada to become part of the United States? If Canadians want to join the USA, then absolutely somebody.
Typical Ontarian. Road trip. I'm in the same boat. You keep saying Canada, but I keep hearing states 51 through 57. Listen. Maybe if Governor Gavin Newsom, or maybe if President Gavin Newsom wanted to have some sort of a deal for us to join America, I might be more amenable to it. I'm just kidding. I think it's better that we remain separate. We should spend more on our military, though.
Kurt saying the 51st state, Canada. All right, here we go. Let's cross the street right here. How you doing?
Yeah, Vancouver probably is a very nice place.
Sir, having a good day? Yeah. All right, have a good day. All right, everybody, let's see.
No one wants to talk to you, dude.
Hopefully we can find some folks, some people that
You will join the Sacramento Reich.
are outgoing and just want to talk for a little bit. It's been a little tough out here so far. How you doing, sir? Doing good?
I mean, you know what I honestly might do? I was thinking about this morning. Because I'm gonna have, I probably wouldn't buy anything in America or whatever, but maybe because I'm a casual worker at my job or whatever. Maybe what I'll do is I'll go and I'll live in the US for certain periods of time, between jobs or what have you. I mean, I could probably do that. I think that might be really interesting to do. See what it might be like to live in certain parts of America and whatnot. But, I mean, it would probably still be in Texas, because Texas is hella cheap. But I don't know if I would actually do that or not. Why isn't him wandering around just cut out of the video? Why wasn't him doing... I have no idea, because they probably wanted to pad out the length. Oh, I am going to give it a little while. Honestly, I probably won't do it until Trump is no longer president. And then I would still have to make a decision in terms of whether or not I actually wanted to get U.S. citizenship, because, again, I don't particularly want to be taxed. Especially since, Embrace Santa Cruz thought. Maybe.
Let's see. Hello?
If you're just visiting, don't stay in Texas. No, I have friends in Texas, though, only P. I mean, I'd like to visit California as well, and I'm still planning on doing that.
How are you guys doing? You guys live here in Vancouver?
No. He's just visiting from Ontario, and I'm living here.
Okay, very cool. We're live right now. We're just talking to people. How would you guys feel about becoming the 51st state?
No comment.
No comment? Do you guys like living here in Canada?
Sorry?
Do you like living here in Canada?
Yes. For him, maybe yes, but sometimes I feel like it's like 50-50, you know?
Oh God, they're Indian. I can't wait to get the. I wonder if we're gonna hear any racism. People are exceedingly crazy about like Indian immigrants in Canada. Do not visit Arizona between June and mid-August. Listen, I've been to Texas when it was in August, okay? During the summer. I know. It's fucking hot there. I've experienced it. I went shooting when it was 40 degrees Celsius outside, okay?
If you live in here, it's okay. I mean, but you have pros and cons, right? It's like you have disadvantage as well. Like sometimes the homeless people trying to bug you, and that's the worst part. But rather than that, the atmosphere is fine. People are good in here. Yeah, that's what I would say.
Is it dangerous to live down here? Do you like feel worried?
Sometimes, yeah, you cannot trust anyone, right? Like if you're like walking down the streets and all of a sudden you never know, a person can just come out and try to hurt you, try to harm you so badly, which I feel is very bad.
40C is weak stuff. Hot is when it's over 50. Actually, it might have gone over 50. I don't remember. But it was hot as fuck.
Because we had a couple of incidents in past. Someone tried attacking us and they choked our neck as well. So that was the worst thing, and I'm like, okay.
Really?
Yeah, it was in Metrotown, Burnaby, and then we moved to Renfrew, Collingwood. And I feel that neighborhood, it's a quite nice neighborhood. But downtown at night, it's not worth roaming.
Yeah, downtown in a lot of cities ain't great at night. Is he gonna try and make it seem like Jesus Christ?
Wow. And do you think here in Canada they decriminalized drugs a few years ago? I think it's now back to being criminalized. But do you think because of that decriminalization, it kind of like put the society into a downfall? Like we've seen a lot of people just on drugs out here on the streets in just the past hour we've been out here.
Really, have you? Why haven't you pointed them out? Or did you cut that part out of the video, Nick?
Oh, yeah. And I don't feel like about the drugs, I feel it's not safe. Because even if you give money, or if it's, this is just a government thing, right? They just put on some money in their accounts and everything, and still they are going to do the same thing.
We need to run for a bus. Is this your bus? Yeah. Oh, okay. No worries. Thank you guys. Have a good one. How do you feel about Canada becoming the 51st state?
Not too good.
Not too good?
No.
Are you worried?
Like
what?
I don't like America.
Why don't you like America?
Because they don't, it's more like a third world country for some people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you think Canada is a lot better than America?
Yeah. We have welfare, we have unemployment, we have free health care.
Mm-hmm. Do you think free health care is a good thing?
Has been for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you worry about Donald Trump now referring to your prime minister as governor?
Well, that's Donald Trump for you, right?
Yeah.
He lives in a fantasy land.
Do you think Trump's going to be good for Canada, or do you think he's going to...
Oh, I'm sure the Vancouver drug problem is bad. That's part of why they did that thing. But yeah, although I'm curious how bad drugs are in like, for example, places like Los Angeles, or actually LA is the one that I mostly hear about, but yeah, I don't know. It sounds like all these problems are fairly typical of many large cities.
Put too many tariffs on you guys?
No idea.
No idea?
No idea. No.
And what's your favorite part about being Canadian?
Being Canadian.
Being Canadian?
Yeah.
And what differences do you see here in Canada versus America? Would you say are like the main different things?
Well,
LA is worse, but that's about the worst situation in the US when it comes to a bunch of drug addicts downtown. Yeah. I mean, hell, in my city I've seen drug addicts, and I don't even live in like a huge place, so yeah. Meanwhile, go to Louisiana in the summer, forget that. What the fuck are these questions? I mean, this is Nick Shirley. He's asking questions that probably appeal to his crazy conservative audience. Nick Shirley thinks that Donald Trump is based, and he probably thinks Canada becoming the 51st state would be based.
Just the quality of life, the environment,
How long have you lived here in Vancouver for?
36 years.
36 years. And how have you seen the city go up or down? Do you think it's gone up or down in the past 36 years?
Well, it's gone down in some ways. In this neighborhood, it's gone down. But
we should do an where's East Hastings? Is that in LA? I don't.
Well, thank you so much for your time, sir.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Bye.
How are you doing, ma'am?
Thank you.
Good. Do you like living here in Vancouver?
Who do you represent?
My name's Nick Shirley. We're here on YouTube right now.
On YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the incentives, or what attracts people to move here to Vancouver?
Family. I was living in another part of Canada, and...
Oh, it's the druggy part of Vancouver. Yeah, I mean, I'm not, In Toronto, there are certain places where you really don't want to go. And certainly being downtown at night ain't great either. But at the same time, there's also super, super safe places of Toronto. Like when I was working there, I would walk home sometimes close to midnight, sometimes even at around midnight, especially when we were doing the holiday hours shit. And at no point did I ever feel unsafe. Even when there were crazy, there was, at least in the area that we lived in, I know there was like a crazy homeless guy who would run around sometimes shouting outside on the streets, and he'd be wearing a bathrobe and stuff. But even then it was fine. Why didn't he go to Toronto? Didn't they have a drug addict as mayor? Yes, but that's not why. I'm actually surprised he didn't go to Toronto, because if he got to Toronto, then he could have fear-mongered about all the Muslims that live there. Because Toronto is a very multicultural place. Vancouver probably is too, though. Like, usually immigrants will go and live in, like, bigger cities like that and stuff. Because there's more opportunities there.
I just thought my family's here. I thought, especially with my mom getting older, I thought, yeah.
Rob Ford's brother is the premier of my province, Ontario. Vancouver is 41% foreign-born. Toronto a bit more. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, like, yeah, I worked in Toronto. It was a very multicultural place. Lots of different types of people and stuff, which I thought was fine.
Here, but I wouldn't have otherwise. I would have liked to go to the other coast, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard over there in Ontario it's pretty nice as well.
Ontario, it's the last place I would go.
Last place you'd go?
Yeah.
Interesting. And
yeah.
Also,
oh yeah, a lot of people hate Ontario. They hate us. They hate us because they ain't us.
So underneath Justin Trudeau, I believe around like 5 to 9 million migrants have been let into the country, whether that be for like student visas. But do you think all of that immigration has caused the price of living to go up here? Like, do you think that was a good thing that they let in?
No, I never read the expose on Doug Ford as a drug dealer when he was younger. That's I'm just kidding, Basil. I don't know if that's I'm memeing about they hate us because they ain't us thing. Although like there's actually like much nicer parts of Canada that would probably be cheaper. Coincidence that Ontario is also in California. Oh, there's an Ontario in California. Yes, the Ford family. I can never forgive the Canadians for what they did to the White House. Yeah, you know what? It was based, and we'll do it again if you invade us.
So many migrants into Canada?
I'm not sure we have that many migrants. We have a lot of people brought in through immigration and through education, and it's kind of a double-edged sword. We should have had more housing to begin with, to provide them with housing, but because they're here, they're paying international.
I'm kidding. I'm well aware of the fact that if America were to invade us, we'd be fucked. But I'm sure there'd be some kind of an insurgency, and there'd probably be some war crimes,
International fees to the colleges and universities, which they need to keep going. And so now that we're limiting the international students, higher education.
But by do it again, do you mean throw maple syrup at it this time? Yes. But it'd be the fake maple syrup that was being sold in Quebec. It's actually very funny to me that's a thing that made the national news, and that there's been multiple stories about it. Why are you? Oh, hello, Arthur. The ant infestation would be awful. True. Yeah, in Quebec there was a grocery store that was selling fake maple syrup that was from like a particular distributor, and this made the news. Listen, real maple syrup is fucking awesome, okay? Yeah, can you fucking make your education cheaper, pretty please? Not for foreign students, we can. Our education system is pretty cheap for Canadians, or at least in Ontario.
Got less money, and so they're cutting their programs. Excuse me, yeah.
And how much does it cost to go to, like, how much does an international student pay to go to college here? Is it very expensive to go to college here?
Yeah, it's a lot more than if you're living here, for sure. And it's actually something that's crept up on Canada, I think.
Oh, actually, is that the same? I'm assuming that's the case in America as well, too. Epic mentioned that a lot of like the CCP elite send their children to like American universities. And I bet they probably pay like through the roof for that. I'm getting libbed up vibes from this lady. Yeah, me too.
Because in the 90s, the governments, federal and provincial governments, started putting a lot more money into things other than housing and education.
She's daughter went to Harvard. Yeah, of course.
So they've had to rely a lot more, education's had to rely a lot more on corporate funding and then raising the tuition.
Wow, interesting. So is that one way they are able to make...
By the way, just so y'all know, like, I paid $4,000 for, like, each semester when I went to school. And I was able to pay most of that back with, like, with the Ontario government student loans that they provided. And what happened is my dad worked really hard. Yeah, I know. My dad worked really, really hard. And basically, like, I think that I amassed, I think it was, I don't know how much it was. It was like $40,000 in debt or something. And essentially, as soon as I graduated, when that debt was owed to me, my dad swooped in and deposited the exact amount of money that I owed into my bank account and just had me pay it off right away. It was actually kind of insane. Yeah, I did have to pay only P. University is not free here. $4,000 each semester is more expensive than the University of California system. Well, yeah, but that's 4,000 Canadian epic, not 4,000 American. But, yeah, it's... it was. I think it was $4,000. Yeah. Now, that being said, that was for a history degree. There were definitely ones that were way less or way more. Like if you went to engineering, that shit was, or if you went into engineering, it cost more. But the international students were paying an insane amount of money in comparison to what I paid. Moscow State used to cost about as much, if you didn't qualify for full ride, monopoly money, or rather for tuition waiver. Yeah, it is interesting though to hear that like that's cheaper than is more expensive than university. By the way, what I just said varied from university to university. I went to one of the top schools in this country, so I'm not surprised that it costs that much. Maybe I'll eventually tell you guys what school I went to, but not right now. Scotland has free, and Germany, I don't know what others. I think in the Nordic countries it's free too.
College so cheap here is they import students from other countries and charge them
imports
higher rates, so that way it keeps the pricing low for the Canadians.
Probably. I'm not an expert on it, but it's just...
Yeah, but I'm talking about the top schools in this country, the cost per unit. It doesn't matter what major you have or which university you go to in the system. Oh, that's cool. That it doesn't make a difference. But I believe that it did. That being said, that was a long time ago. I don't know how much tuition is now at particular schools here in Canada. Like this was like in like 2009. I didn't pay a penny for my school because the American taxpayer did, but I was aware of the bill because I got a receipt for what the Air Force covered, and it was $3,200 per US per semester. Yeah, but if we convert that to Canadian though, that's going to be more, right? So that means that I still would have paid less in US dollars than what you paid, because 4,000 USD. But I don't know. We'd have to measure like how much it was at the time, because I'm not sure. I think the exchange rate was I think still at par in like 2009. The exchange rate wasn't doing great. I don't know. This was a long ass time ago though. Harvard for a foreign student costs like $50K plus a year just tuition. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Also, what I just said, by the way, was just tuition. I never lived on campus. That shit is like way too expensive. I lived off campus like the entire time. And when I was doing that, like I think I was paying like $400 a month or $450 a month or something for like to live in a single room in someone's house. Because that's what we did back then. And it's actually very funny looking back on that now, because that is like insanely cheap. I don't know what the conversion is. Well, yeah, we'd have to look back on what the conversion would have been. But is it still, I wonder if it's the same amount. Maybe I'll look it up and see.
Is a major factor because they have that much more money that they can pay their instructors with and have the programs do. Yeah.
Very interesting. And do you think Canada will become the 51st state?
Never. Never. The thing is, Canada is very different from the U.S. A lot of people come here because they like the sense that it's got fewer guns, it's a lot less violence. there's a higher rate of education in our
Oh yeah, this lady is like Canadian lived up.
Our health industry is much different. It's public, so I mean, why would you want to live here?
Yeah, you think that's a good thing, like the free healthcare? Like,
of course, yeah. It's, we pay for it with our taxes, but yeah, absolutely. Everybody's covered.
Yeah. So, say you needed a knee surgery, how long would you have to wait to get in? Is it pretty quick to get in for a knee surgery or like a surgery like that? Or
I think there's a waiting list, but those kinds of surgeries are for seniors. And so there's more seniors now than there were, say, 10 years ago. And so there's a blip, you know, and the governments aren't that good in planning ahead for the blips, but it's a blip that has to do with the age of the citizens. Yeah.
And since the healthcare comes out of like your taxes and whatnot, how much are people getting taxed here in Canada?
Not enough.
Oh, by the way, I just want to say, I am officially becoming a libertarian. Taxation is theft. You want to know why? I fucking hate paying taxes. I found out, I had looked, and apparently, hold on. Wait a minute. So the amount of money that I was gonna make was gonna be like it was gonna be an insane amount. It was like gonna be like $12,000 a month or $12,000 a month or something from my job. Okay, a crazy amount of money. But then after I pay fucking taxes, look at how much money I then you know, that I am then making each month. Only like $8,410. The fucking government is robbing me. They're taking my money. $3,500. They're just taking it from me. The goddamn fucking government taking my money. Yeah, I'm kidding, obviously, but you know, it's it's like it's kind of crazy. By the way, this is still more money than I've ever made in my entire life. How much is that in real money? What? Oh, you mean in American money? I don't fucking know. 8,410 add to USD. It's $6,000 USD. I'm not actually a libertarian. I'm just kidding. It's fine. I don't care. Like honestly, it's a disgusting amount of money that like I said, like that is more money I've ever made in my entire life. Ukraine has a 5% income tax if you register as a sole proprietor. Just saying. What does that mean? I can't just become a Ukrainian citizen. I don't even speak your language.
Not enough.
I'm not sure if I should respond to what Debabor just said, because I don't know, like, the extent to which that, like, you could say that something about your money being wasted or whatever. Like, I just... Certainly, I feel like, I mean, in California, it seems like, at least to some degree, that tax money has been put to good use. Like, they have Medi-Cal and stuff, which is really cool. Russia has 4% for sole proprietors, just... Yeah, but then I have to give money to the Russian company. Anyway.
There's a lot of tax breaks. If we were taxed more, we would be able to offer more. For instance, if we had better taxes, higher taxes, we'd be able to offer education to more people. Because as it's getting right now, if you don't have money in the bank, you're going to be ladled with a pretty high student debt, like $50,000 easy. And who wants that? Especially when the future is looking so unstable with climate change and everything.
Below medium wage in California, sad, so much hate. Oh, wait, is that actually below the medium? Wait, $6,000 a month is below the medium wage in California? That's fucking crazy. Move on, Nick. She isn't buying your stuff. No, you don't understand. Nick's audience is going to see this lady and think she's nuts.
Wow. Very interesting. Do you think Canada is at threat of climate change?
Of course, absolutely. No doubt about it. I mean, absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a great...
Climate change? I'm sure Nick surely doesn't think that's real either.
Rest of your day. Great lady right there, everybody. Great lady, nice lady. She actually gave us a lot of good insights of Canada. What's going on here? Where are you from?
I'm from the Philippines.
From the Philippines. And are you here on a student visa?
No, I'm working now.
Working now?
I've been here for 3 years.
3 years. And how does that work, the visas? How long can you stay here in Canada for?
On my new visa, I can stay here for like 2 more years.
2 more years.
Yeah.
Is your plan to save up money, work here in Canada, then move back to the Philippines, or do you want to stay in Canada forever?
I don't want to stay here forever. Yeah. Because I don't think I can save up like much, because the cost of living here is also like too much. It's just like, I don't know.
So do you think a lot of immigrants were brought in on false hope that they're going to be able to move here to Canada, make a lot of money, then take it back to their country?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
And that's not how it's turned out?
Yeah, it's not really like that. I think a lot of people move here because they thought like they're going to bring a lot of money, but not really.
You think a lot of people are returning back to their original countries with less money than they actually...
Yeah, I think so, yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Wow. And how much does it cost to live here?
Too much. In Vancouver? I don't know.
What's your rent?
I'm paying like more than let's say 1,200.
1,200.
But I'm sharing the house with like 4
Wait, $1,200 a month? That's not even that bad.
other people, so like the whole house is maybe 4 or 5 or something.
Although if he's just paying a room in like a house, then that's shitty. Yeah, it's gotten crazy. Okay, I lied. 4% for self-employed, 6% for proprietors. Oh, Russia.
Wow. Yeah. And how much do you have to pay for college?
16 or 17,000 per semester, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, it's a lot for international students.
Wow.
But I already finished my school, so it's
crazy. And how much do you plan to? Are you?
Oh, no, you don't understand, Basil. This also supports Nick Shirley's argument, right? Because conservatives like Nick Shirley will constantly bang on about how bad it is that people like basically come to your country and take advantage of the education system, which they pay a shitload more money for than other people do, and then they leave and go back to their own country, you know. $1,200 a month gets you a cardboard box here. Yeah. Probably the same as in New York, too.
In debt right now from college?
By the way, in Toronto, I don't even know if $1,200 a month would get you far anymore. When I was living there, it was fine. But, yeah, everything is way more expensive now. I was even looking, into moving, like, to where I would be moving for my new job. And, like, even that's going to cost more. But I'll be able to afford it.
No, you graduated without debt. And, when you go back to the Philippines, do you think your quality of life will be like, will you be able to use the skills you learned here to go back to the Philippines and become like super rich?
Not really.
No,
because I think the education here is not that more.
Oh, sweet summer child, Kalinda. Wait, what do you mean, Tuckman? 1,200 in Toronto, LOL. No, that's what I mean. It used to be. I think you could maybe get a 1-bedroom for like 1,300 or something in Toronto a long time ago when I was living there, but that was ages ago, right? And now everything is way more.
Like, I guess, not more serious. I don't know.
Really?
It's more laid back here, I guess.
Wow, interesting. So it's like, why do so many international students want to come here to Canada?
I don't know. Maybe they just want something new, you know?
Wow. Does your family in the Philippines have a lot of money, like your dad or?
Not really, just normal people.
Normal people.
Hello.
Hello, Arthur.
I've made the executive decision to arrive and hang out.
Oh, really? Why? Are you just trying to stop me from watching this video? Is that what you're doing?
No. I can be mischievous and scheming, but I could also be not that occasionally. I have the capacity. So, there you go.
Oh, damn, it doesn't say how much money the rent is at this place anymore. It used to say. I was checking to see how much the rent was at the old place that I used to live at when I was when I lived in Toronto, because we got so much less. The place that had the schizophrenic lady next door to us and was cockroach infested, that place. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I don't even fuck, what was the Wow, Debate Board is once again being obsessed with the evil leftists taking over the universities in my chat. And like, yeah, I agree, that's not good, but Jesus Christ. In any case. Oh, earlier, I don't know if you were here, Arthur, if you saw it, but we were talking to Henry about the, Oh,
I did not see, no.
oh, okay. We were talking to Henry about, Alabuga, a region in Russia that's like an economic zone, and they have a school there, and apparently like there's a bunch of streamers who were streaming on Twitch, and they make drones there, and they were trying to like advertise to get people to like come to the school there, and also to come work in like drone or in like drone making factories and shit. All those accounts recently got banned on Twitch, but it took Twitch forever to ban them. Basically, it took like people getting mad on social media before they actually did anything about it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. These people stream?
Yes, there were some Russian streamers who were streaming on Twitch. They were streaming esports competitions.
From
CS:GO.
Alabuga.
Yes.
When?
Recently, I think. I think they all just got banned like yesterday off of Twitch. But yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Alabuga is not a region, it's a special economic zone.
Yes, yeah, in Tatarstan.
Tatarstan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a region.
But no, I did not see that.
Apparently they're trying to get people to go to school there as well too, like people from Africa and whatnot, and they have like advertisements.
That's been going on for like 3 years. God. I hate it here.
XBQI, I don't know if Arthur knows about the Mali stuff, unless you regularly follow the exploits of the Africa Corps, Arthur, the AKA
I do not regularly follow the exploits of the Africa Corps, no.
Yeah, all right. I kind of figured that you wouldn't. But also look at him. Odin's so cute. What an adorable doggo. Anyway. Yeah, I don't really know, like, I don't know, do you want me to share my screen? Do you want to watch this video?
We can do that.
So much hate Mr. Russia doesn't know about my random niche thing. But did you think that like, XBQY, did you think that, that Arthur was gonna know about every random thing? Oh, also...
I do know everything about every random thing. I just choose not to share it strategically to piss off specifically individual members of the audience. That is how that works. Yes.
Also, we've got a new Doomy video from our dear friend Vaniloven. Aw. She's like snuggling. That's funny. Okay. All right, hold on. I
have arrived to, in some part, to bully you to watch serious things, though. A little bit. Like, in a friendly, like, fluffy, maybe you should consider it kind of way.
Listen, I'm sure that will be a thing that I will do later. Potentially. I don't know. Actually, you know what?
I'm sure it will potentially be.
Well,
yeah.
After I finish this, then I promised Pat that I would watch his Texas is the most conservative thing video, and then after that, yeah, if Epic's still not here yet, then we can probably watch like maybe that CSIS thing about Iran, or maybe potentially some other serious thing while I play video games. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
Okay. Let me press a few buttons.
Yes. Yes, Arthur, you don't want to make the audience mad about taking the slop away, okay? I need to do the slop. The slop is part of this. Anyway, let's go.
Okay.
But not
I
too
guess.
rich. No, just the right. Wow.
Are you excited to go back to Philippines and get out of Canada?
Well, if I'm gonna go out of Canada, I won't gonna stay in the Philippines. I would rather move to other countries because I don't really like our current government.
Really, the Philippines is it hard to live in Philippines?
I don't think you can get like much money. Yeah.
Hocus pocus coming through here. Oh my gosh, we gotta talk to this witch.
Oh my god.
Excuse me, we just have to talk to you guys. You guys dressed up, you guys witches?
Literally, this is just my winter coat. Not her, me. This is from a company called Arm Street. They're in Ukraine, so they make like medieval and Viking armor and dresses and finery and...
That's a cool coat.
Winter coat?
Isn't that a cool coat? Don't you guys have cool winter coats in Russia, Arthur?
It is cool. Well, traditionally, yeah, those are some pretty cool ones because pelts were a thing up here in the north. But because remember, even Canada, something like 80% of Canadian ag is south of Sochi or something equivalent. It's like roughly Crimea level. So we had a lot of pelts.
Oh,
because we're that
yeah.
further north.
Yeah. We used to my history was like beaver pelt stuff, right? Like in Canada, there was a whole like beaver trade thing where people would like get beaver pelts and whatnot. That was like a big thing back before like my country became independent, when it was like a British colony and stuff. But yeah, that was also I like the Ushanka. It's a cool hat. My understanding is that both Russians and Ukrainians wear those. The Russian winter hat.
I think everyone northern wears those. Like the Finns do, the Estonians do, the various native peoples of Russia do. Or maybe not like Ushanka specifically, but something similar-ish.
Yeah. They are comfy hats. Okay.
Wow, do you like doing like cosplay?
I do, I'm a cosplayer, yeah. Yeah, I've been cosplaying for like over a decade.
Really? Yeah. Wow, yeah, we saw you, we were like, this is like hocus pocus out here.
You know what's tragic about this video? And like Nick Shirley in general?
Yes.
The fact that not nobody. It seems like the discernment between an actual investigative journalist, like Christo Groza, for example, and Nick Shirley doesn't seem to be present.
Well, of course not. I mean, Nick Shirley told a lot of people what they wanted to hear about how there was fraud everywhere, and arguably led to all that insane crap that happened in Minneapolis that didn't really need to happen. Because of some shit that he thought that, I don't know. He's not a very smart dude. You know.
It's not about him being not very smart. It's about him being in a position where he's not being very smart, like, significantly matters.
Yeah, I know.
That's
it's not
tragic.
great. It's really not great. Like, it
I have
just
thoughts,
doesn't...
like, they're gonna veer off into a tangent, but I guess if I'm being brief, there is a accelerating decline or collapse of the time between a thing being like the thing itself and then turning into a symbol, and then the symbol kind of replacing the original thing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
I guess for the benefit of Chad, who might not be following.
Hold on, before you continue, debate board, do you actually have any evidence of there being like shitloads of fraud in places like California that like wasn't previously under investigation and that was newly uncovered or whatever? Because I'm sorry, but like if there was fraud going on, it wasn't uncovered because Nick Shirley fucking said anything about it, okay? Nick Shirley is an idiot who walked around like fucking with local Republican weirdo conspiracy operatives in Minneapolis and basically like went to daycare centers and asked people where their children were. And then like, because he didn't see any children, he was like, oh my God, these guys are doing fraud. And like that video was deceptive. He went to one place when it wasn't even fucking open, which he didn't even show. It was all just incredibly stupid shit. And I'm sorry, but like, no, I'm not going to believe that. Nor am I going to believe him going to like hospice centers in California and people not wanting to talk to him being evidence that they were all fraudsters. Like, please show me a real investigation, because that wasn't it. That was just him, like, and then him assuming that because a bunch of like kids or a bunch of people, some of whom work there, or like there were a bunch of like rich people cars in the hospice parking lots, meant that all of these people were fraudsters, when it's entirely possible that some of those cars could have been owned by people who actually, you know, were there at the hospices visiting their fucking families or whatever. Or they had fucking rich parents. Like the one guy that he talked to literally was like, yeah, my dad owns this car and I just work at this hospice. And he's probably like part-time working there, and he's probably got like a rich ass family who told him he needed to get a fucking job. Anyway, I'm not saying it didn't exist. I just think Nick Shirley is like a fucking retard, and I think it's silly to look at him and be like, oh my god, he uncovered so much stuff. Most of the shit that he was talking about, by the way, was stuff that was already being investigated or had previously been prosecuted. Like, it's not like California or Minneapolis hadn't gone after any fraud.
I miss being goth. I'd like to bring back some goth into my life, so yeah.
Goth. We gotta bring it back.
Goth witch. I would cosplay every day if I could.
Really?
Honestly, yeah.
What's your favorite cosplay?
Geralt from The Witcher, which I do. Loki from Avengers, because airline. Also, a lot of House of the Dragon cosplay right now.
And what do you think about Canada becoming the 51st state?
I love how he just randomly threw that political question in there after talking to her about nerdy shit. It's very ridiculous.
Well,
yeah,
not
I know
really.
what hospice care is. Well, yeah, I know. It's because he was like breaking the ice, I guess.
Yeah. You make conversation with people, especially on the street, and you like establish
Yeah,
your
I have.
friendliness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To Vapor, you don't even know if there were any patients or not. Like the one place that he got into was an office. He never he never went into any of these places. You can't just walk into a hospice and be like, "Hey, can I see your patients?" That's not how it works. Just like you can't go to a daycare and be like, "Show me the children."
On my authority
am I allowed
as
to use
a
a swear?
citizen journalist, I hereby demand to see all your financials. And
Yeah, it's not.
yeah,
It doesn't
like,
really
no,
work like
that's not how it
that.
works.
It's literally, it's all just a bunch of, isn't it weird? And then you jump to conclusions. That's how this guy does quote unquote journalism. He even looks smart in
remember-
his freeze frame. Yeah.
There are people who do open source investigations of things and uncover a lot of useful and interesting and like actually truly novel information. Those people's names
Yeah.
are, for example, Bellingcat. They did the whole MH17 investigation off of open source
Oh,
information.
yeah, they did do that, yeah.
4chan has been able to call it an airstrike off of open source information. You can do open source, just internet autism kind of research. You don't even need to physically go places.
Yeah,
But-
true.
Again, there's a critical lack of discernment between actual investigations and just hot air. Or there's a lack of care between the, or about rather, the real things and the symbols of things, which is tragic.
Yeah, I know. It was just, they just wanted to like make it into like this big crazy thing. When really, I think it was just about the immigrants, because the entire thing, it was basically him just focusing on like, on the Somali people, which, you know.
Fuck no. Also, they should just bloody try it and see where that gets them.
Do you think Canada would be able to withstand the United States?
Look, we burned down. All I'm saying is, remember it happened once to the White House? All I'm saying, that's all I'm saying. We know where it is.
Do you think Americans should be worried about Canadians?
Well, yeah, if you try to come for us. Yeah.
And should Canadians be worried for Americans?
You know what? I'm suddenly in
there's a reason
favor
why
of
I'm
the
not traveling
51st
down
state
there
idea.
anytime soon.
What do you think about Trump?
Sorry?
What do you think about Trump saying? What do you think about Trump referring to your guys' prime minister as the governor of the great
May I
state of
make a
California?
gesture?
Think of it this way. About the
I think that
51st
sums it up
state.
quite nicely.
You think that's pretty insulting?
What'd you say?
I think it's pretty widely recognized. I'm in favor of the 51st state idea. Somewhat unironically.
What?
Here's why.
Is this your weird
You know
open
how-
borders shit?
No.
Okay.
It is a half a meme take, but it contains like a kernel of truth, maybe. You know how the Reconstruction era is generally seen as a failure in American historiography?
Yes.
What do you think would happen to a 330 million United States if they annexed a country of, what are you, like
40 million.
40 mil? Yeah. And tried to, like, integrate it? Wouldn't that make the entire country more
Oh, you're
based and
saying
centrist and
you're talking about, yeah, I mean that is true. Like that's why the whole thing was dumb and it wasn't going to happen. Like Epic also just said it in chat. Canada will make us a blue country. Yeah. Like
so
America,
there you go. Based.
yeah, if Canada got integrated into the United States and all of our provinces each became states, all of them would be blue states except for like maybe Alberta. Actually, except for Alberta, I'll say. But you know.
Terrible argument they don't have the British Empire this time. You mean that Canada won't be able to put up with the American like military, or it won't make the US sufficiently blue, or what's going on?
Sorry, hold on. Oh yeah, this lady just gave the finger for the Empire did that, not Canada alone. That is true.
Sorry? What do you think about Trump saying? What do you think about Trump referring to your guys' prime minister as the governor of the great state of California?
Gesture? There. I think that sums it up quite nicely.
You think that's pretty insulting of our president, Donald Trump, to call Trudeau the governor of Canada?
Exactly. And it's not subtle. We know what he's doing.
Okay, I think that this had to have been filmed after or before, because otherwise somebody would have corrected him and said, "Excuse me, our prime minister is Mark Carney. It's not Trudeau."
We know what he's saying. We're not stupid. But just try it. We took the White House once. We know where it is.
Can we track the movements of
we're nice to a
Shirley
point.
through time?
Yeah.
I don't
Isn't
know.
that doable?
No. I mean,
That
it's
would have been a
possible.
long time ago.
Yeah.
The election was like, what, a year ago? For Carney?
What?
Yes? When was Carney elected?
When was Carney elected? I think, yeah, it was a year ago. The election was a year ago, yeah.
Yeah, so no, it couldn't have been that long ago, because Shirley didn't even exist as a political force at that point, did he?
I mean, he did, but I think that he was basically just around.
He was busy doing other things, at the very least.
But yeah,
no?
I mean, he went to Ukraine like a while ago. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what his content. I guess he got like super big because of that fucking stupid Minneapolis shit that he did.
What disadvantages would come from Canada becoming part of the United States?
Everyone. We love our healthcare. I love the fact that I can go to the doctor or the hospital for any reason and not get bankrupt and not have to choose between a place to live and being seen by a doctor. Mm-hmm. I like the fact that that education's a priority here. I like the fact that the environment's a priority here. I like the fact that it's just everybody's nice. I also like not having school shootings on the daily. Yeah.
All right, to be fair, this is like a lot of like Canada brain view of America. The United States doesn't have daily school shootings. That's kind of ridiculous. And honestly, if America wanted to invade us, they probably would roll us over. But yeah, he exposed fraud in Ukraine. Needless to say, he would be. Wait, did he actually? Did you watch his video? I started watching it. It looked like it was just like a regular sort of thing. I wouldn't say weekly school shootings, Pat. Probably, although there might be mass shootings weekly, but their entire understanding of the U.S. is memes. That's why I'm not really surprised by that, because most people, yeah, like I used to not know certain things. The other thing too that's interesting is if we did become the 51st state, it's very possible that that like we would still get to keep our health care, because that stuff is administered on a province by province basis. So it wouldn't be we become the 51st state if each of our provinces each became states and we still got to keep running our shit the same way as we did previously. Then I don't know that we would just lose our health care. Like I feel like that's probably not correct necessarily either, but who the fuck knows? Obviously, I don't want Canada to join the US, but I feel like people talking about it as if it would be a good thing is rather silly, because we would actually just make America blue. Because we are much more liberal than the United States currently is. Or like further left in any case. We're not a socialist country, but yeah. Y'all would keep
In
your
Terra
health care
Invicta,
just like any other state can, yes.
when you research United North America, you just merge the two economies together, and it averages out the education level and the welfare
Yeah.
stuff. So
Tuckbringer says, you're assuming we would give you equal representation. Yeah, I mean, if you better, if you didn't, that would be pretty fucked. I don't know. Although then again, I guess like Puerto Rico
when did that
doesn't
stop
get
anyone?
equal. What?
When did that stop anyone?
I know. I don't know. We would rebel if you didn't give us equal representation.
That will go well.
Maybe who knows? We can keep you as a territory. Yeah, fuck no.
How is crime here? Like, how hard?
We'd still get to keep the healthcare though, probably, like what Epic said, because we'd still be able to run ourselves how we would want.
Is it to get guns?
Well, as somebody who has shot on a range, but only on a range, I wouldn't know.
Oh, Prita, I understand. You're talking about mass shootings. That's different, though. Specifically, we were talking about school shootings. You better hope the British are better negotiators than the Spanish. What?
Adweek puts the number of school shootings at 38 in 2025.
Yeah,
So,
there's not
there you
that
go.
many. The day of the rake is... Oh, my God. Thank you for the meme. I think that's from South Park.
Prefer for people to have to go through certain steps and for it to be highly regulated. Because this is a responsibility, this is not a right. This is a responsibility, and it should be treated as such with the weight that carries.
And before you go into this craft store, what would be your message to Donald Trump for referring to your Prime Minister as the governor of the great state of Canada?
Fuck you. On behalf of all Canada and with our full chest and all politeness, fuck you.
Based.
You fucking Cheeto.
That's it?
Tangerine Mussolini?
Tangerine Mussolini.
Shitler? We can go on.
You think that's fair to call Trump Shitler?
Yes, actually I do. Very much so. Very much so.
He's just so aghast.
Because we share a border, we're very acutely aware of the rhetoric that comes over the border, and that rhetoric has now somewhat poisoned our discourse as well. There are people who are in Canada who are trying to follow in his footsteps. We're not going to stand for that.
Oh, I bet this was right before the election, maybe.
And if you could cast a spell on Donald Trump, what would you say? And how would you do it?
Oh.
Cosplay time.
Only one?
Multiple.
Only one? No, let's just say if House of the Dragon were real and I had a dragon, let's just say, you know what would happen.
Like, how would you do it? Like,
I'm not...
He's just really...
not sure there's any spell, actually, that would be adequate. Any single spell that would be adequate.
the most adequate one.
One that to instill a conscience, a sense of morality, decency.
How would it say, like, hocus pocus, abracadabra, iskamash? Like, how would it go?
He's really trying to get her to perform, to dance for him.
I can't say.
This is your time to shine, ma'am. This is your time to practice your wizardry.
Be gone.
We found the
I
Etsy
suppose.
witch.
Be gone.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
And, like, how'd you flick the wand? Just flick it?
Just wave the wand. Just be gone with force.
Be gone with
Yes.
force.
Yeah.
Clear message right there. Have a great rest of your day, ma'am. Stay witched up. Police are arresting some folks up here.
Yeah, he is. Oh, boy.
How are you guys doing? What are these police arresting these guys for, do you think?
Okay, so what's happened is the Safe Streets Act has been repealed. And as such, under the guidance of the mayor and a very corrupt police board, they're starting to roust people from what has become, associated with Vancouver, which is open drug use. Those three people have a habit, they have a sickness, and they have nowhere else to be, but they're being taken away from this spot. And it's all in the name of sanitizing Vancouver so that we present, basically I tell people it's lipstick on a pig. We're still ugly, we still have flaws, but we have a leadership and a majority, a super majority council that is driving a very narrow vision for Vancouver right now. A terribly, terribly narrow vision.
Yeah.
I mean, those people still have rights, but this is Canada, and we can't get together on what our actual rights are. It's taken us decades to even come close to addressing the fact that we need a constitution. And if we had a constitution,
What? We have a constitution.
this would not be happening.
What is this guy talking about? We've got a constitution.
Because there's even more resources being drawn upon. There's a $434 million annual police budget for Vancouver right now.
I can't speak to Vancouver. No, you don't. You said you do. I checked. No, y'all literally don't. What?
We've got highest per capita security costs of anywhere in North America. Those people need a house. And right now, with 1, 2, and 3 cops involved, that would have paid for a hotel room for them for the night. Instead, those cops are going to go home. They're going to go to another city that they don't like. They don't even belong to Vancouver. They're going to go to another city and crow to their friends and relatives that they did a good job. And really, all they did is put a boot on a man or a woman's neck today. It's abuse. It's abuse of civility. It's abuse of humanity.
We do have a constitution. The UK doesn't. We don't call it the Constitution of Canada. I'm so confused right now.
Yeah, there's the Canadian Constitution on justice.canada.ca is a page that exists.
Because we passed a Constitution Act, this means we don't have like a written constitution. That's kind of an odd.
By the way, is
y'all are being
why...
deeply unserious right now. Epic, I'm sorry, I don't. Is it because that we didn't?
I think this is a troll. I think this is a bad philosophy moment.
He's not. Also, don't say that. He's gonna come in here and yell at you and potentially me.
Okay. I mean, I'm used to being yelled at, and that's fine.
Israel
What's the difference between a Constitution Act and a Constitution? Like, within the Canadian system, what's the difference?
I don't. Oh, it's because I guess that the Constitution comprises core written documents and provisions that are constitutionally entrenched, take precedence over all other laws, and place substantive limits on government action. These include constitution. Yeah, okay, so we have like a series of documents rather than like a single constitution, but it said this is still written down. It's all right. We will chat later. I'm making eggs. Okay, cool. That's fine. But like for that guy to claim that we don't have a constitution in like this weird way, as if to say that just isn't true, or as if to say that means that like citizens have no, like that's not true. We've got the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's a thing. And that's like another part of like the Constitution, or like one of the core Constitution documents. It seems like what we actually have is like a is like this law stands above all other laws, but it's not technically like an actual constitution like the American Constitution. Instead, it's like a series of laws, but these laws are held above all other laws. No, our Constitution, the first Constitution Act was in 1867, which was when we became a country separate from Britain. And then they passed another one in 1982, which I think contained the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Yeah, the Constitution Act, it outlined Canada's system of government, which combines Britain's Westminster model of parliamentary government with the division of sovereignty. Yeah, we have a type of federalism here. Although it's the first of 20 British North America acts, it is the most famous as the primary document of Canadian Confederation. Yeah, like that was when we went through the process to decouple or to like become independent.
Who's he, by the way?
Who?
Epic says, quote, "He's right, you're not, that's why," end quote. And I don't know who he's referring to.
Probably the guy in this video. But I don't know why he's trying to make this weird claim that like people don't have any rights when like they do. Like we even have like a fucking human rights court here where people can sue if they feel their rights have been violated and shit.
Oh, is this a constitution, like parliamentary supremacy kind of argument? Because I think I know where this is going.
Maybe. I don't know.
It might be like, oh, you adopted a constitutional act, quote unquote, by an act of parliament, and therefore you could just adopt another act of parliament, which would undo the constitutional act of 1867
Yeah,
and
that would
1980,
yeah,
whatever.
yes, yeah, yeah, potentially. Although I feel like that would take a little bit more than just.
That feels like a bad philosophy moment.
But I don't know.
By a similar mechanism, albeit different in degree, you could argue that the U.S. also doesn't have a constitution because you could do a constitutional convention and be like, well, we're rejecting
Yeah,
the
but
whole
that
document
takes
called,
more than just.
like, I don't
Also, we
know.
do have a
It would be
formula
difficult.
to amend the Constitution. Like you can
Sure.
amend it. We can amend the constitutional acts, and we've done it.
Is it more difficult than like amending a different act, or?
Well, I don't know that it's. The thing is that this is defined as like the law above all other laws. So I don't think you can just pass a law and say this law is now replacing the other law. I'm not sure that it's that simple.
Well, in constitutions generally, there is a mechanism to amend a constitution.
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the idea that you could basically just amend, or that you could like replace the Constitution Act with another Constitution Act simply by passing a law. I don't think that it's that simple. I don't think you can just do that.
Is it provincial constitution? Doug Bringen told us to search up provincial constitutions or thing. Constitution Act 1982, Chapter 5. For each province there shall be an officer styled the Lieutenant Governor, appointed by Governor General in the Council by instrument under the Great Seal of Canada. Like, okay. Lieutenant Governor shall, assuming that blah blah blah. Provisions of the Act referring to the Lieutenant Governor shall apply. Doesn't matter. The constitution of the executive authority in each of the provinces of Nova Scotia and New Brunswick shall, subject to the provisions of this Act, continue to exist until altered under the authority of this Act. Neat. All powers, authorities, and functions of the Parliament of Great Britain. Or the other. What's the relevance?
I mean, I think that it's not. This isn't exactly the same as Britain. I don't think. Like, doesn't Britain have like basically an unwritten constitution, or it's largely unwritten? Like ours is. A bunch of our shit is written down. The existence of unwritten constitutional components was reaffirmed in 1998 by the Supreme Court in reference-free secession of Quebec. A constitution is more than a written text. It embraces the entire global system of rules and principles which govern the exercise of constitutional authority. A superficial reading of selected provisions of the written constitutional enactment without more may be misleading. In practice, there have been three unwritten sources of unwritten constitutional law. Constitutional conventions form part of the Constitution, but they are not judicially enforceable. They include, Jesus Christ, this is all so complicated. That's so weird. I feel like I took a civics class in high school. It feels very odd to me that we didn't learn this, unless I just forgot it or wiped it from my brain. Which maybe I did.
Constitutional law is one of the most complicated things.
Yeah,
really.
Probably.
However,
crazy.
It doesn't mean that you shouldn't know it.
Well,
probably.
Yeah, I know.
I should go find that constitutional law textbook.
Oh, you mean the Russian one?
Yeah. Man. I need to go find it. Hold on.
Okay. Oh shit, is Fire in my chat like trying to like bait Epic into an argument now? Oh no. Oh shit. I mean, yeah, it sounds like we don't have a constitution in the same way that the United States has one. Yeah, that's true. But I feel like it seems like we have one more than what Britain has. I don't know why the fuck we never learned this. Fire the same duder everyone sometimes talking about. Yes, Octo, Fire is an Indonesian communist in my chat who last night or in my Discord who last night on Voice was basically defending he was essentially like defending China and saying that he would rather China be like or like he wants multipolarity, or that he would rather China be like the #1 thing in the world.
Absolute king. I respect people not taking their meds.
Oh.
Being that committed to the bit, I respect it.
Yeah. Okay, sometimes I confuse Fire and the other commie. Wait, there's another commie person in my Discord? Who the hell else is a commie? Oh, not in my Discord. Oh, okay. Yeah, we've only got one communist in my Discord. I'm actually kind of sad about it. I kind of wanted more brain dead leftists. But I guess right now we've got a commie and we've got like a conservative and yeah, I don't know. Did you find the book? Oh boy.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm looking for it.
Are you
I
here
found
to
some
tell
interesting rocks.
Yeah, I just want to tell you, I guess we'll start with Canada doesn't have a formal written constitution. So that's just true. What the difference is, obviously, liberal democracies have constitutions, but there's a difference between what's called a formal written constitution and an informal constitution. Canada's constitution is a series of different acts and then also
Yeah.
common law precedent, which is totally different than a written constitution like in the United States or France. And this is why a few months ago I asked you, doesn't Canada not have a written constitution? Because none of the British Westminster style of governments do, because the whole thing that makes British parliamentary democracy kind of unique is that they don't have a formal written constitution. They use informal customs that carry over from common law. It doesn't mean you don't have rights and stuff, but it's different
yeah.
because your system it's more prone to change. Like courts can reinterpret those rights much quicker than our courts can. We need to amend our constitution. You guys have a much more fluid system. There's advantages and disadvantages, but it is a difference that we should understand.
Okay, no, that's fair. I mean, like, I don't know why. I feel like this is something I should have learned in civics, and I either did and forgot about it because it was in high school, or like we just never like learned it like this, because it always seemed like, you know, that we had one or whatever. But
well, you guys have a constitution,
to be fair, this is
in
about
a
high
sense of
school,
speaking.
probably.
But when we say formal written constitution, it means like that. Like the U.S. government derives 100% of its power from the Constitution. Without the Constitution, the US government doesn't even have a right to exist. That's not really how it works in the British system that Canada inherited. By the way, Israel's like this. Israel doesn't have... Israelis will talk about, we need a constitution. They still have constitution acts. They still have like...
They have the basic laws are basically the laws that will eventually, or that could eventually make up Israel's constitution, yes. But yeah, that's...
Now, I'm not saying it's better or worse. Again, there's advantages and disadvantages. Like your system is not inherently inferior. It's just different.
Well, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just think that like what this guy is saying in this video just seems kind of crazy or like strange for him to say that like, therefore all this weird stuff is happening with drug addicts because Canada has no constitution or what have you, which is technically not.
It sounds
really,
like somebody who like has an America brain, like lactoid. Like, that's what it sounds like.
Yeah, that is potentially the case. Yes, I don't know enough about what's going on in Vancouver because I don't live there. Hello, Kitty. But when did you want to watch the debate, the California debate?
I can right now if you want to, or whenever you want to. I mean, I'm home now,
Okay.
so. Mom got his dog park in.
Yeah, we could do it right now, actually. I don't think there's anybody else here, but yeah, we can. Okay, hold
I haven't
on.
seen the debate, so it'll be new to me.
Watch together. I'd rather do this than share my screen. I'd rather do some sort of watch together-ish thing. Just because then we can like you can pause it if you want to say something and it's not just gonna be yeah.
Okay.
I think this one should be fine. Watchparty.me. Okay. Sorry, Nick Shirley, but you're really not. Actually, there's only like a couple minutes left in this video. Can we just watch the rest of this? I'm
Yeah, go
sharing
ahead.
my screen.
Feel free.
Okay.
It's abuse of democracy because we unfortunately have to understand that we live in a world that hates a lot of people, and as such we are a living proof.
And so just to kind of explain what's going on right now. So we have 3 guys. We got 2 police officers right there
harassing 3 street people.
People that are probably on. Are they doing drugs? Probably most likely doing drugs, right?
Maybe. But the thing is, you can't come to that assumption, nor can a cop just come up and put his hands on you based on an assumption.
Yeah. So what do you think people should be able to do drugs out in the open? Be able to smoke weed, do fentanyl on the streets, do crack, do dope?
That happens everywhere in the world. So, I mean, if we want to pick on Vancouver and, like, create some dogpile,
Is this a thing that happens in LA? Do people just openly do drugs everywhere? I'm genuinely curious. Like, or not everywhere, but in certain places.
So after the whole defund the police movement, a couple of cities, LA being one of them, actually did defund the police. And then, yes, you had people doing drugs in public downtown. For a while, on like every single day, people were dying because they would like step on a needle with fentanyl and OD and die when they were walking to work.
Oh,
That's how
yeah.
bad it was. It got bad
Yeah.
enough, Newsom had to send the National Guard into several of our cities to literally sweep these people the fuck out. So not anymore.
And the most
but,
impacted
like,
area
4
was
or
the
5
Twitter
years
office.
ago. Yes, it was actually. That's very funny. That's true. That's not a meme. The walkway in
Well,
front
I
of the
was
Twitter
memeing
office
because
was...
the tech engineers are probably on, like super on drugs over there.
Oh, no, but really, the Twitter office was in the most dangerous part of San Francisco. It's to the point where Twitter had to pay private security to escort their workers to work. It was really bad.
That's rather funny, honestly. Okay.
But now we
I don't
have the
think we
1,000-year
deserve-
Newsom Reich, so they sent in the
Base.
National Guard, and a couple of them, it was very funny. They offered them, they're like, either you can go to jail for drug use, or you can take this ticket out of San Francisco in a bus. Pick one, Western man. It's very funny.
All right, I'm gonna keep going with this. Oh, I need to feed this cat, so I'll be right back.
To be anywhere near the top of that focus. For centuries, there are places like Amsterdam, a port city, that have had liberalized ideas about the world because there's a constant influx and commingling of cultures, and each culture brings with it its own ideas, assumptions, and expectations. So if we're going to be involved with the world with the other 8 or 9 billion people that are kicking around, we're going to have to put up with some different opinions.
Hey, thank you. We appreciate it. Stay safe, everybody. Anyways, thank y'all so much. Surely Defense, check it out. We'll see you guys very, very soon. Peace out.
Why does he seem like less like illiterate in this one? Like it seems like his speech patterns are more normal.
Well, it could be that he got media training, because I still don't buy that this is many, many months or even a year old. It could be that he is going for less of a character, maybe? Although I don't know how...
I just feel like if it was
Maybe he's-
recent, then the fact that he's saying Trudeau, people would like point that out, right?
Like, kind of, yeah, but also... Maybe it's just a news item that he's referring to? Like,
Yeah, I've been wondering about that for literally for like this entire video, is why the fuck is he acting like Trudeau is still the prime minister? I don't understand. It's
The
very
very
fucking
fact that we need to
weird.
wonder is a condemnation of this video. Just like good investigative journalists either do disclose these kinds of details or make it evergreen or like sufficiently kind of ambiguous or non-time bound to where this doesn't need to be a question, right?
Okay, hold on.
By the way, Octo, I made a Japanese omelet with some hash browns, as God intended. He was asking about the egg style, what gender of eggs I got.
What gender of eggs?
The
Okay.
you know the chemical elements gender meme? Like there are only two chemical elements. The rest are mental illnesses. Hydrogen, helium. Anything?
Everything's hydrogen. I have not seen that meme, though. What's the context of that?
You know the normal conservative retorts to being like, well, there are two genders, men and women, and everything else is a mental illness because they're low in percentage terms of the population.
Mm-hmm.
So the Twitter liberal kind of retort to that would be, okay, but if you look at the makeup of the universe, the vast majority is helium plus hydrogen. So
Oh,
really,
I see.
everything else, like oxygen.
I mean, honestly, the problem with debating the whole gender stuff is, if you really get into it, how you define these things are incredibly subjective, and trying to pretend like you can objectively say
True.
anything is very difficult, which is why it's kind of a stupid debate in the first place. Biden had the best answer. How many genders are there? At least 3. Best answer possible, okay?
What's the third in that at least 3?
I think when they asked that, he said, "Come on, man," and then walked away. Also, best response possible.
That, you know what? That is, yes, that is base.
Sorry, hold on. I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck do these even work? How do I...
Oh, by the way, Kalinda, that thing that with fire that I said would happen, it happened. If you look at the general chat.
Yeah, well, now he's saying... It was so weird. At like 3 o'clock in the morning, my time, he was like, if Epic is available to... Like, bro, you were probably... I'm assuming that you were not awake at that point, although maybe you were. I don't know.
I don't know. All I know is we were talking in voice, and he, as you saw, he didn't respond to the same point like 14 times and then left. So that's all that conversation will ever be. There's no point. There's no point expecting more than that.
Yeah, probably. All right, well, you know what? Fuck it. I guess I am sharing my screen because I can't get this fucking shit to work. It seems like there's
Based.
never a good one, so whatever. We'll
I don't
just,
know. That California flag, maybe it should replace the U.S. one. I don't know. I don't know if we need those red, white, and blue there anymore. I think it's time for the Third Republic.
Oh no. I wonder if they even asked them about that, but all right, well, fuck it. Let's go.
I have a way to solve this. I used this much together before, and it's the one EFAP uses, so it's reliable.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna play video games during this, that's why. I don't want my computer to explode.
Button. Oh wait, this is the wish together.
Yeah, it's the
Hold on.
same one, but it says that it won't play the video unless I install a browser extension. And I'm like, what?
Okay.
I mean, I suppose I could, but yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird.
What's the problem with installing an extension? There's the same Watch Together plugin on Discord, by the way. It's an activity.
Yeah, but I don't want to use that because I'm pretty sure you have ads and shit, and fuck that.
Rip.
Will everyone else have to download the browser extension or just me?
I think everyone.
You're gonna make me download Canadian spyware?
Absolutely not.
Okay, it's time for Odin to eat the rest of my omelet.
Aww.
Is that okay for dogs?
Oh yeah, no, eggs are great for them. Now, if you put a bunch of cheese on your omelet, then no, cheese is not good for dogs. But I don't put cheese
Okay,
on my
yeah,
omelet.
fuck that.
But
This
yeah,
doesn't
eggs are
even
great for them.
work. Fuck that. I'll figure this
Keep in
out
mind,
later.
like big dogs are carnivores, right? Like you can. Sometimes I feed my dog. I'll just give him a raw egg, and he'll just scoop the whole thing in his mouth and swallow it like it's a pill.
Oh, do you
Shell
wait?
included?
Yeah, no, he eats
Yes.
the shell. He likes it, and it's good for them. The shell, it's got a bunch of vitamins that are really good for their skin. Helps, like if they get rashes, if you feed them raw eggs, they'll get better. But I'm saying big dogs is because that's important. Some smaller dog breeds have been bred out of being like carnivore types. Like some of those, you actually need to add vegetables to their diet. But like big, like German Shepherds, Pit Bulls, and stuff, they're pretty much carnivores. They like meat and eggs and stuff.
I had a Siamese cat when I was a child. And
Oh yeah,
God
cats are
bless that poor kitten's soul because I was a horrible parent for that poor kitten.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It ate mashed potatoes and strawberries, among other things.
cats are
That's
obligate
interesting.
carnivores. So, all right, you guys watching the stream?
Yes.
Okay, we'll see. Hopefully my computer doesn't explode. I mean, this isn't the laptop, so this should work just fine. So, let's go.
Turned
Computers are
upside
woke.
down as the frontrunner withdrew in a scandal. Now, for the first time, the new
Well, the
leading
potential
candidates square
rapist.
off. And who will separate themselves from the pack? A Republican, Steve Hilton.
You know what's annoying? The fact that this is being presented like a sports broadcast.
Well, yeah, that's how.
Night
You know what's
on
even
Governor
more annoying?
Debate.
The fact that if we don't present it that way, no one will watch. That's the
Exactly.
ultimate black pill.
That is the problem.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
I like Cal Matters, which is glorious state-funded media. Okay, they report accurately on Chairman Newsom's affairs.
Van Loven says in chat, the reason why California is the richest state while being a commie nightmare is because Californians are biologically incapable of handling real American freedom. Oh no. Jesus Christ.
I mean, apparently we're biologically superior because I'm seeing median income like 127,000. So go fuck yourself. But you know, it's okay. I don't expect the poors to have developed opinions on the heartland, the shining city upon a hill.
Oh no. All right, here we go. Oh, Steve Hilton, this guy's a meme.
Life is impossible.
He is a meme.
Chad
yes.
Bianco.
I see the dysfunction in Sacramento.
He's a bigger
meme.
meme. Fuck that
Or
guy.
a Democrat, Tom Steyer.
I want to make sure we're on
Guy's
the side
actually a
of what
fucking traitor to the
Katie Porter.
Constitution.
People know that we're going
Fuck
to need
her,
someone who's
too.
going to be strong, who's going to be tough, who's going to be a fighter.
Wokie
Javier
communist
Becerra.
right
Listen, I've
there.
been confident I could get those voters since the day I jumped in about a year ago.
Matt Mahan.
Well, this race is
There's the Patriot. Let's go.
We are live statewide from San Diego to Chico and everywhere in between, and broadcasting across the country on News.
Let me know, guys. Let me know if you guys can hear when Epic or others comment on and Arthur are making comments on the debate. Well, like if you can still hear, like if you can hear them, yeah, because it's more fun that way. Okay, let's go.
Debate night in California. This is Inside California Politics, Governor's Debate. Good evening. I'm your host, Leland Vittert. It is the debate everyone is talking about after a plot twist which shook the California governor's race to the core. Eric Swalwell's departure led Nexstar Media Group to take the unprecedented step of repolling and restaging
This guy's
the
the
debate in just a few
SNL
days.
character.
Two new candidates have been invited onto the stage after that repolling. There's a lot to get to.
You can't unsee
Here's
it
the
now.
debate moderators, Frank Buckley of KTLA and Nikki Lorenzo
Good for
of
you, I don't watch
Inside
SNL.
California Politics.
Wait, what'd you say, Epic? Oh,
I said
good
jokes
for
on you. I don't watch SNL. Yeah.
True.
Thank you, Leland, and good evening. Welcome. We are live from San Francisco. This is Debate Night in California.
We would like to welcome you at home and welcome the candidates to the stage. Right now, we begin with the rules.
Each candidate will get 60 seconds to answer a question. If there's a follow-up or rebuttal necessary, the candidate will get 30 seconds and 15 seconds for clarifications if needed.
We will be reminding the candidates of those times throughout the night. The sound of a bell will ring. when their time is up. The candidates will answer the questions with the first order determined at random, and their position on stage was determined by polling.
Our first topic tonight is the cost of living in California, and that includes the high cost of gas. We pay one of the highest gas taxes in the country, about 61 cents per gallon. That money goes to pay for road repairs and public transportation.
Mr. Steyer, the first question of the night goes to you. Should we cut the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Let me say that the reason that gasoline is so expensive, that our president, Donald Trump, has started an insane war in Iran and driven up the cost of gasoline for everybody in California. That has put $70 billion into the pockets of the oil companies who actually put him in the presidency. Californians are suffering across the board. The biggest problem in California is that the Californians can't afford to live here anymore. The answer on this is not to give up the gas tax, but actually to have a windfall profit tax on the oil companies who have been ripping us off for decades. That's on the books. We can activate it right away. We can get the money, and we should send it directly back to California citizens. The problem we have here is a president who's out of control.
It's
who's driving
retarded.
up costs across the board, and we actually need to
Also, by the way, the gas
oil
tax isn't why
companies.
we pay more for gas than the rest of the country. It's because in California, we don't use the same gas. Our refineries make a different blend that pollutes less. We made the change in the 90s. We banned the normal type of E91 based gas that the rest of the country uses. So we need very specific refineries to make our gas. And that gas emits 90% less nitrogen oxide. And it's the only reason. Back in the 90s and 80s and 90s in California, there used to be smog days, and it'd be about half of the days over the summer, and where it would be so bad you couldn't go outside with a fucking gas mask in LA. Kids had to go indoors all day. People you'd had to limit your outside time to 10 minutes. Your eyes would burn if you were outside. That doesn't happen anymore because we switched to a different blend of gas that is just more expensive to produce. That is just a fact.
So the national statistics are apples to oranges?
Yes, it is a different blend of gas that comes from different refineries. Like, we have our own refineries in California that make our gas that isn't the same blend of gas. Even when I fly, like if I rent a civilian plane, like a Cessna 172, the gas I burn is not the 100 low lead that everyone else burns. It's 94 unleaded. We are the only state in America where we don't have any lead in our aviation fuel. And that is part of the reason why we can fly more than one of the most popular routes in the world is LA to San Francisco on jet aircraft. If we use the same gas as everyone else, everything under that flight path would be polluted with lead. So that's why we pay more. It's not the tax. So I already hate the question, but yeah.
Just out of curiosity, would trains not work there?
Yeah, we're building high-speed rail, but it's not done yet. It's supposed to be finished by 2035.
Oh, it's that. Oh, it is that high-speed rail.
electric.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be
Right,
electric.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Who are taking advantage of Californians and making $70 billion more because of this war.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, what is your
So
position
the consensus
on
is
the gas tax?
Steyer's a retard. Yeah? On that question, at least?
There's going to
Let's
be.
It's just the question shouldn't be about the tax. It should be, yeah, I don't know. The tax is not.
Let's
the reason we pay
let's
so
play a
much
game.
for
Let's
gas.
let's keep a tracker of retard versus non-retard answers.
True.
Go ahead.
Look, I trust in Mayor Matt. Okay, he's going to give the right answer. I can already see it coming.
All right, let's hope so.
Affordability is not a buzzword for me. It's been my life's work, sitting across from families who have been pushed into bankruptcy by bills they couldn't pay, helping families avoid foreclosure or eviction when they were cheated by subprime lenders. It is too expensive to live in California, and I get that. I'm a single mom of 3. I push a shopping cart and I fill up my minivan, which has nearly 180,000 miles on it. I absolutely feel these pressures, and I think we need to do something about it. But I also want to be clear, 82% of Californians don't breathe clean air today. And when we look at what that's costing our healthcare system, what that's costing people, we have to continue to make investments in having the cleanest fuel that we possibly can. So I absolutely think we ought to be thinking about how to move.
Can I give a
away
link to this
from fossil
video?
Fuels, and that means
Sure. Hold on.
I'm gonna make that scoreboard. It is gonna be funny.
Do it. I mean, you guys can both each make your own scoreboards, but yes.
moving away from a gas tax and replacing that with the general fund taxes.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, you support temporarily suspending the gas tax.
It's in the side chat. All right,
Yeah.
here we go.
Some, including the candidates on the stage tonight, have called that proposal unserious. What's your response? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Nikki, Frank, it's great to be here with you this evening. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has called for suspending the gas tax and reforming it so it no longer is the most regressive tax in California that's putting an undue burden on working families like the one I grew up in. Look, I'm in this race because we deserve better answers. We deserve better answers than we've been getting from the other candidates on this stage. We don't need a billionaire who made his money in private prisons and oil and gas that he's now supposedly against, or Trump's hand-picked candidate or a DC insider who the Sacramento establishment is now rallying around. Let me tell you who I am. I grew up in Watsonville. Working class family. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a union mailman. I know what it means when gas prices go up $1 or $2 unnecessarily. I'll reform the gas tax so it's no longer the poorest, hardest working people in our state who are paying an unfair share to maintain our infrastructure.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Becerra, you have said you don't support suspending the gas tax.
It is a very
Why?
regressive
60
tax,
seconds.
though.
Frank,
it's not the reason we pay more for gas.
Okay, so wait, do other states have tax on gas? Like, is there a specific
We
reason
have
why California
there's
has?
nothing like what we have. We have like our gas tax is 10 times the next state, and it is very regressive because the people who the highest portion of your income being gas is the poorest people in the country. With that said, it's not the reason we pay. We pay $3 or $4 more sometimes than the rest of this country, and our gas tax is 70 cents. It's not the whole story. But what Matt Mahan is talking about, what he's proposing, he wants to go from taxing by how many gallons of gas you buy, to the value of your car, how much it weighs, how much wear and tear it puts on the road, and you'll get billed by how many miles you drive. So like that way, people who drive Teslas are still paying taxes to help maintain the roads. Because right now, if you buy an electric car, you're driving on the road, you're doing damage to the road, but you don't pay taxes to repair the roads, which is kind of regressive because the people who can afford electric cars tend to be wealthier people. So I do think a change would be useful, but again, it's not why we pay more for gas.
Okay, I see. All right, cool. But everyone thinks that it is, I guess, because it's so much less complicated to point at the gas tax being higher than to get into like the intricacies of like different grades of fuel that are like different chemical formulas that require different refinery infrastructure. Okay. Yeah, of course.
To be slightly fair, the gas tax exempting electric vehicles, at least for a time, made sense because you wanted to increase EV adoption, like on the margin.
No, it doesn't though,
So
because
that-
we already do tax. We already have other incentives. If you buy an electric car, you're allowed to use a HOV lane. That's like a special lane only you can use for an electric car, and you get a huge tax credit in your state income taxes. So we already have
Sure.
like fairly progressive incentives. The problem with the gas tax, again, the poorest people in the state are people driving old gas cars that are really inefficient. The richest people in the state are people that have new Teslas. So it's kind of a super regressive tax. Like it's taxing disproportionately the working class, which is not ideal.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Fine, but like back in the day, in like 2010s, from what I understand in other places, that was like one of the justifications given for exempting cars from road tax, which is a thing in other places.
I mean, I don't know. If that were I don't know. It doesn't make sense because we tax hydrogen. So we have hydrogen gas in California, you can get it at the gas stations here, and there's hydrogen cars, and when it burns the hydrogen, the waste products is oxygen. It's completely zero emissions, and we tax that as gas. So it just doesn't make sense to me.
All right, I'm gonna continue.
To make sure our roads, our highways, the potholes, we take care of business because every day people get in their cars, they take transit, they need to get to work, they need to come home. The last thing they need to see is an infrastructure for roads and transportation that doesn't work. I remember when my parents would tell me the stories of when they came with $12 in their pocket. They had to make a life here. They needed to make sure California could work for them. Let's make sure Donald Trump is not starting reckless wars to keep the prices of gasoline down. By up to $2 a gallon, we can reduce the price. If that war in Iraq that Donald Trump started would go away. My parents looked at things like this and said, hey, help me make a living here in California.
War in Iraq. Uh-oh.
That's why they were able to, at the end of the day, send my three sisters and I to college, buy a house, make it so that they could retire here in California. We need to bring down those prices, but we have to do it the right way. I'll make sure as governor I tackle these crises because I've been through these crises before and had to handle them. We need someone with experience, someone who doesn't need on-the-job training.
Yes.
The urbanist, like, talking point that I've picked up, I'm not gonna get married to it, but still, I'm gonna present it, is that the like golden age, 1960s, like American dream kind of situation, arose because of immense debt accumulated on the books of local municipalities, cities, and sometimes states, be it in like straight up financial terms or in terms of building infrastructure on debt and not putting it on your balance sheet because you generated revenue and you could pay off the interest on the loan. But when that infrastructure needs to be replaced, you don't have the surplus cash to go do it. You need to go into more debt, which is not feasible at this point. So this guy saying, well, there was this good situation back in the childhood of my parents, or like them being able to give me a head start, was because of gas prices or whatever. And instead, the urbanist meme that I've picked up and I'm presenting here is that it was instead borrowing from now, in essence, to buy that development. Is that retarded, interesting, or
I mean,
partially true,
not true? It might be true in some parts of the U.S. It has almost nothing to do with the situation in California, to be honest. The suburbs in California are some of the only parts that aren't underwater when it comes to their budgeting. The city that has the biggest debt crisis right now is the densest city in California. So,
I have a rather random. Sorry, Mokeed asked in chat how do you do a progressive tax on gas? Well, I mean, I don't know how you would do that either. I'm not sure.
yeah, you don't tax gas. You tax what you do is in California every year when you register your car, we have a registration tax. And right now the registration tax is, so for instance, every mile I drive in my BMW, I pay more than every mile I drive in my Toyota because the BMW is a luxury car. So what you do is you, on your registration tax, you have the California DMV look at the value of the car and how much it weighs, because that factors for how much damage it does to the roads. And then you tax based on miles driven in that car instead of gas. Also, I'm gonna be listening, but I have to go fill up my dog's food bowl, so I'll be listening, and then when I'm done with that, I'll respond to anything you say.
Okay. All right.
The moment they get into the governor's office.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have said you want the total elimination of the gas tax. How would we fund roads and bridges? You have 60 seconds.
So, funding roads and bridges is a fundamental responsibility of government. We need to get rid of the rest of all the waste, fraud, and the abuse of the rest of government, which all of
waste, fraud, and abuse
the Democrat policies over the last 20 years, 30 years have created. We only have the highest gas price in the country because of Democrat policies that are absolutely destroying the oil industry, the automobile industry, and forcing those prices up, forcing our refineries out of the state, forcing our oil companies from drilling in our state. When you send oil, make it into gasoline and send it to across state lines, and it miraculously becomes $2 cheaper, you know that your state is the problem. It is Democrat policies for the last 20, 30 years that are driving the cost of not only gasoline, but the cost of living in California up. We have the highest cost of living in the country because we have had one-party Democrat progressive rule for decades that is destroying the state.
Mr. Bianco, let me ask clarification
awesome.
one more time. How would we
But
fund roads and bridges
if we're to believe Epic from earlier, this is just different products being labeled under the same umbrella, I'm guessing?
Yeah. Yes.
So it's not miraculous. It's like, how can an iPhone cost, $600 and an iPhone cost nearly $2,000? It's like, well, because one of them is an E model and the other is a Pro Max 2 terabyte. It's like, okay, thanks.
It's also like, it reminds me of, like, I'm sure that you would pay more if you went to, if you bought... Do they still have Apple stores in Russia? Or did they close those?
We never had Apple stores, the official ones. We had Restore, which still exists. And it looks like an Apple store, it feels like an Apple store, but it's not. I don't know why.
Well, it's because
yeah,
Apple's not supposed to sell in Russia because of the sanctions.
Yeah, but we never had an Apple store.
Oh,
even before sanctions, even like 2010.
All right, I'm gonna keep going.
15 seconds.
We eliminate all of the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that's going on where our money is being spent now. The number one responsibility of government is public safety. Number two is infrastructure. And if you look at where California spends its money, infrastructure is way down the line. Don't say that the gas tax is funding our roads, because we have the worst roads in the entire country.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you support permanently cutting the gas tax in half and eliminating carbon climate policies. With a supermajority of Democrats in the legislature, how would you, as a Republican governor, make any of these changes into law? You have 60 seconds.
We have to make these changes because Californians are being crushed
Oh
by
my
the
God.
gas prices, by the gas tax. We have the highest gas tax in the country
This guy is such a meme.
for the worst roads in the country. And across the board, we have the highest tax.
Is he affiliated with Hilton, the hotel chain in any way, or?
I
is that
don't
just,
know. I
coincidence?
was wondering about that too. I don't think so, no. But I don't know.
It's working Californians. It's small businesses. Most of my career has been in business. I know what it's like to try and run a business. The costs that are being imposed on our businesses and on workers in California is just too much. And one way or another, all the Democrats here are part of this system that obviously isn't working. We need common sense solutions. We need practical solutions.
Let's go,
Why
common
are we
sense, yes.
importing oil from
True.
7,500 miles away in Iraq rather than using the oil we have here in California? That's the kind of common sense change that, as governor, I will be there to persuade the legislature to do, because they in the end want to help Californians too.
And just to clarify the question again, how would you as a Republican governor make any of these changes into law with a supermajority of Democrats? 15 seconds.
The first point is that to open up California oil production doesn't need the legislature because it's through executive action. The way that they've been closing it down is
Okay,
through an
that's an
agency of
answer.
the executive branch called CalGEM,
Maybe.
the California Department of Geologic and Energy Management. I would replace the people in there and give them a clear instruction to issue permits to our oil industry to produce oil
Hilton,
here in California so we can cut gas.
Wait, what'd you say? Wait,
I said nothing.
Oh, okay. I thought Epic might have been back, but I didn't hear. Okay. All right. Let's go.
Prices for California families
All
and
right.
businesses.
Thank you very much, Nikki.
This next question is a follow-up question. It is for all of you. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
So let me say this. I think it is critical that California get off fossil fuels. Electric vehicles, starting cost is too high, and I would triple the credit so that people can afford to buy electric vehicles and no longer be subject to the fossil fuel costs and the fossil fuel control. Should they be paying the equivalent of a gas tax? Yes. But the truth is, electric vehicles are cheaper. That is our future, and we need to move to it as fast as possible.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I think all taxes should be progressive. The very wealthy, the billionaires, should pay more. The problem with a gas tax or a vehicle's mile travel tax is that it does the opposite. It punishes the lowest income Californians, those who have the longest commutes to work and can least afford fancy vehicles. So I think it's important that we fund this, as I've said, out of the general fund. We do need to move toward electric vehicles over time, but the reason they're not getting purchased isn't range anxiety, it's pocketbook issues.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I would reform the way we're funding infrastructure by issuing a flat fee on all vehicles, whether they're EVs or gas-powered. Right now, gas-powered families, disproportionately lower-income families, people living in rural communities, are paying 3 times more to maintain our roads. The way to achieve our climate goals is to invest in innovation, infrastructure, smart targeted subsidies, not to punish working people who can't afford an EV.
Also, for
Mr. Mahan,
context,
thank you. Mr. Becerra, same
the
question to you.
Californian EV rebate is $7,000. That's,
did you
I want to
just
say
look that up?
additional to, yeah. And that's additional to federal tax credit, assuming it hasn't gone away, and California is like, kept this page up to date, of another $7,500 dollars. So in total, that's $14,000. A new Tesla Model 3 is, I'm gonna guess, like $35,000.
No, it's more than that. It's like $60,000.
I'm guessing. So let's check. Compare models. A rear-wheel drive Model 3 is $37,000.
Oh, okay.
Premium
right,
real
no.
wheel,
Why, hello.
42.
Oh, hello, Epic.
Electric cars are not quite the solution people think they are, but they are better than most gas cars on the road. So But leaning too much into the electric car thing is actually part of the problem with our policy over the last 20 years. But yeah.
I'm just giving context. So, if the Steyer thing is passed, a Model 3 would essentially be free.
Yes, which is retarded.
Like, bro.
We
Stop.
shouldn't be fully subsidizing people to buy electric cars. That shouldn't be the policy of the state. There are still costs with electric cars. Electric cars are still generally less optimal than taking public transportation. And in many parts of the state, we don't have the infrastructure to support full adoption of EVs because the power grids just aren't equipped for that yet. So we do, for the near future, need to also incentivize hybrids because we just, right now, the power grid in this state just cannot support mass adoption of EVs without major investment that isn't happening yet. And if it were to happen right now, it would still take a number of years before the grid's ready for that level of adoption.
All right, I can. You want me to continue? Just let me know.
So Steyer gets another retard point. Congratulations.
I'm not a fan of Steyer, personally. I think Steyer is actually everything wrong with the California Democratic Party, personally. But
It seems like he's.
Okay.
We got a lot of the populist bullshit going on here. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going.
yeah, exactly.
Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? You have 30 seconds.
Well, let's think about our commuters and what they would want to see. I know that they want to see roads, bridges, highways that work for them, that let them get to work, that let them pick up their kids. They don't want to have potholes that ruin their vehicle tires and wheels. They want to have roads, bridges, highways that work. So I would say, let's take a look at all of the above. Whatever works. I'm not going to let our transportation infrastructure crumble. We have to make sure it's working for all of us. And so let's consider anything that works that the public can get behind. That's how I would do it.
Specifically, though, just to clarify here, would you
Didn't he just
support
say he's
a
against the
tax
gas
for
tax?
electric vehicles? 15 seconds.
If we see that that's one option that people support,
Probably.
I would make sure that we are funding
That is
our
a complete
infrastructure.
non-answer.
We can't let that go because what we have is when we let our roads and our bridges crumble, people suffer, commuters suffer, and we pay a higher price. So we will fund our transportation infrastructure.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Let me make this very, very clear. California doesn't have a money problem. We have a money
This
spending
guy's an
problem by
unconstitutional
decades of
traitor
Democrat
to the Republic,
failures.
piece of shit,
Every
subhuman
answer you've had
garbage
so
fuck,
far
by
for
the
the
way.
California public, they're raising your taxes, they're taking more and more of your money because they refuse to stop their spending. No, I will not support a tax on mileage. No, I will not support a gas tax. It is a government's responsibility to have priorities, and infrastructure is an absolute priority. We are getting rid of all the waste.
He likes
and we are doing what
infrastructure,
is
just not the taxes
Mr.
that
Bianco,
pay
thank
for
you.
it.
Mr. Hilton, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Wow.
No,
Oh,
we
boy.
cannot keep going in this direction with Democrats constantly going for their insatiable appetite for more and more taxes for their bottomless money pit. And now the mileage tax, they want to track you everywhere you drive. No, I would veto that.
Yes,
we need to
Newsom
cut
will
spending
track you.
and cut taxes so that we can give relief to families and businesses. My
What is an
plan for
odometer?
$3 gas and your first 100 grand
Every car
tax-free.
in the United
That's
States
what we
has
need
an
to do to-
odometer that's inspected
Yeah,
every
I
year
understand.
that reports mileage.
Walking. This is how this
Oh,
works.
I don't know. I don't know. Some countries don't have that, so I didn't know if you're.
I'm not that retarded. I'm sorry.
Well, there are
Yeah.
places where you don't have odometers. That's a real thing, but I didn't know if Russia.
The cars have odometers.
Not all of them, depending on what market they're made for.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, because not everywhere requires one.
We have those here, as far as I'm aware. So. Okay.
Fair enough.
All right, I'm gonna keep going.
Make our state Cal affordable.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Our next question
Cal affordable?
tonight is about an issue we all see every day in
Affordable.
California, homelessness. There are 187,000 people experiencing homelessness in the state right now. In a recent Inside California Politics poll, 86% of those surveyed believe the homeless problem has stayed the same.
Most
or is
important
getting
issue
worse.
in the state
We want
right
to ask
now.
a question about Governor Newsom's performance on homelessness. What letter grade would you give him on handling the issue, and what, if anything, would you do differently? Ms. Porter, we're going to begin with you. You recently gave the governor a solid A- when it comes to his overall job performance. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
I'm a notoriously tough grader, but I would probably give him a B on homelessness. I don't think this has been an easy problem to solve, but I do give him a lot of credit for calling attention to the problem. When he campaigned 8 years ago, he was talking about housing when nobody else was. Our homelessness problem is a direct correlate of our housing problems. We're not going to solve homelessness without bringing down the cost of housing. That's why housing has been my #1 issue since the day I launched this race over a year ago. What I would do differently than Governor Newsom is fund homelessness prevention. It is so much more cost effective and so much more humane to prevent families from becoming homeless in the first place, and making sure that if they do lose their home, that they're able to land in an interim housing or shelter situation. We can't solve this problem because the problem keeps getting worse. For every person we put into permanent supportive housing, somebody else loses their home and takes their place. That's why Californians don't feel like we're making progress despite spending significant money.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Mahan, you've given Governor Newsom praise ranging from A to
Also, she's a far left kind of commie progressive, so her giving Newsom a B+ is actually really surprising to me. But
oh yeah, she
what does
used to
homelessness
be.
prevention look like?
The homelessness prevention is like when the state steps in and helps pay your rent to prevent you from going homeless. That's a program in California. If you are in the process of being evicted, you can go to the state and you can say like, hey, can you give me like emergency eviction insurance? And the state will basically be like, all right, how much money do you need to pay rent for the next few months? And it's a temporary measure, basically, if you like lose your job to help you stay on your feet. And I think it is limited to 6 months maximum of support.
Per year, per 10 years?
I think per household, like until you move again. I've never actually had to use it, so I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. I mean, that sounds pretty cool.
Yeah,
Pretty
it's
big.
useful. I mean, I think it's kind of. I mean, I also just if you think about it, like it saves the state money because when people go homeless, they tend to almost never stop being homeless. Like the statistics are, like once you've been homeless for a number of years, it's almost impossible to get you back in a house. So the costs of preventing that is it's like it's the same reason we let illegal immigrants use emergency services and get preventative checkups with Medi-Cal. Like I know debate boards made fun of us for doing that, but the reality is it is cheaper to let someone come and get a checkup and detect something early than they have a heart attack or something and then we have to pay for an ambulance and a heli lift to a hospital and they can't afford it, so now the state just eats the cost. It is cheaper to give preventative care.
Based. Yep. Also, by the way, sorry, Moki's asked, would you press the red or blue button? Whichever the button is that would allow the maximum number of people to live is the button that I would press. I don't remember which one that is. I think it's the blue button. I don't remember what that meme was, but yes, I saw it on Destiny's stream. And I saw Dan coming in trying to say that that you should press the blue or that you should press the red button or some shit. But yeah, it's the
Red
Twitter
or blue
meme.
Pill. Which way, Western man?
Yes. That's like a Twitter meme in case y'all were unaware. I'm not overly familiar or whatever, but yeah.
Val11 says, addressing Epic. Fire says you're wrong. All cars do have that feature and that you're dodging him.
True, I am dodging fire. Even though last time we talked, literally yesterday, he refused to answer any of my questions or address the point I made, and then literally left the call while I was speaking. But I'm dodging him, yes.
Yeah, and then like he said he'll follow up.
10 people that heard. Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. Fire was annoying. Fire was like, Epic, Epic, Epic! Why don't you answer my question? Answer me! Epic, Epic! No, stop! Yeah, it was,
So, and that's the thing. Once you see that, now you can see, like, he does that over text too, right? Like, the reason he keeps having the wrong impression of what my arguments are is because instead of reading them, he's like, his mind's going crazy in the same way.
Yeah, well, I mean, he obviously wasn't listening to you. I could tell by, like, some of the things that he, you know, I don't even know if Fire is available. Is Fire available to come? Like, I don't know if you even want to bother.
Okay, we're watching a much more useful debate right now. We're watching the Patriot, Matt Mahan, on his crusade against the communists and fascists.
True based. All right,
By
let's
the way,
go.
I'm not sure I'm going to vote for him yet, but so far I'm leaning towards him. That's the only reason I'm memeing so much. I don't think the guy's perfect or anything. So far he's my... So far.
Are there any other candidates that appeal to you here? Any of the other people, or do they all seem terrible?
Yeah, the one who
otherwise?
dropped out because it turns out he might be a rapist. I kind of liked him, but and his political career is over. So, and if he's guilty, he should go to jail. So.
Yeah, true. Okay.
The reason I like Matt Mahan is I have lived in the city he's a mayor of, and I think he's doing a very good job as mayor. And I think generally there's a lot of overlap between being a mayor and being governor. Like he has to wrestle with his city council, just like you have to wrestle with the assembly if you're governor. It's an executive position. You're chief executive of the city instead of the state. So I tend to like mayors when I'm looking for governors because I think that experience one-to-one translates. And if you have a really impressive background as a mayor, like he does, two things Matt Mahan's known for. He made San Jose the most bikeable city in California. He added tons of bike lanes to every single street. It was called the Road Diet. And the second thing is he spearheaded deregulating, constructing buildings over 6 stories tall in downtown San Jose. So now there's a bunch of apartment buildings popping up that are like 10, 11 stories. And a third bonus thing, he converted a bunch of streets into walkways. So San Pedro Street and other streets in downtown San Jose, now they're not for cars anymore. They're actually just for pedestrian and bikes. So I like these things. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Epic, I was going to ask, were you interested at all in this game, or is anybody else interested in playing like on some sort of cooperative server with this game, perhaps?
I've seen you play it. It looks interesting. If I have time and I feel like buying another game to get into, that probably might be something I'd do, yeah.
Okay, it's like $40. It's fun. Yeah, it would be neat to host like a server where like a bunch of people could play or whatever.
Oh, the people saying I like the guy on the left. The guy on the left is Matt Mahan. He's the guy I was just talking about. He's mayor of San Jose, which is the largest city in Northern California, and it's also the capital of Silicon Valley. So that's a very influential mayor right there. He's the San Jose is literally the richest city on the planet.
Ooh, based.
That sounds incredibly. That's a big claim. There's Singapore to contend with. There's like Luxembourg, Monaco.
Medium wages and GDP per capita. San Jose is the highest on earth. But again, it's cheating because San Jose is also where the headquarters of Nvidia, Google, Anthropic, Adobe, Cisco. Like it is basically America's tech industry is within the city limits of San Jose. So it's kind of cheating. But like I think median wages in San Jose is like $180,000 a year, like median.
I'm gonna go look up the contenders, but okay.
Yeah,
all right,
I mean, again, well, I'll be fair. When I read all these statistics, it was 2021. So maybe in the last 4 years there's been changes, but yeah, good luck.
Let's
me know if you find
continue.
anything different.
Yes.
What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Frank, look, the assessment does depend on the issue, and I'm going to leave the letter grades to you and all the pundits out there. Let me tell you what we've done in San Jose, because we've created a model for the rest of the state. We've increased trust in local government by 40%, primarily because we have moved thousands of people indoors. I had to take on the establishment within my own party to change the way we were spending our money. We were spending $1 million a door and taking years to build alternatives to the streets. Instead, we built basic, dignified shelter, invested in prevention, and when shelter was available, we required that people come indoors. We've reduced unsheltered homelessness in San Jose by nearly 1/3 over the last 4 years. That's why trust in government in San Jose has increased.
That's when he was elected mayor. It's a big deal.
That's part of the reason that our streets are safer and cleaner. I'm proud of what we've done. I'll demand results from every city and every county in California as governor.
I'd like to clarify and ask you one more time to give a letter.
By the way, San Jose, when he took office, had the highest homelessness rate of any city in the United States of America, and now it's the 3rd highest in just California. So I know that's still not a good place to be, 3rd highest in California, but it is, when he said a 3rd, that's real. The homelessness, unsheltered homelessness in San Jose was 15,000. Now it's below 8,000. It's a big deal. It's a huge change. If you go to San Jose, it is a noticeably safer city. There are less tents in the downtown. It is a better place to be because of some of his policies. That's really the reason I like him so much.
Well, hell yeah. All right.
Governor Newsom's job on this issue. You have 15 seconds.
All right, Frank, since you insisted, look, I'll give him a B on Care Court and Prop 1 and many of the important initiatives that he championed where I've been proud to stand with him. I'm going to give us all, though, a D on implementation. San Jose has led the way. A few other places have, but we have not delivered the results people deserve.
Thank you very much for the letter grades. Mr. Becerra, we haven't seen you issue a letter grade on Governor Newsom's overall performance. What grade does he get on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, I would say that the governor has made efforts. We've seen him come down to Los Angeles, actually go out and try to clean some of the streets. On effort, I would give him an A. Here's what I would do that's different, though.
Holy shit,
I would
the
focus on
Republicans being
accountability.
honest?
I would make sure if we're sending billions of dollars down to the local communities, to our cities and our counties, that we would demand accountability for the dollar that we're going to give them.
By the way,
We
do you
need
see
to
what I mean? The
results, and results
California
are what you see.
Republicans are way different than federal Republicans.
Yes,
Like,
yes,
this guy
I
is
do.
way more normal. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that Hilton guy is kind of a meme, but yes. I want. Wait, do you
He's
know
not.
which?
He's the one with the British accent you're talking about.
Yes. Yes.
He's running as an independent.
Oh, okay.
There's
Which
only
one-
2 Republicans in this race: him and the scumfuck piece of shit sheriff that should be hung from a crane in Sacramento.
Wait. Which one is Trump? Which one is
The sheriff,
is-
scumfuck piece of shit. Yeah, the sheriff, by the way, who illegally was going around arresting unlawful immigrants, which were a sanctuary state. He was illegally breaking state law to go help the federal government and ICE, and he got
Wait,
fired.
is he
as
the
sheriff, and now
guy
he's running
who
for
put a
governor.
bunch of weird? Hold on. So there was a guy. Apparently, Jewish groups were upset about this because there was a dude who was who had put who blamed Charlie Kirk's murder on Israel, and like in his blurb was in the mailing that went out for people. There was like there was a blurb on each of the candidates, and the one from him was like insane crazy shit. That wasn't that guy, was it? Or am I
Yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of
that
someone
was
else?
him. Yeah.
Wait,
No,
really?
He
Jesus
he has
Christ.
like come out and said that like we should build concentration camps in the Mojave Desert to put Mexicans in. He's like actually an inhumane piece of shit, like Trump supporter, denies the last election. He is completely retarded. Yeah.
Okay.
Nah, easy based. I was like,
That's
No,
what's
this
his
this
name?
guy is more of like an establishment California Republican, which is still retarded, but like again, they're way more normal than like the.
That other guy sounds like Caesar, which is based.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is that other guy just not on the debate stage? Is he polling so low that he just didn't get here? I don't even think I've
No, the
seen...
sheriff guy? No, he's here. He's just only spoken once. I'll point him out next time.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, he has like a fascist-looking face. You can tell
Oh,
from his bone structure.
Oh, he's got the fascist skull
It's
shape.
got
Okay.
yeah, fascist phrenology. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, let's see.
The streets. We need to pull folks up, help get them back on their feet, and that's
Chad
what I do.
Bianco?
But what I will tell you is my principal job as governor,
The
and I'm glad to see
one with
other
the
people saying
stash?
Yes.
On the right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's spoken twice, but yeah, he's a reason.
Yeah, he's a retarded piece of shit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going
He
to
does
keep
look
you
like,
housed. If you are in a home right now, renting or owning,
Caesar, doesn't he?
Yeah, he like I said, fascist phrenology.
Okay.
if you lose your job unexpectedly, or you have a medical emergency, and now you're about to become homeless as a result of that now unaffordable expense, tell me what you need. How can I help you keep your home? Because it costs me so much more money to pick you off the streets, provide you with the assistance in the shelter, than it does to keep you in the home that you're already paying for.
See, this is a
let me ask
Republican
you a follow-up
arguing for
question.
this
That's
right
a
now.
better answer.
They're
than
so
Katie
much
Porter,
more
but
normal
substantially
than
the same.
Yeah, I can see Republicans in California have to be like more center in order to be able to win because
Yeah.
California is very liberal. Yeah, which is cool. Okay, all right, let's see.
You're saying that anyone who needs housing assistance, you will help them. That means the government will help them. How much is that going to cost, and where does that money come from? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, Frank, we spend billions, tens of billions of dollars right now to try to pull people off the streets. Do you think it's working? It would cost us a fraction of that amount to help someone who temporarily lost their job stay in the home. If they, for 2 or 3 months, fall behind on the rent, they don't get kicked out because we'll try to support them. A zero-interest loan. You can keep them in their home. I save a lot more money by keeping them in the house than watching them hit the streets and then try to find them and pick them up. Far more expensive.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Vicky?
Mr. Bianco, you have been very critical of Governor Newsom. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what would you do differently?
Well,
you have 60 seconds.
I think we've just learned the failure of the California education system, too, if we can't even realistically assign grades to failure. It is an absolute dismal failure, and anyone that says it's not is fooling themselves or trying to fool voters. We are not dealing with homeless, so stop calling it homeless. It has nothing to do with homes. This is drug and alcohol-induced psychosis, mental illness causing the other. It doesn't matter. But these people are suffering from drug and alcohol abuse and mental illness. We would have fixed this problem probably already had the Democrats in California, in state legislature, and our governor funded Prop 36 to give us the treatment that we need. I am on the front lines of this. I've been on the front lines of this for 33 years. This has nothing to do with the home. Until we actually start caring about these people, you have compassion to look them in the face and tell them that you're going to walk by them and ignore them. If that's what you're going to do, you're just a part of the failure of government. We are going to deal with this for what it is. It is not homes.
Mr. Bianco, I just want to clarify here.
By the way, Prop 36 would have increased fines for stealing shit. I don't know how that solves
Every
any
single
of this.
bit of the money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homeless ends the day I take over. And a small portion of that will go to the funding of the drug and alcohol treatment centers that they need.
California District Attorneys Association, a guide to Proposition 36 to the Homelessness, Drug Addiction, and Theft Reduction Act.
Yeah, just increased
by
criminal
voters.
penalties. Yeah, it passed, by the way, just to be clear. Like, it didn't.
Wait, did it?
Introduction.
Okay.
Yeah, it was passed into law.
Also, how correct is he when he says that? Like, I understand that obviously, like, mental illness and like is a thing among homeless people, but I don't know how much of homeless people.
So he's correct and not correct at the same time. The reality is, yes, overwhelmingly, homeless people in our big cities are addicted to drugs, and a lot of them, because they're addicted to drugs, are also suffering from mental illness. And it does become, once someone becomes homeless and they become addicted to drugs, it does become a mental health issue more than a homelessness issue. Like, one of the things we tried in San Francisco was offering free hotel rooms to homeless people, and these people would not take the hotel rooms because they were so used to living in alleys and doing fentanyl that they like didn't feel safe inside. Like, that is a mental health issue. So that's true. The thing is, these people typically weren't drug addicts before they became homeless. So there's a connection to these two issues. You need to prevent new people from being homeless, but you also do, yes, need a mental health solution to homeless people that are fentanyl addicts, because these people are, like, when you become a fentanyl addict for years and years, these are people who like sleep in their own shit every night. Like, this is a big problem to fix, that you need mental health as part of the solution, for sure. The problem is, he doesn't want to fund mental health in this state, so fuck him.
Okay.
To answer what Prop 36 had to do with anything, if we take the theory of the case that guy presents, that it's not actually homelessness, it's substance abuse shenanigans, the Prop 36 says, in the Section 4, subsection A, controlled substances create a new law to require a court to warn convicted hard drug dealers and manufacturers that they can be charged with murder if they traffic in hard drugs and someone dies as a result. Add fentanyl to an existing law that prohibits possession of hard drugs, blah, blah, blah. Introduce Health and Safety Code Section 1137, blah, blah, blah. Fentanyl is added to a new subdivision C to provide a range of enhancements for violation of Health and Safety Code Section something. And you get at minimum 3 years for fent over 1 ounce, and up to 25 years for 80 kilograms of fent. So if you're like a dealer person,
Yeah, it would have increased
manufacturer.
sentencing. But again, I don't know how this solves all the drug-addicted people on the streets. That doesn't, like, maybe it means lesser created, I guess, if it's effective on cracking down on drug dealing. But it certainly doesn't solve it doesn't solve the fact that we have the highest homelessness rate in not only the United States, but in the developed world. Like, California has a higher homelessness rate than any country in Europe, any developed country in Asia, and any state in the United States, or Canada, or Mexico, or any part of Latin America. It is the worst homelessness issue in the developed world. And a lot of these people, I think the number is 70 to 80%, are addicted to drugs, and most of them at this point are addicted to fentanyl. So I get that arresting drug dealers might be a good thing to do right now, but the people on the street addicted to drugs right now are not going to be helped by drug dealers being arrested. And if anything, fentanyl withdrawals are lethal. So you actually do need like a state intervention here to get these people off of fentanyl. You need some type of compassionate care, but also you do need to force these people into rehab. One of the problems is Mayor London Breed in San Francisco would not compel people into rehab because she thought it was inhumane and against their human rights. She got voted out. The new mayor is arresting people and saying, you are going to rehab now. It's not a choice. And this is fixing the problem in a way that she wasn't. So there is a little bit of a criticism on some Democrats for not having the balls to like arrest people and force them to rehab because it looked bad and mean. But the Republicans are not offering solutions here.
Oh yeah.
For my ear, the argument that guy was making is like the war on drugs kind of argument that if you get the drug users and put them in prison, they're no longer in the streets, they're not using drugs, so they either like do rehab in prison by like going cold turkey, I guess, or they're just not in the streets, which means there are fewer people in the streets like physically. And
I think it's
if
a
they're not using
completely
drugs, then
realistic expectation to think you can arrest all the drug dealers. I don't think that's been shown in our history ever. And I think we've had, when Reagan was governor, we did have a very strict crackdown. And by the way, Gavin Newsom, again, sent the fucking army into San Francisco. There were soldiers, Humvees, machine guns, checkpoints on street corners in San Francisco. And they were arresting mass drug people, not the police, the fucking army, right? Like, and
National
that
Guard.
still didn't solve the problem. Well, and the army is the National Guard. It's called the Army National Guard. It's under the California Military Department. The National Guard has an Air Force and an Army, and also we have a Coast Guard. So the Army is technically correct here. But you had soldiers in the street with assault rifles, right, that were arresting drug dealers, and that was 3 years ago. So
Wait. What happened? Why did I stop being able to hear everybody? Uh-oh. Is Discord being dumb again? Oh shit. Discord's not letting me connect to voice. Okay, I'm just gonna run away from these ships. Discord's not... Okay, I need to restart Discord. Okay. What the fuck is happening? You guys can all still hear me at least. I don't want to have to reboot my computer. That would be really fucking annoying.
fact, you know, like that's okay. They're gonna have to account for that.
Hi.
What happened?
Discord fucked up for some reason, and then it wouldn't let me reconnect.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You know, standard shit.
It interrupted our quest to replace Chairman Newsom.
True, it did do that. Oh,
we
hey.
need to maintain the Sacramento Reich for another 1,000 years.
Based on that note, actually, what about drug use in China? I bet it's 0, isn't it? Take that, libtard.
Yeah, you're right. China has 0 drug problems, and also fentanyl isn't coming here from China in the first place. Totally.
By the way, I know that that's not true because I watched a video about it. There's this guy who I watch. He does like travel YouTube, and I think he lived in China for like 8 years, and like he speaks Mandarin and stuff. And he recently went to one of the poorest or the poorest region in China that up until very recently had like crazy drug problems. I can't remember the name of that region now. I feel like
also
that should
again,
be-
a lot of the fentanyl is literally coming here from China. Like I think it's more than half of the fentanyl in California originates from China. So the idea that they aren't part of the problem is wild. But you know.
Oh yeah, I know that it does. Yeah, so that's.
For what it's worth, I saw that Henry responded to your drug conversation thing that you had some time ago.
Did he?
And
I don't remember.
Wait, you
yeah,
guys
but
had a drug
it seems
conversation
substantive. I
with
didn't
Henry?
get into the conversation itself. Just what?
You had there was a drug conversation with Henry? I didn't know
I
that.
don't Yeah.
remember. I guess
Epic
so.
claimed that drugs come from China, not from Venezuela per se. I think.
Well,
And
in
Henry was like,
Venezuela,
"Well, what do you mean by
yeah.
that?"
Yeah, they
And-
most of the chemicals come from China, and then they're assembled into the drugs in Mexico or Colombia.
Yeah, that
and
was
then
my
it's usually shipped in the
understanding.
United States.
Yeah.
So China's like the base source for a lot of the chemicals, because the cartels, they can make drugs, but they can't make base chemicals. It's not like they have like big chemical plants that make like highly complicated, like pure fucking different chemical substances that you mix to make meth or whatever. They don't have that. They just have a bunch of cooks that can, mix the already made chemicals into what they're looking for.
Watch that plotline in Breaking Bad. That was the thing.
Is it really? I never watched Breaking Bad. The Chinese were like
there
they
was
showed up in it.
I don't remember if it was the Chinese, but they like robbed a train for some barrels of
to
some
get the
industrial chemical.
methanol or whatever.
I don't remember. They were making meth, so whatever. It will be
I think
relevant
it's
there.
methanol. Is it methanol? I think.
China's
Alright.
freaking out that you haven't watched Breaking Bad, and you should.
I haven't watched it either,
I don't watch many TV shows.
but
Neither do I, but I know just enough to be
Yeah.
culturally relevant.
Fair.
Yeah.
The main TV show that I watched was Star Trek: The Next Generation. Okay, that's
based-
the main one. That
I
was
watched-
enough episodes for like a decade of television for me. So
I watched that when I was a kid, when it was originally airing with my family. That was fun. I think I've seen every episode of that show. But anyway, let's keep going.
More importantly, Mr. Bianco,
Vanilla, the meth
combination
expert, said it's methylamine.
Oh,
Mr.
drug and
Bianco, thank you.
alcohol.
Mr.
And-
Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you've given the governor an F on his overall performance. When it comes to
Oh,
homelessness,
boy.
has he done anything right? You have 60 seconds.
Well, by the way, I'd love to be in your class, Katie, if you get a B for what Gavin Newsom's done on homelessness. My goodness, of course it's an F. It shames our state, the situation with homelessness.
Largest drop
we
in
have about
homelessness in the
10%
history of the state,
US
by the way.
population, around 50% of the country's homeless population. And that's
These are the two Republicans, yeah?
no, this guy's not a Republican.
He's an independent, as far as I'm aware. Unless maybe he registered as a Republican recently, but last
Chad
time
Bianco?
I'm
No,
pretty
no,
sure he's
Hilton. That's his name?
independent. No, this guy, the
Hilton.
Hilton fuck. I think he's an independent, unless he changed his registration.
I mean, he's talking like
had
a
a red name
Republican,
in the beginning.
but
Well, yeah,
I'll look it
that's
up.
an independent for you.
oh yeah, at the beginning he did have a red name, so maybe he did change. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know. My understanding is he announced as an independent, but maybe he's a Republican. I don't know.
Steve Hilton for Governor.com says, "Oh God." In the blurb thing. It
Oh,
was
he is announced
Republican,
as a Republican.
conservative Republican.
Okay, well there you go. I thought he
Yeah.
was an independent. My bad. Well, there you go, Republican. Fuckface.
Oh boy. Pro-worker, pro-government, pro-growth tax reduction. No income tax under 100K. 7.5 flat on earnings over 100K. No
That's
increase
retarded.
in property taxes.
Oh, the flat tax.
That's all retarded. I hate it. A flat 7.5 tax? Why?
Sunset a regulatory code. So regulations go away unless explicitly renewed. Idaho did this and they managed to reduce regulation by 95%.
Yeah,
yeah.
Idaho is the model state. We want to be like them. You're right.
reduce and simplify California's administrative state so we eliminate the bureaucratic bloat and duplication of functions. Which, by the way, as a not quick thing, duplication is kind of important. Oftentimes, even across organizations.
Yeah, typically, there's reasons. Generally, the assembly would pass multiple,
Introduce regulatory budgets so state agencies remove existing regulations before introducing new ones. Like a point-buy system for regulations?
Why?
I guess.
This guy thinks regulations are bad, you see. I think...
Require permit paybacks, so agencies that don't handle permits in a timely manner have to refund their fees. I mean, that's maybe...
That's fair, actually.
Bring change to the top, so people running in the government agencies aren't beholden to special interests and don't believe the solution to almost every problem is more regulation. Let's go, more talking points.
Is his entire thing just whinging about regulations?
It seems to be, yes.
Okay, fair.
Ensure that 100% of students meet state math and English standards.
Well, I mean, that's not a bad...
Okay.
But...
Only 35% of K-12 students meet state math standards and 47 meet state English language requirements. Blah, blah, blah. A grade for every school and grade for every teacher. I assume that means like letter grades. Reward the best teachers, fire the worst, restore the parents' power to force change. Schools that teach, not indoctrinate.
Oh,
so these
God.
are like non-policies, but
the
okay.
indoctrination memes.
Based. All very based.
All right.
Yeah, retarded. Also not gonna win because Republican.
Yeah, true. Okay, let's keep going.
And looks like a NPC, to be honest.
Yes. Okay.
I think I've fought this guy in GTA before.
Okay.
The photo op where he tried to pretend he was cleaning up a homeless encampment, literally Gavin Newsom did that 3 times in a row. Nothing changed. And nothing will change if you have one of these Democrats in power. It will be more of the same. My plan is a common sense 3-point plan. Number 1, it is illegal to live and camp on the streets. We need to enforce the law. Number 2, we need to get people into the drug treatment that they need, and it cannot be a choice. Number 3, we need to get people the mental health care that they need instead of the barbaric situation we have right now in California as a result of these Democrat policies, where the main place where we're treating people with mental health problems is jail. That has to change.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Ms. Porter, Mr. Becerra, I'll let you respond, but I just want to clarify the second part of my question. Do you think the governor has done anything right on homelessness?
No, everything has taken us in the wrong direction. That's why we spend, State Auditor found $24 billion of our money spent on homelessness. They have no idea where it went because it's
What's
going
that rehab
into
policy that you talked about earlier?
It
Was
must
that a
be
city
so
or a
easy to
state?
just complain.
It's mostly cities that handle this stuff.
And
for the most part, management of homelessness populations is a city enforcement thing.
Oh, okay. So
It is.
this guy isn't like, can he actually just make it illegal to be homeless? Like,
Well, so it is illegal to camp on the side of the street as a matter of state law, but generally city police departments enforce state law, and generally the mayor has discretion. He can like direct his city to like not enforce a certain thing, or like in San Francisco, Lyndon Breed had ordered the San Francisco Police Department not to arrest homeless people that were camping on the street. But the governor does have some power in that there is still state law enforcement and the California Guard. And as you see with Newsom, he can just send the California Guard or California Highway Patrol into your city to enforce the law, regardless of what you think as mayor. But you got to think that's kind of like with Trump. Like Newsom or whoever the governor is, just like Trump, can only really do that in a few places at a time. It's not like he can have the Guard in every single city in California. There's just not enough troops. It just doesn't work that way.
All right.
It's very interesting, by the way. It's a very interesting perspective as compared to the Russian non-federalism, which I can give a relatively quick spiel about, but let's just say it doesn't work this way over here.
Yeah, the U.S. is super decentralized. Almost everything is like as far as possible passed downwards.
Yeah, I mean in Europe too, it's the same thing with where like they don't really have like even like just in Ukraine, for example, you know, which is why lactoid.
And Ukraine is a unitary state, by the way.
Yes, it is. Yes. Okay, let's keep going.
Profits and crony developers that are, instead of solving the problem, they are profiting
Okay, Mr.
off these
Hilton, thank you.
Democrat
Your time is
policies.
up. Thank you. Ms. Porter, I'll allow you to respond. You have 15
If
seconds.
you were in my class, Mr.
Moderators, the
Hilton,
following
you would
saying
learn
time
in my
limits.
bankruptcy and consumer protection
Based.
class that the majority of homeless people in California are actually working. They're not just people on the streets. It's not just people with mental illness or people with drug or substance use problems. It's also families who are fleeing intimate partner and domestic violence. It's people who are double and tripled up. It's people who are living in their cars on our college campuses. Homelessness comes in a lot of different forms, and if we don't see the whole problem, if we demonize them from one perspective, we'll never be able to solve this problem.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Becerra allowed you to respond to Mr. Hilton there. You have 15 seconds.
Well, it's interesting to watch someone who has served as a talking head on a Fox News program telling us how government should run when he never has run any government in his life. And it's fascinating to see that he can do all these things when he's talking about not collecting any revenue to be able to do any of this work. It doesn't add up. The math doesn't work. But then that's what happens. You can be a talking head and not worry about the consequences of what you do.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, let me ask this question. Okay. We know you have a lot to say tonight. We have a lot to get to. So let me ask you this question here. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, you passed, saying that you hadn't followed his record closely enough. Are you ready to give him a grade on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
So I give the governor a B- on this. And I want to start with a simple statement, which is no one gets well on the street. What I would do is make sure to keep as many people off the street, and if they're on the street, to get them off as fast as possible. Because only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless starts with a serious mental health problem, either bipolarism or some sort of substance abuse. But being on the street itself is such a stressful, vulnerable, dangerous place that it creates mental health problems for many people. That's why I'm in favor of emergency interim housing. Getting people into one room with a key, shared laundry and food. You don't have to be clean, and you can bring your animal. We need to get people off the street. And let's remember this. We want our cities to be walkable and safe. We want...
Is this a fair thing to do, or is this not, like, I wondered about this. How could you, like, do this? Like, could you not maybe do, like, tiny homes or, like, homes that are really quick to go fast? I thought I saw that, like, in some places in California, they were trying to do shit like that in order to, like, get housing up quick. What?
You're talking about, I had to step away for a second. You're talking about accessory dwelling units, right? ADU?
Yeah. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, that's like 20 to 30% of new home construction in California right now is ADUs, because you can build those in a factory and then ship it on a truck to a location and then drop it with a crane in somebody's backyard, and now you have what was one suburban single family house. You put a fence across the backyard. Now that one suburban single family house is 2 homes. So you can literally double density very quickly. So that's why we're doing it. It's more of a short-term solution than a long-term solution.
Okay. Yeah. Well, he was talking about doing emergency family home or whatever, or emergency like homes, like, or like single rooms. That's what Steyer was just saying. He was saying that people should have like, but I thought they were already kind of doing stuff like that with the tiny homes.
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
Yeah, in downtown. So one of the things Matt Mahan did is he built 10,000 tiny homes in the middle of downtown San Jose, and they're basically, homeless people can stay in them so long as they're not doing drugs and they accept rehab stuff. They're allowed to stay in them and just live rent-free. If you search San Jose homeless tiny homes, you'll actually find a picture of the little neighborhood he built.
Oh, okay. San Jose homeless tiny homes.
Yeah, if you just do that and like go to images, they're like kind of colorful. Yeah, there they are. Those blue ones you're seeing right there. That, yes. So he built like thousands of these, and they're like little. Again, it's not perfect, but it's something that we could build quickly right now to solve the problem in the short term. Eventually, the long-term solution is our cities need to be way denser, which is that's being worked on, but that's going to take time to get there. So this is the short-term solution for now.
Oh, that's nice. Look at it. It's so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's way better than being on the street. It's way better. They have AC, they have heating, they just have to be clean from drugs, or if they're on drugs, they have to accept rehab if they get sent there.
I don't have AC in my house. What the fuck?
Yeah, but you don't live in the hottest desert literally on the planet.
Why do you need AC?
I don't care. It's super hot.
You fucking
in the summer.
Russian.
Does
what
it
the fuck?
Does it get 57 degrees Celsius there ever?
No, it feels like it does,
57
but no.
Celsius will actually kill you if you don't have AC. You
I'm
will
aware, but
literally
still,
die.
Grumbles.
Yeah.
I want an AC. It's
For
super
sure.
expensive. I hate it
For
here.
sure. I'm just saying, like, it can be a necessity for not dying.
I understand,
Yeah.
Wait, Octo says AC. Yeah. Like, yeah, air conditioning, you know? Yeah. I have air conditioning here too, even, and it doesn't, honestly, like, the hottest that it ever gets here is 40 sometimes, very infrequently. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if your house is built well, you don't need AC because it doesn't like capture heat. But these things are cheap and they're built quickly, so that you kind of need to climate control them. Otherwise, it's a problem.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, let's keep going with this. This is cool though.
I linked a meme in the side chat. It is Mike Israetel, if people know who that is, who decided at some point that he's intelligent and important enough to start like a philosophy / politics / whatever channel. He's like, yes, we shall end homelessness if we do these things. I have solved it.
Maybe I'll look at that in a bit. Yeah, we gotta watch this first. Maybe I should speed this up. Maybe let's. Oh, we're already at 1.25. Okay, that's fine. All right, let's go.
Kids to be safe walking down the street. Cleaning up this problem gives us a chance to rejuvenate.
This is political EFAP.
To make them
political EFAP.
Vibrant and a place where we're going to build
also,
more housing.
Wearing sneakers with a suit is a crime.
Ha!
That's true.
Wait, is Steyer wearing sneakers? What the fuck? I just noticed that.
These are Nikes.
Steyer is deeply unserious. Okay.
We'll clarify that last part when you said get people off the streets and into housing. Is that something that you would force them to do?
Well, let me say this. The point about emergency interim housing is this. People want to go to it. This is something that actually is designed to meet their needs, as opposed to the huge shelters or waiting 7 years to get them into permanent housing, which costs, Matt Mahan was saying it costs $1 million a key, and the numbers I've heard are between $750,000 and $1 million. Being homeless for 7 years is an incredibly dangerous thing to do, and it's the most compassionate thing we can do is to provide the interim housing that gets people to places they want to be.
Mr. Stiers, thank you. Mr. Mahan, I'll let you respond since he invoked your name and called out the figure there.
Yeah, thanks. Well, look, it has cost $1 million a door. I can show you the receipts from projects that have been approved across the Bay Area. It's worth keeping in mind, the only housing Tom Stiers built has been private prisons and ICE detention centers. Here's the truth. The reality is when you build interim housing, and what Tom's pointing to is the San Jose model. We've built interim housing, dignified alternatives to the streets. 70–80% of people have been willing to come indoors. There's also a share of folks who are out there who are unwilling or unable to come indoors.
Mr. Mahan,
we have to be able to mandate.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Stiers, I'll give you 15 seconds.
So let me say this. My wife and I started a nonprofit bank to basically go in and support the people who can't get financing from normal banks. We have financed 17,000 low-income housing units. We have made sure that every loan is measured only for its impact on the community, either in terms of economic growth or environmental sustainability, and we don't make a dime out of it, and we absolutely never will.
Mr. Stiers, thank you. Now we would like to ask a question about each of your individual campaigns. You will have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Mahan, we will start this round with you. Artificial intelligence is replacing jobs in every industry. Your campaign is supported in part by billionaire tech executives. How can voters concerned about AI trust you to work for them and not the tech industry? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has direct experience with deploying AI in government and regulating it. We created the playbook in San Jose that hundreds of other cities and counties use to put restrictions on how technology is used. Being the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley, I am at the forefront of these technological changes. I know that these tools can be harnessed to do great good, to make government more efficient and more responsive. We've sped up buses and improved language access, but I also understand the risks to privacy, misinformation and manipulation, job loss, which is why we've put strict regulations on our use of technology that other cities are following. We've created the first AI upskilling curriculum for our workforce.
The fact that he's not mentioning like data security is concerning. But otherwise, a good answer.
I don't know how much he actually knows about the technology. He's not like a tech bro, so.
But yeah, that's something that I feel like
he should have a cybersecurity person be like, there's data exfiltration risk, there's like remote code execution risk, there's like a whole bunch of But I mean, depends on what the actual.
I just don't know.
Is.
I guess what I'm saying is I don't know if it's the biggest part of AI is like I think a lot of politicians in the state don't know much about it yet. I think they're still actively learning a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, actually,
depends on what the playbook is, but.
You know what? I feel like it might be interesting because Arthur, you're like an AI dude. It'd be interesting to see you speak with Epic because Epic mentioned a bunch of stuff about, although he did get a lot of it from like a journalist guy. But it's still,
I
yeah.
think Arthur would probably agree. It's basically my summary, Arthur. A lot of AI companies are not profitable and don't seem like they will be before they go public, and that's going to be bad for a lot of them. I don't think LLMs are going anywhere, but there's a bit of a economic problem.
That's true.
Yeah, like basically every time when I ask ChatGPT to search for something for me, it's costing OpenAI like far in excess of the $30 a month that I pay for it. And I'm always using like the thing, and I feel like based on the information that I was provided long term, this is not sustainable. So I don't know how long any of this shit is gonna be around.
Unless they can somehow make a lot more money than they are, which is why I was projecting, I think costs are going to go up for a lot of these subscriptions. They're just going to have to, because they need to make a profit. But
they could conceivably make the models a lot. I don't know if we want to do like an AI.
Oh, no, you're right.
Here.
Or the models get more efficient. One or the other. It has to be one or the other, though.
Yeah.
I guess as a quick thing, if the reporting is to be believed, the frontier models that you use and you interact with day to day have like trillions, like 2 or 3 trillion parameters. The AI that I can put up on my laptop, or like ChatGPT 20 billion or 120 billion OSS models, they can run locally, but they have like 20 or 120 billion parameters. There are some Chinese models which are interesting because they activate only like 4 billion parameters per pass, but contain like 400 billion. And basically, the more parameters you have, the more sophisticated the model is. As simplification.
Well, so that's actually something I mentioned to Kalinda, and also I've read in the reporting, is that the Chinese seem to be focused on making models cheaper and more efficient, while we're still trying to like push frontier models. And it seems like in the long run, maybe from like a capitalist perspective, the companies that are just working on lowering cost might be the winners.
The thing that I strongly consider running locally and haven't like fully deployed it yet would be an Alibaba model, because it's just better.
Yeah, if I can run,
I can run.
If I can get an AI and run it locally and do the same kind of shit that I do with ChatGPT, like basically just use it.
Then why would you pay for ChatGPT?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's kind of my whole point. Yeah, I don't know if they. Yeah, well,
it's going to be decently close, but it's not going to be the same.
Oh, I'm sure it won't be
but
exactly
the question
the same,
is decently close going to be good enough for most people, or would they rather pay like $200 a month for a subscription?
Well,
I think most people.
Yeah, like right now it's $30 a month, and I don't give a fuck. But like later on,
if it was like twice that, you might give a fuck.
Yes, even
actually
with like
for Kalinda,
what?
You might be able to do it with like a local deployment. I wouldn't be able to use a local model for things that I do with AI.
Yeah,
because
no,
I don't have a workflow.
I absolutely would be able to. I mean, hell, I might even be able to do it on this computer, and this computer is like 10 years old now, but it's still a really powerful machine. And like, I'm planning on building a new computer, and if I do, it's going to be like some insanely crazy shit. So maybe I might
VRAM?
Fuck around. How much what?
VRAM.
Oh.
The GPU memory.
Oh, is that the thing that hold on one sec. Let me grab the box for my graphics card, because I don't remember, and I'm probably going to be using this graphics card in the next computer. One moment.
If it's below like 20 gigs, then you're not running anything impressive. You might run.
I think I could probably run I have a 4090. I think that could run an AI model if I wanted to.
16 gigabytes.
You could squeeze in a small model.
So what you're saying?
I have 24 in my Mac.
How many
which is the relevant part
mine's
here.
24. Okay.
Oh yeah, don't you have like a 5090 or a 4090?
No, I have a 4090.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I might end up getting something like that later on, or maybe I'll buy a higher end NVIDIA or a higher end AMD model or whatever. But yeah,
I think I bought it when it was I think they're way more expensive now, because I paid like $700. I don't know what they cost now, but
oh, they're like $1,000.
Like $2,000.
Yeah, it's crazy
Jesus
expensive.
Christ, that's wild.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a reason why I bought a Mac, right?
Yeah,
there's a reason why every AI
probably-
bro on Twitter buys Mac Minis.
Well, I mean, you could
can have memories.
conceivably probably buy like a actually, I don't even know. Anyway.
No.
If
But
you're
yeah,
doing AI
introductions.
and video is currently the way to go. Okay, let's watch the debate. Yeah. That's something that I'll consider in the future though. Anyway, let's keep going.
and use it to enhance their work. I am not afraid to regulate big tech or any other industry, and as governor, I'll make sure we protect the people of California.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, you were chair of the Democratic caucus when Eric Swalwell was elected to Congress. You said in a recent interview that, quote, many of us heard the rumors. What rumors did you hear, and should you have pursued the rumors as a member of Democratic leadership? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, you hear rumors all the time about all sorts of things. Rumors are not facts, and the caucus, the Democratic caucus, is not a place that adjudicates those things.
What's these rumors
it's law
about?
enforcement that does. If someone had come forward
that he raped multiple people.
Yes. Yes.
What, this guy on stage?
No.
No. The guy who was
Saul.
leading to be the next governor until he dropped out of the race. He before he dropped out, he was just gonna be the guy. But now we don't know because all these people were polling at 2%, and now they're all kind of evenly between 10 and 15%. So
yeah,
And the guy on
Swalwell
stage
was a congressman.
had some insight?
No, he said that they'd heard rumors, apparently, which is...
allegedly everyone in the party kind of knew, but wasn't willing to say. And now that it came out, there's a lot of questions about apparently Nancy Pelosi knew about it, but didn't say anything about it to the media. Again, these are rumors. I don't have any idea if it's true or not. I don't even know if Swalwell's guilty of rape. He's accused by multiple people.
Yeah,
and probably
usually
looks like he might be.
Yeah, usually when there's multiple people, at that point you begin to establish a pattern of behavior and whatnot. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. All right, let's go.
then have investigations. I say that as the former Attorney General for the state of California. When I was Attorney General, we did go after sex trafficking. We did go after those who abuse of young women and take advantage of them. We did prosecute people. There was an individual who was a religious leader who was taking advantage of young women. We prosecuted that individual. And today he is in jail for his crimes. We have gone after people, but we go after them based on evidence and based on facts. Unfortunately, we have a president today who would go after someone based on rumors. That's not the way we do it in America. We have to have the facts. Rumors are one thing, but getting the facts really gets you to move. And let me just applaud those courageous survivors who stood up and told America what the truth was. And today, Eric Swalwell was facing accountability.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
Good dodge.
Mr. Bianco, you took an unprecedented action recently, seizing 650,000 certified ballots by your own county election officials as part of an investigation into election fraud because of an allegation by
this is
one
illegal
group.
too. He seized a bunch of ballots illegally without orders from Sacramento and is doing his own private, as a sheriff of a county with no authority from the state, his own private election investigation into election fraud.
Oh my God. I can see why Trump loves this guy. Holy fuck. Okay.
Yes.
California Supreme Court has ordered that investigation paused for now. Do you believe California elections are secure, and would you consider taking the same action after the primary election if you don't believe the results? You have 60 seconds.
Well, we're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of the Attorney General.
Way. That's who stopped him.
This was a very, very basic, normal investigation. The allegation didn't come from a group. It came from reports that our own records, county records from the Registrar of Voters that do not match the output of votes counted. So a very simple investigation would have counted those ballots to see if they match the votes. But
okay, I just need to explain something. Like the way our Constitution works, think of like the California as a federal state, and the counties are like states in a union, is kind of almost how it works. And this guy is chief law enforcement of one county, okay? The counties have absolutely zero authority to investigate their own elections. Any investigation of the state elections would come from the California Supreme Court or the California state law enforcement. He is seizing power from the state government at a county level, and he just thinks it's based, and the Supreme Court had to step in and tell him to go fuck himself. So that's the context of this. It's crazy.
Okay, Jesus.
Massive political outcry.
So you're telling me he's a vigorous executive?
Yes.
General using political lawfare to stop a lawful investigation, and it wasn't stopped. The investigation was not stopped by the Supreme Court. It was stopped so we could argue these ridiculous allegations from the Attorney General about whether or not he has authority to stop that investigation in the first place.
And to clarify, would
the Attorney General of California, by the way, of course, you work for him, motherfucker.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. Because this guy's a sheriff. Yeah.
Yes, he's the sheriff of a county. He's head of law enforcement in a particular county. The Attorney General is head of law enforcement in the state. It's his boss.
Do sheriffs get elected?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm guessing the county this guy's from must be like really Republican or something.
It's a county that went for Trump. It's a rural county that has
Orange
like
County?
no one. Is it Orange County? Let me. I don't want to. I don't think it's Orange County. I think it's east of Orange County, but I can't actually remember the name of the county. Let me look it up really quick.
Oh, Pat's saying we have sheriffs like this all over the U.S. Hey, I too remember Sheriff Bill Arpaio.
Riverside County, which is yeah, that's south of Orange County. Just for context, this is the red is Riverside County. So that's like a rural desert. Like that's all farmland and nobody really lives there. There's like no cities of note there.
Oh, okay. Yeah, of course. It's right here, chat. Right down there. Wow, look at it. It's like a strip.
Yeah. So that's that's a rural kind of Republican county. 90% of us in the state live basically clustered in 2 or 3 areas, which is you can see the Bay Area because the ocean kind of that's the Bay Area, and then LA in the south. And that's where like pretty much most of the state actually lives, is like right up against the coastline.
Okay. Paste. All right.
Same action after this primary election if you don't believe the results. You have 15 seconds.
You made that assumption that that's why this happened. That is absolutely horrific that you basically said that I did that because of how I felt. If we get information, I've been 33 years in law enforcement investigating crime. Do you want me to start doing that with murders? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an absolute ridiculous question. This is a ridiculous topic because we have an allegation of voter fraud. And Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics. And they believe there's voter fraud.
Right,
but when
Mr.
we
Bianco.
try to fix it, it is stopped.
All right, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you said you were deeply honored to recently receive President Trump's endorsement. That's despite the fact that 62% of Californians disapprove of the job he is doing. Are those Californians wrong? You have 60 seconds.
One of the proudest days of my life was the day I became an American citizen. It happened in a ceremony right here in San Francisco. So it is a deep honor for me to be endorsed by
Wait, what'd you say?
Deport.
by the President of the United States. And here's the thing that's going to help every Californian when I'm governor, is that we will have a constructive relationship and partnership with the federal government, which would be the case, I would hope.
Something
for
symbolic about
any
a dude named after a hotel chain being a foreigner.
True.
Yep. Absolutely.
in that situation, so that we can make things better in California. Work with the president and his administration to manage our forests better, to harvest the timber so we can build the single-family homes we need for young families, to work.
He's
to
talking about
increase
cutting down
California
ancient redwood forests that would never grow back, by the way. And also redwood isn't even useful for housing because it's the softest, most flammable wood on the planet.
Oh, well, that would be lame.
Yeah, trees that take like thousands of years to grow, that are an endangered species, that are protected by the state, that literally, like without them, we would have soil erosion and ecological disaster.
Are the
Sounds like
redwood
not enough
forests-
pioneer spirit in you, buddy.
Yeah, it
Captain
is
of industry here.
it is a felony to cut down a redwood tree.
Are they
Redwood-
in like any national parks or anything, or are they just...
Yeah, and that's so because the national parks are federal land, the state law making it illegal to cut down a redwood doesn't apply. So what he's asking right now is when he's governor, he wants to invite Trump to go into Yosemite National Park and deforest all the redwood trees because state law doesn't apply on federal soil. That's what he's talking about. Also, among those redwood trees is General Sherman, which is the tallest tree on Earth and also the largest living organism on the planet. So he's talking about like just destroying ancient forests with some of the like rarest trees on the planet. And after they're gone, their roots that connect everything and hold the desert together would it would be an ecological disaster.
Jesus. Oh, wait, hold on.
Very American of you to care about the environment, but okay.
True.
Don J. Grundman. This was the guy who put the thingy. It wasn't Bianco, which makes sense because I feel like if he had said things like Kirk murdered by shaped charge bomb Israel used. Government knows. YouTube. Why Kirk had to die. Israel murdered Liberty sailors. Israel art students wired twin towers for 9/11. This is the statement that this guy put in like the fucking in his thing. I don't. What is?
Also, to give you non-Californians, because redwoods don't grow anywhere else in the world except for California, pretty much. That is the size we're talking about of these trees, and they take 10,000 years to grow to that size. And if you cut them down, they will not come back.
Oh my god. Okay, this is really cool.
Yeah, they're incredible. Climbing them is really fun.
Holy shit, chat! Look at this. Yeah. Human for reference.
How can they be 10,000 years old if the world is only 6,000 years? Checkmate, libtard.
That's true. Also, by the way, because they're illegal to cut down, this is something that certain roads in parts of the state look like if you go to rural redwood tree country.
Hold on. Who is this guy? Dawn. Don J. Grundman. Does this guy not even have... Okay, I don't... This guy must be fucking irrelevant. He doesn't even have a Wikipedia page.
So anyways, anybody who wants to cut these trees down, okay, they can take the trees from my cold dead hands. I will march my ass into the forest with my AR-15 and a fucking bear flag, okay? And one of us is not leaving. Just saying.
Based. Yeah, no, these trees...
Either the AR or the flag.
These trees
No, one of us is in me and the person coming to cut it down. Only one of us is leaving that forest.
These trees are super cool.
Yeah, they're really, really cool. They're called giant sequoia redwoods. They're the largest trees on the planet, and they take a very long time to grow, and their bark is fireproof, and they survive forest fires, and they've been there for thousands of years, and their roots literally hold the soil together. If they go away, we would have landslides all across our state. It would be dangerous to live in certain parts of the state, literally, because of like landslides and dust storms. They prevent that because their root systems are absolutely ginormous, and they connect together. Like if there's two redwoods next to each other, their roots will merge into one tree with one central nervous system. It's really cool stuff. But if you cut them down, it will take 10,000 years for them to grow back to that size.
Yeah, that is fucking amazing. And you said have you climbed them before?
Yeah, in fact, I really would like to, before I die, climb the tallest one in the state, which is also the tallest tree in the world. But I haven't had a chance to do that one yet. That one's named General Sherman, the tallest one.
Nice.
It used to be named Karl Marx, but after 1937, we renamed it to General Sherman because Karl Marx stopped not being so cool when the Soviet Union was doing the Soviet Union stuff.
Yes. The Soviet Union things.
Yeah.
All right. Let us continue.
Energy production as he wants to do, so we can lower gas prices, to fight the fraud in our government, so we can cut spending and cut taxes, to work to enforce our immigration laws in all these areas and more. It will benefit every Californian to have a governor who is a partner on these issues with the president and his team.
Nikki?
Mr. Steyer, you are the only billionaire in this race. According to reports, you and your wife paid $5.4 million in federal taxes in 2024. You have said repeatedly, quote, tax me more. How much more should you be paying? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more. Have you? You have 60 seconds.
So let me say this. I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, Nikki, but I'm not the only billionaire in this race. The billionaires and corporations are spending big in this race to oppose me and to support the other people on this stage. In 2024, corporations spent $540 million to lobby in Sacramento. They are literally spending tens of millions of dollars against me. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax other billionaires. I'm the billionaire who's taking on the electric monopolies and trying to break up their power. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax the oil companies and make polluters pay.
Sir, you ain't Trump.
Shut
up.
I'm the only billionaire in the race.
That's not your bit.
Yes, but I'm the person who is the change agent in this state. I'm the person who's taking on the funded corporate interests who are driving up costs.
By the way, Hassan talked to this guy, and this guy went on Hassan's stream, and Hassan has said that, like, Steyer actually seems cool, just as an FYI, everybody.
For California,
Steyer is, like, literally the billionaire candidate. That's hilarious.
I know. It is very funny.
No one wants to take them on. I'm doing it. They're spending tens of millions. And let me say this. On Earth Day, the oil companies dropped $5 million today against me to fight me on Earth Day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. And I just want to clarify for people watching this right now. Two parts of the question. You said tax me more. How much more? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more taxes, have you?
My wife and I have said that we will give the bulk of our money away while we're alive and in the process of doing that. But me paying more taxes is not the answer. I've said I believe people
say
should.
that again, Tom.
Wait, no,
Mr.
Steve, let me finish.
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Hilton.
I've said one person putting more money into the system.
Mr. Hilton, if you guys are both talking, people at home won't be able to hear you. So
if one person puts more money into the government, that doesn't solve it. We need structural change. And in every one of the places where Californians are being ripped off, where it's impossible for them to make rent at the end of the month,
Mr. Steyer,
I'm taking on the special interest, and they're fighting back.
Mr. Steyer,
They're the person who are
Mr.
coming
Steyer,
after me
thank you.
because they're scared of me.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Frank.
Ms. Porter, you've acknowledged that your interactions with an aide and with a reporter captured on videos which went viral were, in your words, a bad look, and that you could.
Have you all seen this video?
No.
Okay, hold on. Katie.
Rather retarded question, by the way. It's like tax you more.
Katie
why?
Porter, when she walked out. I'm remembering this now. When she just straight walked out of the interview.
No. It's
Okay.
this. Watch. Here it is.
Oh, I've seen this one. I'm gonna hate her even more now.
So I'm on the oversight committee, you might know, and that is where we did a study recently this fall in September. And what it showed is if we don't electrify our transportation sector, that we're going to lose more than 500,000 Californians dying prematurely to air pollution and other problems. And the state could lose. Get out of my fucking shot.
I wanted to tell you that that's actually incorrect. It's not that it's electric vehicles. It's that if we don't meet the commitments under the Paris Climate Accord.
Okay, it does. Okay, you also were in my shot before that. Stay out of my shot. Okay, I'm going to start again with electric vehicles saving us money. Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, she's done a lot of shit like this. I hadn't seen that one, but like there was an interview where she was asked a question that every other candidate running for governor was asked, and she called the question unfair and then walked out and like was like, I've never done this before, but I'm gonna walk out of this interview. Yeah, she's insufferable.
Oh, okay. She's this is very diva-ish. Oh, Pat says, I mean, this is
By
just
the way,
Hollywood.
she's the one Hassan should be supporting. She's like the closest to Hassan politically of everyone running right now. But Hassan doesn't know anything about California politics at all, so I'm not
Even
surprised.
though he lives there, which is well, I mean,
Yeah, have you heard him talk about Gavin Newsom?
yeah, I know. Yeah, I don't think that he pays attention. I mean, he doesn't really have to be fair. Like, what is he? He lives in like a fucking.
He's probably not going to vote, and he probably does. Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Or he might vote green, which
I actually, I think he turned against. He said Katie Porter was awesome before, and then he turned against her. Something about like her apparent opposition to like fucking wealth tax or no, it was Medicare for all. That was it. It was because she didn't support that. I don't know. She failed some purity test of his, and then at that point he was done with her. I thought it might have been something about Israel Palestine, but because nothing.
Fair. If I don't know much about Moscow politics, why would someone living under the tyranny of the liberal regime know anything about the politics of their locality?
Yeah.
Right?
That's true.
Yeah.
True. It is true.
All right, let's go.
Have done better. What have you done to address those concerns? And as a person who frequently speaks about being a parent on the campaign trail, what would you tell your own kids if they ever faced a boss like that? You have 60 seconds.
I apologized that day to that staffer 4 years ago, and I took responsibility then, and I have taken responsibility since, acknowledging that it was not the right way to treat someone. And that is a big contrast to what we have seen other candidates do when they have been called out for misconduct. I'm proud that that staffer in that video and I continued to work together for 4 years following that incident, and it speaks to how I addressed it. I work hard with my team to deliver for Californians, things like free COVID testing in the first weeks of the pandemic, things like cracking down on pharmaceutical price gouging, calling out a bank CEO for the fact that their employees couldn't pay for housing. All of my accomplishments have come from my team, and I would say that if somebody is treating you rudely, you should speak up. And that's what I would want my children to do. And that's what I did when I was being pushed again and again and again to kowtow, to give in and defend Donald Trump when he was engaged in despicable actions. I wasn't going to do that for that reporter, and I will not do it as governor.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. And with that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to ask the candidates about an exclusive report that shed new light on a battle between California and the Trump administration. You are watching Debate Night in California.
Are we gonna do Russian electoral debate memes at some point when they arise?
Wait, there's Russian electoral debate memes?
It is an election year.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot you guys have those. I'm kidding.
That'd be interesting. I'd like to see what that looks like.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Hopefully, although that might require either the creation of... Actually, you know what, Arthur? You probably could get AI to make subtitles for you, even if you wrote them out ahead of time or something. I don't know. Like, if that was one of the things that it required, unless you were going to do on-the-fly translation. Although maybe there'll be... I don't know. It's a parliamentary election, right? Or
yeah.
like it's not a presidential election. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would actually be very interesting.
Welcome back to Debate Night in California. The race for governor coming to you live from San Francisco.
All right, let's move on to our next question. In an exclusive Cron 4 report, a California Highway Patrol officer was recorded giving a roadside English proficiency test.
Oh, this should be interesting.
To a commercial truck driver.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh.
A roadside English proficiency? What?
Commercial.
Why?
To have a commercial driver's license, you need to speak English. It's a federal law in the United States. So the cop is enforcing federal law, which is kind of his job.
Okay.
Wait, but can you do like the actual stats on the spot? Or...
It's a new thing Trump is mandating, and California state law enforcement have to, because they're like state law enforcement, not like some municipality. California Highway Patrol is like the state's FBI. Like that's like state police that answers to Newsom, and they have to follow federal law. I mean, technically the assembly can pass a law saying they don't, but right now the way the law is, they have to follow federal law.
Okay, yeah, so Trump is trying to demand this. Yeah.
Yeah, Trump's also threatening to like cut a bunch of funding to certain programs in California if we don't follow this. And I'm going to be honest, there's certain areas where we should fight Trump, but there is a reason you do need to speak English to have a commercial driver's license. If you're going to operate a 20,000-ton vehicle on the roads, you do actually need to read road signs that are written in English.
Oh yeah, no,
this isn't the area where I think we should die on that hill. There are other areas where I think we should die on the hill, but this one is
no.
not
It's just
one.
I know that there are
very
like
silly.
vision requirements, for example, to drive, but I would be very surprised if people administer like eyesight tests on the roads.
It's because that people speaking.
Well, it's because there was recently an accident where a Mexican truck driver smashed into his drunk.
I know about that one.
Yeah. So since then, Trump passed a bunch of EOs and has been freaking out and breathing down our necks about it because he got his license in California.
Yeah, there's like, obviously there's a bunch of stuff about, I don't know. Honestly, the English thing, I feel like that's maybe the only thing or one of the only instances where it's just like, I feel like everybody needs to be able to speak the same language, even if people can also speak other languages, because otherwise how the fuck are we all going to communicate with each other or whatever, so.
Well, there's parts of California where they're Spanish speaking, communities, and they've been there longer than California's been part of the US. But if you're going to get a commercial driver's license, you need to speak English. That makes sense. So. I mean, I guess like if you live in an isolated, or if you live in that particular community and it's whatever. Although I don't know. But a CDL lets you drive a 20,000-pound vehicle through our streets, so you do need to be able to read
20,000.
Yeah, it's
the 20
unhinged size of vehicles. Is it 20 tons? I thought it was
the giant
20,000 tons.
No, pounds.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the ginormous trucks, Yeah.
Yeah, a
Okay,
truck
that's
that
fine.
could go through a fucking apartment building if it's going at the speed limit. I'm sorry,
I heard a fifth
34,000
of an
pounds.
aircraft carrier
Thirty-four
size. I was
thousand
like,
pounds is the weight of the vehicle. So just think about it. Like an American semi truck could be carrying 34,000 pounds of cargo, and that cargo could be like refined jet fuel. Like the if you know this is a big responsibility. It's like being a commercial airline pilot. You also need to speak English to be a commercial airline pilot, just to be able to read the regulations and read road signs. I think it's reasonable. I don't think it should be the hill we die on. I think the hills we should die on are like the ice stuff, you know?
Octo says, what
Yeah,
the
but against
fuck
the
is a
license.
pound? And UNSC says, use metric, you uncivilized pig.
I love that like Europeans literally advertise their own ignorance. So we learn metric in the US, and metric is part of the standard measurement system. That's the American measurement system. I use metric all the time. I use Celsius all the time. But pounds, the reason we use pounds when we're talking about trucking is because the whole industry works on British imperial tons, which are a function of pounds. By the way, in Europe too, when you're unloading a container ship, containers are weighed in pounds. They're not weighed in kilograms. So that's why when we're talking about the logistics industry, we use pounds. We use kilograms for other things where it makes sense. Like when I'm taking on gas in an aircraft, I'm going to use kilograms. But you're not doing conversions from pounds to other types of imperial units when you're in the trucking industry. So that's why they use pounds. Knowing both is actually better than being ignorant to one half of the measurement system. Just saying, like being ignorant to how pounds work doesn't make you smarter. It actually makes you less intelligent. Knowing both is actually the best of both worlds. And by the way, the reason it's not dumb the way they do that is because the manufacturing industry is set up around pounds and the cost of conversion would be retarded. And that's why they even use pounds. Just so you know, in Europe, when you're flying a plane, you use feet for altitude because a lot of the measurements over the last like 1,000 years have for like, well, not 1,000, like 500 years for atmospheric conditions are translated into feet. And it just makes more sense to keep using feet than retrain every pilot on the fucking planet to use meters. And what are you even gaining from that? I've never been flying and I'm like, oh, I'm 40,000 feet. Wait, I need to convert that to inches. That just doesn't happen.
Wait, hold
it
on.
It just doesn't matter.
Can I? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna walk away from the computer for a second. If you guys want to open the chat and keep talking to them, because now people, it's time. It's time for listen up, Europeans. It's time for your daily shit talking.
True.
Courtesy
Yeah.
of
You guys
Epic
think
Fail.
you guys are proud of your ignorance. You guys are proud that you don't know how like half of
No,
the fucking
no,
measurement
we're just
system
proud of
works.
being superior because you know that imperial is defined in law from
You know we don't use
metric,
imperial, right? Good job showing off your ignorance. What system of measurement do we use in the United States? Do you
Standard.
even know? Yeah. Do you know that's not imperial? Like an imperial inch is not a US standard inch, an imperial mile is not a US standard mile. They're literally different because our system's backwards compatible with metric. It's not imperial. So the whole criticism you guys have over imperial, you're making fun of the British, not us. It's a display in ignorance in the first place. You don't even know what the fuck you're criticizing. Proud of ignorance. That's how you people are.
You people, okay. I see how it is.
I'm
I see
memeing
how it is.
that. But seriously,
Mhm,
we don't
mhm,
use
mhm.
imperial. We use standard. It's not the same as imperial. Imperial is retarded. I make fun of imperial along with everybody else who uses standard. I'm glad we don't use the imperial system in the US and never have. The imperial system was created by the British Empire after the United States declared independence. There's never been a day in our history we've used the imperial system.
Okay.
Wait, it's
That's
backwards
cool.
compatible because our definitions all go back to metric. Like the definition of a nautical mile is not a unit of feet. It's not 5,820 feet. It's a unit of meters. The definition for a lot of stuff in standard goes to metric, and we've actually changed some of our stuff to be easier to convert to metric. That's why a US gallon is not the same as an imperial gallon. That's why a US ton isn't the same as an imperial ton. Our system is just easier to kind of work with metric. That's the whole point. Because the US was one of the early adopters of the metric system. We sent people to the council in France when metric was being developed. Americans helped make metric into a thing. So we integrated metric into the US customary system of measurements. That's standard units. That's the American system of units. Mokoid, Fahrenheit is not stupid. It's useful in different areas than Celsius. If I'm measuring engine temperature, I'm using Celsius because what I care about is when the water, that's the coolant loop in that engine, is going to start boiling. And it's really nice to understand that the water is going to freeze at 0 and it's going to boil at 100. But if I'm cooking something and we have cookbooks that go back to like the 1600s that are written around Fahrenheit, it kind of just makes sense to keep using Fahrenheit. Like you don't have to pick one as superior. That's not how units work.
Yeah, hold on. Fahrenheit being used for body temp isn't that more precise because you can do decimal places in Celsius. That is the thing you can do. 36.6 is the like normal body temp, supposedly. Even
Yeah,
though
but you
it's
can also
actually...
pick a normal body temp in Fahrenheit, 92.8, right? Like,
how is
I'm
it?
just saying,
Okay.
in any area where you're not like converting shit, right? So the advantage of metric is you have base 10, which makes conversions easier. Sure. Yeah. If you're doing a lot of conversions, that's when I use metric. Or if I want it to be pegged for heat to the boiling and freezing point of water. But there's also, like, you know what else is useful besides Celsius? Is Kelvin. Right? Kelvin's useful because 0 in Kelvin is absolute 0. When we're talking about space travel, when we're talking about space flight, astronauts are going to be much more comfortable with Kelvin than Celsius because 0 is actually the absolute 0 of the universe. So it really depends what we're doing. These units have different functions. Do you know one of the advantages of feet over metric? 12, a base 12 system with feet and inches, actually is dividable in more ways. And if you're working in fractions, like the construction industry does, because it's easier to work in fractions, it is actually, you can have more fractions of a foot than you can have fractions of a meter or a centimeter, because base 12 is dividable in more ways. So there are literally advantages and disadvantages to these different units. If you ever get into the mindset that one set of units is superior to another, you are so lost in the sauce of smelling your own farts that you've lost like why we even have units in the first place. Units they solve problems, and different unit systems are to solve different problems. Nautical miles are way more useful for me to navigate a globular Earth than kilometers. I use kilometers when I'm on the ground. When I'm taxiing from point A to point B on a runway, I'm going to get instructions from tower in kilometers or in meters. But the second I'm in the air and I'm navigating a globe, the advantage of nautical miles is they're actually based on a fraction of the Earth's circumference, which is way more useful if you're talking about converting distance to lines of latitude and longitude, because lines of latitude and longitude are based on fractions of the Earth's circumference. That's why everyone in the world, not just American pilots, use nautical miles when they're flying. It's just better. It's a more useful unit in that case. And that's not a metric unit, that's a standard unit.
Nah, they use it because it's imperialism. That's it.
True. Yes, you're right. I forgot. Yeah. Good point. By the way, in 9 out of 10 cases, metric is better, which is why I use metric in 9 out of 10 cases. I am much more comfortable measuring distance in meters and kilometers than feet and miles. But again, it depends what you're doing. There are certain areas where metric does not have the best tools for the job. I use metric tools when I work on my car, but if I'm building a house, I'm going to use feet and inches because, again, fractions when we're cutting wood and doing woodwork is a super useful measurement. It is super useful to be able to divide 12 in so many ways to create so many different fractions of a foot or fractions of an inch. It's just depends what we're doing. We can all agree the British are the ones that are objectively wrong because they use the dumbest of all. Who the fuck? Anybody who tells you a measurement of weight in stones is actually retarded. Okay, I'll stand by that one forever.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
The thing that annoys me is that you got those volumetric measurements for mass, which is retarded. When you do like, please add 2 cups of water. It's like, but why? Water has defined, density, which is like close enough, I guess, volume to mass. But what it's like flour and you're cooking stuff, or 2 cups of berries. What do you mean? Why?
Yeah. So I agree in
Stop.
that, but on the other hand, again, a lot of the reason we use old measurements for cooking is because the cookbooks just have used them, and it's like a lot of effort to take grandma's cookbook and convert it to metric. But like, yeah, sure, if you're starting from scratch, I agree, 100%.
A stone is 11 pebbles. Is this
True.
real?
Also, more quite, yeah. I don't know. It might be different for imperial units, but in customary, a foot is 12 standard inches. Yeah, it's exactly
Wait,
12
is
inches.
Eddie gonna defend baking measurements?
I don't know.
No way, right? It's not possible.
Well, it might be the same for Addy. Like there might be recipes that you've used for a very long time that are in. Also, you got to keep in mind, Arthur, if I go to the store and the milk is sold in quarts, I'm going to be more comfortable cooking in quarts, because if I buy 4 quarts of milk and, a recipe calls for like 500 milliliters, it might not convert evenly enough where like I might have a little bit
I
of
understand,
milk
but
I'm
why are
not
you
using.
selling milk in quarts? Selling milliliters.
So honestly, again, a lot of that just comes from just not like the units we use, just that the industry is set up that way, and they don't want to spend the money to change, like retooling and stuff like that. You got to keep in mind, we did inherit a lot of industry from the British. So that's kind of why Customary has a bunch of old British units in there, because inertia. I mean, again, if you start from scratch, sure, but if you like inherit a bunch of stuff and it's costly to change, it doesn't always make sense unless again you're dealing with like NASA, where NASA made a concentrated effort in the 60s to get rid of anything that wasn't metric in their units because they want to be able to work with the European Space Agency. So obviously that's an area where that matters, but like the milk industry, I don't know if this matters.
Also, just a quick thing. Octo asks, Celsius is defined on water boiling, freezing for distilled water at 1 atmosphere worth of pressure, and there's like a number for that, at sea level somewhere.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm here to defend cups and teaspoons and tablespoons.
Try.
I'll be right back.
When you're baking, not always are the ratios and measurements weight dependent or size dependent. Sometimes they are volume dependent. And so much like anything else, there are times when it's useful to weigh things out, but if you're working in ratios and you're talking about volume and surface area, then it actually is not helpful to weigh things out. You can technically calculate it differently each time, but the volume is helpful. It's that simple. And having standard volume measurements is just useful.
Yeah, well, this goes back to it's better to know
impression.
more than less units, which is why I make fun of Europeans. They're proud of the fact they only know metric. It's like, how cool, you only know one slice of the possible measurement units you could use in your life. That's kind of sad. And then they make fun of us in America for learning more than they do. Because, again, to graduate high school, I had to know what a meter is, and a foot, and a mile, and a kilometer, and a nautical mile. It wasn't just one of them. Yeah, it's all of them.
Yeah, to memorize
so you guys
all the
make fun of us for learning more tools to solve problems.
Sorry, we're
you guys
smarter.
do. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Like, there's so much hate on America. Like, why aren't you guys like us and use metric for everything? It's like, we use metric where we think it's useful, and then where we think it's not, we use other units that we think are better for that. Like, get over it. If you don't like it, don't come to America. I don't know what to say.
Right.
But how do you know how far a foot long is?
A foot long is 2/3 of a foot, I think. I don't think they're actually a foot long. I think
They're not a foot. I mean, I would be shocked if they actually were, yeah.
Yeah, I think someone sued about
Isn't there a
this
court
for
case about
false
that?
advertising. Yeah, I think they had to rename
There
it from a
must
foot
be.
long to something else. Do they still call it?
To go back to baking, I was under the impression that baking is like chemistry, basically.
It is.
So it's like chemistry is defined by numbers of molecules which convert neatly into mass. So in what cases, just out of curiosity, because I haven't baked much, but I've baked like a little, when do you need volumetric measurements?
If the kind of baking you're trying to do is create like an emulsion at a very specific ratio or a dough at a very specific hydration level, then yeah, weights are going to be a lot more helpful for you. But if you're, let's say, making a berry crumble and you want to have, a ratio of 1 to 2 for berries to crumble to have like the perfect amount for what you like, then cups is going to be a lot more helpful to measure that out. It just depends what you're doing and like what, if you're trying to weigh out how much, let's say you want a certain amount of like mix-ins for your cookie per cookie, right? But you can't weigh out chocolates and walnuts equally because they're going to weigh differently. So you can do all of that math, or you can just have a standard cup measurement for how much space that will take up within your cookie. That makes sense. The weights aren't always interchangeable.
I comprehend the words. I don't know if I comprehend the meaning, but that's a skill
Okay,
issue.
let's say I'm making a chocolate chip cookie, but instead of chocolate chips, I want to put almonds in, right?
Yeah.
Almonds and chocolate chips don't weigh the same amount.
Yeah.
And if I put the same weight of almonds as I would of chocolate chips, it might completely overwhelm the cookie and not stick together because it's too much, because they're so much lighter. So for that kind of comparison, you're going to want to
You need volumetric quality.
have a cup measurement.
But there's going to be like different
volume.
air gaps between the chocolate chips and the almond bits. So
Yeah, but they're going to
Wouldn't
average
that-
out, right?
would they?
Yeah.
I mean,
They're
maybe.
close, and I'd imagine closer than weight would. But like, it's probably not as.
Much
It's probably not
closer.
perfect, but it's probably better, is what she's saying.
Especially
And
if
by
you
the way,
chop
I can
almonds, but
kind
my
of.
point is only to say that it's just not comparable
Yeah.
necessarily, and sometimes volume is just a lot more helpful of the tools.
Yeah.
Not always. I use my scale a lot, but sometimes it's just not going to do it.
And
Okay,
you know,
friends.
if we think about in other areas, like there's times where gallons are more or less useful than pounds or kilograms of gas for me, depending on what we're doing. So, yeah, I could see.
These are all interesting arguments.
Yeah.
However, they're not more interesting than the meme of making fun of of metric supremacy memes. So
Yeah,
I'm
no, I
sorry.
know. It's just
You can
it's
have
funny
your
because
meme,
at the end of the
you'll be
day,
correct.
metric units are tools, right? And they're optimized for different things. And metric is optimized to
No,
be.
they're teams, and my jersey's metric.
Yeah, but
There
that's
you
like
go.
that's the retarded version. That's what I'm saying. It's so sad that's like normalized.
My team is retards.
Yeah,
Yes.
True.
Hello.
True.
It is me.
Well, to be fair, Americans will also do this too. They'll make fun of metric, which is stupid again because metric is part of customary. So you're making fun of your own system too. And yeah, metric is useful. It's just they're all useful. Knowing more units always is better than knowing less, right? Because they're tools, right? More tools is better than less tools, just obviously.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we get back to the California debate now?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll go. Thanks for indulging me. Have a good night.
You're
guys.
welcome. Thank you,
That was actually a
Addie.
good explanation because I don't bake, so I wouldn't have thought of that. But yeah, it's interesting to know.
Yeah.
Yes, you do. You made. Well, actually, I guess it didn't really require.
Well, baking is like baking in an oven. I mean, I cook food, but I usually use a stove. Like I don't bake cookies or cakes or anything that requires measurements like that. When I make
Fair.
eggs, it's like, all right, put some fucking butter on the pan and then cook the eggs. You know, it's yeah.
Fair enough. All right, let's go. Let's see what happened here.
And then do me a favor. Tell me what this sign means. So what does this mean? What is it telling you? What does this sign mean?
This video is captured following
Yeah,
the
he
U.S.
shouldn't be
Department of
driving a commercial
Transportation
truck.
withholding $40 million
fair.
in funding, saying
But I would
California is the
also
only
be
state
surprised
of the
if a guy with like contact lenses was asked to prove his eyesight on the street. That would be weird.
No. Sure. I'm saying normally we don't do this. Trump's having a fit, which is making us do it. But I'm just saying this shouldn't be something we die on. Like, I wouldn't put up a lot of pushback against this specific policy because what I just saw there, I think is fine.
Okay.
All right.
country that refuses to ensure big rig drivers can read road signs and communicate with law enforcement.
Any cook
Mr.
worth
Becerra,
their salt doesn't measure shit ever, including salt.
Thank you for the $20, grassroots.
To begin this round with you, should the CHP be giving English proficiency tests to truck drivers? And if not,
Cook,
would you as
yes,
governor push back
but
against the
Baker,
Trump
no.
administration on this policy? You have 60 seconds.
I would definitely push back on the Trump administration on, again, a reckless policy. I would make sure that that officer understands that he cannot discriminate against any driver without having a basis to do so. I understood a little bit of what that individual was trying to say. I couldn't see the signs, but it certainly sounded like he was trying to describe what that particular sign was trying to represent. And so we have to be very careful careful that we're not profiling consumers in California, drivers in California. It is against the law. And our police officers, while they try to do the best job of keeping safety, have to understand they have to abide by the rules and treat everyone, every motorist, the same way. And so if that officer had some basis to be qualified, let's take a look at that. But let's not find that people are being discriminated against because of what they look like. Is that officer asking everyone he pulls over to explain those road signs, or is he asking only people who look like me? And if he's doing that, then he's violating the law.
And I just want to clarify, do you think CHP should be giving English proficiency tests?
As far as I know, the Academy does not train CHP officers to be giving English proficiency exams. So that officer has some explaining to do.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you are the only law enforcement
Didn't
officer
the
on the
Supreme
stage
Court
tonight.
allow for like a confluence of factors, some bullshit test to
Yeah, I think that
profile
was
people?
for federal agents, though.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't know if that applies to state law enforcement.
Yeah, but the understanding that if you're outside a Home Depot and you speak Spanish, then you know you can be profiled.
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
pretty much.
pretty crazy.
Which is
Also,
pretty. It is pretty. Yeah, I agree.
Duckbringer says in chat, my issue with this is that it does nothing to penalize companies from keeping drivers on the road for too long, which is what's causing so many wrecks. I have no idea if that's true. I'd have to look that
I mean,
up.
that's 100% true, but there also is the case. There are some people. I mean, I've met these people. You see them if you live here. Like you will see truck drivers at truck stops that do not speak in English, and so long as all of our road signs are in English, I don't think that I don't think you need to speak English to have a driver's license, but when you're operating a commercial vehicle that could be carrying tens of thousands of pounds of flammable gas, like I think you should be able to demonstrate you can read the road signs. And regardless of what I think, the federal law is that you have to in order to get a CDL. So that just is federal law.
Out of curiosity, I guess, on this, when you mean when you say you need to be able to read signs, do you mean like the names of the cities and whatever, or
No, the road
just
signs.
any sign that's on a road. So to get a commercial driver's license, you're supposed to take a test that demonstrates you can read all the road signs. In the same way, to get a pilot's
the stop
license,
sign?
you take a test that you can read all the signs on a runway.
Stop sign,
It's very basic.
Aren't those
Any road
explicitly-
sign. You've driven a car, right? Any road sign you'd have to read while driving.
Right,
So
but
there's a pretty
isn't
wide
there like an
variety of
international standard for those, which you don't need a language to understand?
No, it was some of them are written
No.
in English. Like for example,
Almost all of them have English writing on them. Like a caution sign is going to say caution in
Yeah.
English. Stop is going to say stop in English. I mean, speed limit is written in English. If you don't know what road signs mean, you shouldn't operate a commercial vehicle. I don't think
The
that's
no
a huge
parking
fucking-
I mean, that's fair, but just conceptually, couldn't you get around this problem by making the signs?
No, you could. No,
those-
there's nothing California can get around this problem because there's 50 states in the union and commercial
No,
truck
not
drivers.
California, but just the U.S.
Okay,
if they wanted to.
We're talking about governor's debate for California. That's the
Okay,
context
fine.
of this debate. So as far as state law goes, there's nothing we can do in Sacramento that's going to influence what road signs look like in Arizona or Nevada or Texas. And there's also not much the federal government can do, right? Because a lot of this is almost all state regulation. The states build the roads, not the feds.
But
Yeah,
the road
I just-
signs, the road signs have to look the same in every state. Yeah, like that's all standardized. Yes, I mean I believe that. I think we probably have the same road signs here as you guys have. I would
I
assume
understand
it's
and
all-
agree. I was just asking a broader question because our road signs don't have any words on them besides the ones that are pointing to like a specific location.
You
Like
don't
the
have no
sign from
parking
Moscow.
between this hour and this and between this time and this time signs on your roads.
They're like
Yeah, like here, I'll just because I mean I don't know. Just to repeat,
Granted,
almost all
I'm
of our
not a
signs have
driver.
English on it. I'm just gonna put those are road signs in the state of California in the side chat. You can just look at an image. Almost every one of those has English writing on it. If you cannot read English text, you cannot safely operate a commercial vehicle on our streets. That's just
I understand, but
yeah.
I was just asking whether this could be changed so that this would not be a problem.
There's nothing the governor could do to change that across the United States where a commercial driver's license that's issued in California could safely drive from California to New York with a cargo load if they do not speak English. That's just
But
nothing.
the U.S. wanted to, if they wanted, right?
Maybe you might need to pass a constitutional amendment. I don't know if the federal government
What?
has
Why?
that authority because the federal government gets powers from the Constitution. If the Constitution doesn't give the federal government power to do something, they don't have that power. So I'm not sure the federal government has any power to tell the states how they're going to do road signs. I would be surprised if there was any part of the Constitution that enabled them to do that.
Hey, these look a lot like
Oh, wait.
ours.
Oh, I understand. Okay, yeah, sorry.
Except
enough,
ours,
yeah.
except our railway crossing sign does not say railway or crossing.
By the
or
way,
railroad
it
crossing
might.
on it.
I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying I'm not even sure that the federal government has that power. It might, but I'm not sure.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Sorry, by the way, I muted the TTS just because that there's a bunch of people in here, but I like how we don't do traffic laws in this country, says Grassroots. Thank you for the $10, Grassroots. Just add more lanes.
True.
And then he says, also, if you can top my most powerful speeding ticket, I'll send you $50. It was clocked at 167 and a 55. What the fuck, bro?
Does it count if I didn't get a ticket, but I was going faster?
Wait, this is in miles?
Yeah, 'cause
$167?
I've done 215 and a 50, but I didn't get pulled over, so I don't know if that counts.
That's also in miles? That's like 300 something kilometers, right? That's unhinged.
20 kilometers an hour, if I remember, because my gauge says both miles and kilometers, but yeah.
Pat, he
215
wasn't
miles
doing
an
that
hour.
while he was flying.
No, that was in my BMW. That was the night I bought it. I was driving it home from Sacramento. It was like 2 a.m. The road was empty, and I was a 19-year-old in a supercar.
That's fucking based.
Which, by the way, I'm looking back, they shouldn't let 19-year-olds buy supercars. That should not be legal. I don't, yeah, that was crazy that they just let me drive that thing off the lot with like no training. It's crazy. But yeah, they did.
Yeah. Oh, Simon, nothing. There was like a guy basically ran through the thing at the entrance to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and he had like 2 guns on him and some knives, and he was planning on shooting Trump administration officials, including the president. He released a manifesto. He was very clearly anti-Trump. He referred to Trump as like a rapist and a pedo and like I think a criminal, and yeah, he wanted to like kill a bunch of Trump admin officials, except apparently for Kash Patel. I don't know why he made a special carve out for him, and they caught him, and yeah, there were shots fired.
Hegemon, the car is a 2008 BMW M5.
Wait, is this the Fox one?
Fox? I don't know what that means.
Fox one?
What do you mean when you say that, friend?
At least in Russian, the various Beamer models got nicknames. Like the 90s, early 2000s cars have like nicknames.
Oh. I don't know anything about that.
I don't know if it's internationally transferable. I guess not. M5.
I mean, the American nickname is the Bangle Butt because Chris Bangle designed it, and it has a weird looking rear end. But yeah.
Oh, it is the Fox. That's a cute car.
It was my dream car when I was growing up, and I bought it when I was 19, and I still have it. I love it. It's a really fun car.
Yes, Grassroots. Epic has in fact modded his vehicle to a great amount, I believe.
It makes
after the fact.
700. Makes 700 horse at the wheel right now.
Okay.
All right, let's keep going,
I
guys.
built the engine a couple times. This is engine number 3 right now.
Based?
Jesus.
It keeps blowing up.
I hate it when that happens.
Yeah, that's why I have a Toyota too.
All right.
This type of roadside testing becomes standard practice across California, and what should happen to drivers if they do fail? You have 60 seconds.
Well, we have to, first off, acknowledge that we actually do have rules and we actually do have laws. And if they are not abiding by those laws and California is giving them driver's licenses when they do not qualify for those driver's licenses and we're sending them out onto the streets, we also have seen several horrific accidents that were attributed to people that did not understand English or that did not could not comprehend the road signs or the street signs that they were supposed to be abiding by. So we don't know the context of this. This is what's super important, especially in law enforcement. You have to know the entire context of this entire stop and this entire video, not just the small section. But if he is verifying whether or not someone can read signs, my guess is he was stopped for violating a sign, and he's trying to verify that he could. And let's stop with this whole racism thing and racial profiling and all of this garbage. We have to get over this. You either violated the law or you didn't. End of story. Consequences for bad behavior.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, would you require full compliance with the federal language standards for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
So I've discussed this with someone called Marcus Coleman from Bakersfield. His beautiful daughter, Delilah, was put into a coma by someone driving a truck. An illegal immigrant, didn't speak English, and his daughter now...
It's so...
Wait, is this the one that
weird.
Trump was obsessing over? Oh yeah, it is, because he passed that law.
Trump likes both of them, but yeah, this is the one he officially endorsed.
Yeah, the Delilah's Law thing. Didn't he want to pass like a thing and call it Delilah's Law or something, or he signed a thing like about that girl or whatever? Wait, did Trump endorse Hilton or the? No, he endorsed Bianco.
I thought he endorsed Hilton. Oh, did he?
I thought.
Wait, really? Am I wrong? Wait.
Or did he endorse? Maybe he did endorse Hilton. I thought he endorsed Bianco because the Bianco's the crazy 2020
Yeah, he
election.
endorsed Steve Hilton. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
No, but Trump likes them both. Trump likes both of them. But
okay.
You know.
Of course he does. Yeah. I see.
It is weird to have a political culture where this kind of local story involving a niche issue, like fucking roadside testing of language proficiency plus the road signs, are elevated to the national level, while also serious policy talk like taxes is boiled down to slogans. It's weird.
To be fair, the person who elevated it to the national level was Trump. But yeah, I
understand.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Trump does
the fact that he was able to, and no one was like, dude, stop. This is retarded.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree.
All right.
Labeled for life. That's what we're dealing with here. It is completely ridiculous that we have people driving on our roads who can't understand road signs and can't speak English. So, yes, of course, and I've discussed this with my friend Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, we will not be issuing commercial driver licenses when I'm governor to people who are illegally here and who don't speak English. That is obvious common sense.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Mr. Steyer, where do you draw the line on this? Should language proficiency for truckers be strictly enforced, even if it means that some of them will probably lose their jobs? You have 60 seconds.
Look, I agree with what was said, which is we don't know the context of this stop. But what I can say is this: racial profiling is illegal. And in fact, picking on people based on the color of their skin in the state of California is illegal. I have a program for ICE that involves prosecuting them for racial profiling, prosecuting them for violence against Californians and the supervisors, studying, investigating their detention centers, having legal defense funds for people who've been kidnapped and put in those detention centers.
Can you do that?
And a Know Your Rights
Prosecute
PR campaign.
federal law enforcement officials for...
Yeah, if they break state law, yeah. They have to follow state law while they're here.
Okay.
Listen, what we're talking about here is whether police officers and the criminal justice system treats people fairly based on the color of their skin. I will say this: Donald Trump posted against me last week because I said ICE has to obey the law in California. The head of ICE posted against me, but I'm not going to step back because the truth is, racial profile.
On that, I guess, if, let's say, the president goes to a state and does a presidential action, but while being president in a state,
and members of Congress get very similar protections from state law that ambassadors do from United States law. So they're basically like ambassadors when they're visiting. So Congress members, Senate members, and president, they get to bypass a lot of that.
Okay. And since DC is not a state, this wouldn't apply either?
Well, it wouldn't apply to federal agents. Like if Trump sends the FBI into California and they break state law, the California Highway Patrol can absolutely arrest them. They just couldn't arrest Trump for giving those illegal orders.
Even if Trump gave those orders while being in California jurisdiction?
Yeah, because he has the protection of his office, basically.
And even if DC was a state, that wouldn't be.
Well, that's why
changed.
DC can't be a state, because that would cause a ton of huge problems with how the Constitution works. Which is why I don't think DC should ever be a state. I think they should get representation like they're a state, but formally being a state would cause a ton of problems.
Okay. Fair enough.
Is illegal, violence is illegal, and the governor of California needs to stand up for Californian citizens every time.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question. Do you believe that English proficiency, language proficiency should be strictly enforced for truck drivers? You have 60 seconds.
I would absolutely fight the Trump administration because the job of the California governor is to protect Californians. And right now, that includes protecting them from Donald Trump. Protecting Californians also includes enforcing traffic laws. And we've seen sometimes a need for oversight in California. For example, we have seen that the Department of Motor Vehicles was not enforcing rules around DUIs and drivers who had convictions for that. I am stunned that Mr. Bianco would say to black and brown Californians and immigrants who are being terrorized and racially profiled that you have to get over racism. It's not something that you get over, it's something that you fight. And if he doesn't understand the importance of that, he has no business representing a state with the diversity of California.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Bianco, I'll give you 15 seconds to respond.
Yeah, again, that's not even close to what I said. What I said is we're Californians, and I'm speaking for them, especially.
To answer pensive
That's not what
goat
he said,
in
but
the,
that's what he means.
yeah, to answer pensive goat in the chat, it was the DOJ that charged Trump with the January 6th related stuff. But the
January 6th didn't happen in any state. It happened in the federal district, so there is no state to charge those crimes in the first place.
Now, Georgia did do like a RICO case against Trump related to like him trying to defraud the American people.
But those actions happened in Georgia.
The citizens of Georgia, right?
Yeah. And even then, that eventually the Supreme Court came down that, the states can't really go after the president.
Wait,
for
did
that kind
they?
of stuff.
I thought. Well, I mean, that case was dropped because they went after the original prosecutor, because I think like the district attorney in Georgia was like, I think she was sleeping with the prosecutor or something, and there was like a big thing about that. And then like when they got replaced, they added someone else, and then they were saying that they were going to bring back that case, and then like 5 minutes later they just said we're dropping it all. So, and that was after Trump became president.
So the thing is, because I'm not saying Trump can't be charged by Georgia when he's not president, like when his presidency ends, but during the time the president is in the White House, they are immune from most types of prosecution from states.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not after they leave
currently
the White House, but during their time in the White House.
Yeah, and the DOJ has a policy of
there was
not
some huge change in precedent.
Yeah, and the DOJ's got a policy of not indicting a sitting president, so like they won't do it from the federal level. Not that I would expect this DOJ to do it. Yeah.
No, you wouldn't expect them to, even if they could, with the current clowns.
Yep. Okay.
From law enforcement, when I deal with persons of color every single day, Californians are absolutely sick and tired of our politicians making race the basis of everything. It is not. And this racial divide that they are pushing between law enforcement and the public, or Democrat and
This guy's a
Republican,
cartoon character.
absolutely has to stop. And I'm telling you,
that mustache.
We are sick of it.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Mahan, as a mayor of a city in which 42% of the residents are foreign-born, do you believe that English proficiency tests for truckers are necessary? You have 60 seconds.
No, Frank, the right answer here is clearly to hold the DMV accountable for ensuring that every driver on our roadway meets the qualifications for the license that they have. That's the appropriate entity to do
The
this.
only
And
intelligent
as the mayor
answer.
of not only one of the most diverse big cities in the country, but the safest big city in the country, let me tell you what creates real public safety. It's rooted in trust. When people trust the law enforcement officers who serve the community, it means that residents are more likely to report crime, to serve as witnesses, to provide evidence. We made San Jose the safest big city in the country by building that trust between law enforcement and the community that they serve. That will be my priority as governor, but we should never lower the standard that agencies like the DMV enforce. As governor, I will also ensure that every state agency lives up to its responsibility.
Clarification, English proficiency, 15 seconds. Exams?
The DMV has exams, and it's not about whether or not you speak English. I represent one of the most diverse cities and the safest city. What the DMV is responsible for doing is not testing how good your English is. It's whether or not you're a safe driver who understands the rules.
All right, Mr. Mahan, thank you. Nikki?
This is another round where you will all be getting the same question. We're asking
I would
for
answer.
a yes or no answer here. If you do not finish in the top two on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? Mr. Steyer, we will start with you. Yes or no?
Yes. you want me to elaborate, or is it just yes?
Yes or no? Yes.
Yeah, I said yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steyer. Ms. Porter.
Absolutely yes.
I guess we are going to let you elaborate, so I'll go back to you, Mr. Steyer. I'll give you 15 seconds.
Let me put it to you this way. If there's a Republican in the race, that Republican will be supported by and also supporting Donald Trump. Donald Trump is raising our gas prices. Donald Trump is kicking 1 to 3 million people off Medi-Cal. Donald Trump is he is trying to punish California.
He's
every way he can.
defunding.
And the people
The
who are
federal
supporting
government
him are
funds
also supporting
about
ICE.
10%
That is an
of Medi-Cal, and he's
illegal
taking that
organization
away.
that is terrorizing
Steyer,
and
thank you.
victimizing
Mr.
California.
Steyer,
How can I support that? Every
Mr.
day.
Steyer,
Which is
thank you. Ms. Porter, I know that
unconstitutional,
you said
by the
yes.
way.
Your response.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, and I have a track record of supporting other Democrats.
What
Mr.
has-
Steyer likes
what
to
has
talk
that
about
stopped
his
him?
giving pledge.
Well,
but
it'll
what he's
stop
done
him in a year when the Supreme Court finally gets to it. But by then, you know.
Yeah, by then damage is done. So
yeah,
It takes forever.
his own money is more give me an opportunity to be the governor. I think it's really important that we support other Democrats. I've campaigned for other people in purple seats. I've raised money for other people. I was a successful fundraiser and a successful campaigner, and I've used that to beat Donald Trump everywhere we can, and I would do the same thing in this race.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, we'll come to you. If you don't finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? You have 15 seconds.
Well, we don't have party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat and a Republican, I'll endorse the Democrat, but I will make very clear to them and everyone else that the best resistance to Donald Trump is delivering results in people's lives, just as I've done as the mayor of the 3rd largest city in the state, where we're building thousands of homes,
Mr. Mahan,
we've reduced
thank you.
crime and reduced homelessness.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, same question to you.
sure, but kind of
What we need is
interesting
the
way.
best person who can fight those
Yeah.
who are attacking California, like Donald Trump. Someone who's actually taken on Donald Trump, not just fought, but won. Not someone who just wants to fight to do more for housing, but has and can improve the lives of so many people, has fought for better health care. I will support that Democrat in the runoff.
Mr. Becerra,
I'm hoping
thank
I'm
you.
the one that's there.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
I'll ask the Republicans now. We've heard from the Democrats. Mr. Bianco, if you do not finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? 15 seconds.
The only people who are hurting California are Democrats. It is not Donald Trump. They keep saying Donald Trump because Democrat
my
policies
God.
are a dismal failure in California. They have nothing to
That's incredible.
point to.
That's a
If-
crazy
I'm
statement.
not going to support my opponent because it's going to be he and I going to November.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Hilton, if you do not finish in the top 2 on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's
The way he said okay.
Wait, did he say he wasn't going to? He won't endorse because it's going to be him.
So no, so we in California, we have a 2+2 system. So this is the first round of voting. We don't have primaries. That's not how it works. All these people are going to run, and the people who get the 2 most votes are going to go to the second round of voting. So what he's saying is he doesn't have to endorse his Republican opposition because the top 2 are going to be Republicans, and it's going to be a Republican versus a Republican. And that's the reason the interviewer was like, okay, because really in California you think Republicans are going to, okay, buddy, like that's a crazy thing to say. But yeah, he's also refusing to endorse. He's saying he won't endorse. He's basically refusing to answer that question. So
Yeah,
which is good. I hope they infight. I hope if it is, probably what's going to happen is it's going to be, if I had to guess, by the time the vote happens, it's going to be that billionaire guy, and it's going to be Matt Mahan, and I think they're going to go to round 2, and then I think it's going to be Matt Mahan versus the billionaire guy whose name I'm suddenly blanking on.
Tom Steyer.
Tom Steyer, yeah. Tom Steyer and Matt Mahan, I think, are going to go to the second round, and I think the general election is going to be between those 2, which is normally how it is. But we'll see. I mean, maybe the Republicans will get a seat. I think it's very unlikely the Republicans lead the first round, and the second round is between 2 Republicans. That'd be wild.
Possibly in 2026.
Yeah,
Newsom,
I don't think that's going to happen.
When Newsom was running, was in the second round, was it him against a Republican or him against another Democrat?
It was him against a Republican, I think, the first time, and I think the second time it might have been against another Democrat.
Okay.
But a lot of our elections, like last time I voted for my U.S. House rep, it was a Democrat versus a Democrat. A Republican didn't make it to the second round in November when I was voting for congressional stuff.
Well, damn. All right.
That's as it should be in every state. It should just be the choice between 2 Democrats.
Based. Especially given the current state of the Republican Party.
Yes, I will, because we've had 16 years of one-party rule by these Democrats. It's given us the highest poverty rate, the highest unemployment rate, the highest cost of living in America. It is obviously desperately time for change in California.
This guy is a memer, but he's not I don't know.
As much of a meme as the previous guy. Jesus.
Yes.
California. It's time for some balance in our system. We have to elect a Republican as governor this year.
Thank you very much.
Now we are going to go to our closing statements, but that does not mean the debate is over. We will continue to be live on our last half hour of our digital channels and on YouTube. To get there quickly, just scan the QR code.
Oh my God, Jubilee did 1 pro-Israel versus 20 pro-Pal. Oh, that might be a funny one to watch. Although I'm sure Loner will watch that tomorrow. Although it depends on who the pro-Israel person, who the pro-Israel person is, but you know.
Code on your left side of your screen. Mr. Mahan, we will begin with you. Closing statements. You have 30 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm running for governor because Californians deserve better. We deserve a government that is accountable for delivering results in people's lives. As mayor of the 3rd largest city in the state, I've delivered the biggest decreases in crime and homelessness. We have thousands of homes under construction. I know what it looks like to take on the establishment within my own party to make government deliver results for working people. We don't need MAGA, but we also don't need more of the same. That's why I'm offering something different.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Ms. Porter, you have 30 seconds.
California, this election is about who you can trust to fight for you. One candidate is a billionaire who got rich off polluters and ICE prisons and is now using that money to fund his election. Another candidate for nearly 40 years cashed corporate checks and then lacked the courage to take them on. I'm not like them. I have never taken corporate money. That's why I have always stood firm against Donald Trump and special interests. I'm like you, a mom fighting for a better future for California.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Becerra, you have 30 seconds.
California is going through a crisis, and we need someone who knows how to govern in crisis, not someone who's going to need training wheels the moment they walk into the governor's office. This is a time to have someone who's actually fought those crises, whether it's the man-made crisis coming from Washington, D.C., or whether it's the cost of living crisis that we face here at home. We need someone who's actually fought and won. Beat back Donald Trump to save the Affordable Care Act all the way to the Supreme Court. Beat back Donald Trump in preserving the DACA program for Dreamers. Been able to do that and win for the people.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have 30 seconds.
Yeah, we have all heard their platform now. It's more taxes and a complete lack of responsibility. I have 33 years of dealing with the consequences of their poor decisions and of their poor policies and the Democrat agenda for the last 33 years. I'm running for Californians because Californians do deserve better. They deserve someone with honesty, transparency, integrity, and most importantly, proven leadership. If you want the status quo,
Hello?
Hello.
Did your thing freeze?
Oh shit, sorry. I was about to say, they deserve someone. Can you hear me?
Oh, we can now.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I have muted my mic. Okay, sorry. I said they deserve someone who breaks the law by
Oh, true, yes. They need the Jan 6 candidate. Yes.
Yes.
And it's funny that he basically stole Connor's Rhino segment or a moniker. Republican with integrity.
Yeah, you could tell he's a Republican by looking at him. Like, it's too perfect.
True.
We don't endorse race science, but we do endorse political party science.
Yes.
The
fascist phrenology.
Yes.
I'm asking for your vote.
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Steyer, you have 30 seconds.
The people raising the cost for California don't want me to be governor. I'm the change agent here, and they don't want change. And in politics, it's pretty easy to figure out who you are by seeing who opposes you and who supports you. Let me tell you.
How did this guy make his money?
The oil companies, PG&E, the realtors.
He was like he built a lot of like infrastructure stuff for the government.
Yeah, apparently this includes ICE prisons. If everyone is here to be believed.
I believe that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But
yeah, he funded and managed. Yeah, it was a big real estate business, and they built they invested in infrastructure projects and stuff. Farallon Capital. But yeah.
Okay.
Are the life check?
Drug companies, Donald Trump, and the head of ICE.
Sorry, I was just looking up the polling. Let's keep going.
Let me tell you who supports me: progressives, environmentalists, organized labor, including teachers and nurses. None of these people are fighting anybody else. No one else on this stage is having these corporate special interests oppose them. They want to stop me
Mr.
because
Steyer,
I'm going to change
Mr.
California.
Steyer, thank you. Mr. Hilton, closing statements. You have 30 seconds.
We obviously need change in California. The system is not working. I'm the only one here who has never run for office before. I'm not part of this system. These Democrats can't get it done. Matt Mahan talks about his
an
record
R
in
next to your
San Jose.
name, my
Actually,
dude. You have
homelessness and
Trump
crime are going
endorsement.
up.
What do you
Javier
mean?
Becerra talks about his time in government. He thought it was a good idea to put masks on 2-year-olds. We need real change in California. We need to think different. We need to vote different. My plan to make our state Cal affordable is real and serious, and we can get it done if
How affordable.
we just vote differently this year.
Mr. Hilton, thank you.
Retarded.
All right, with that wraps up the first hour of our debate tonight. We want to thank all of the candidates, first of all, for being here. We hope you will join us for another half hour of the debate, including your viewer questions. We're streaming live on your local Nexstar Stations Plus channel. You can also watch it by scanning the QR code on your screen. We will see you right back here on your digital channel in 2.5 minutes.
Yay.
I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like any of those were particularly great questions in the first place. Yeah, nothing's changed. I still feel like Matt Mahan is probably the guy I'm going to vote for, but I still have a lot more reading to do on it. The fact that Tom Steyer, or not Tom Steyer, the fucking rapist guy, potential.
Swalwell.
Yeah, Eric Swalwell. The fact he dropped out has thrown everything into disarray because, like a month ago, I thought it was just going to come down to him versus a Republican, and then I was going to have to vote for him. But now I have no idea because he had most of the support in the Democratic base behind him, and now a lot of those votes are up for grabs. So.
I put the polling or the polling data is on the or is the current polling is up on the screen.
Yeah. But again, with the caveat that right now that polling is changing rapidly because a bunch of people that were going to vote for Swalwell right now don't know who they're going to vote for. And like that guy was leading across the board, you know?
Yeah, well, Swalwell is still on some of these poll. Well, okay, we've got.
Well, he's dropped out, so any poll that has him on, that's an older poll.
Yeah. Oh, wow, there's a bunch of other / undecided people here. Jesus. But right now it looks like it's like Tom Steyer and Steve Hilton are like the two leading, but there's also like 24% undecided.
Those are probably people that were decided for Swalwell before. And now they don't know what they're going to do, if I had to guess.
Yeah. All right, so yeah, I guess we'll have to wait what to do about that, but yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the election's in November. Chairman Newsom will be ascending to the premiership in Washington grad, where he will establish the People's Republic of the Americas.
Based. Yeah, I guess that's that, and I guess we'll see. That was illuminating though. I don't know why I was surprised that there wasn't more I think Pat was saying in chat, why wasn't anybody asking anything about the water
stuff? Mostly because that is more of a Southern California issue than like a California issue. But yeah. That's something you're going to talk a lot more about if you're like the mayor of LA. But if you're Northern California, we have a lot more access to water. It's really, honestly, California is almost like two distinct states. Culturally, economically, demographically, infrastructure-wise, the North and the South are built around two different population centers, and there's about 4 hours of nothing between them.
Yeah. Yeah, all of these candidates.
I got two things.
But we'll see. Yes?
One, you said you touched on streamers promoting Alapuga, and I found the thing in stream suggestions. Did Henry tell you that this thing allows people to get admitted without passing the middle school exit exam?
Wait, who?
No.
Henry.
Oh, Epic, I don't know if you were here or not, but apparently in the so Alabuga is a special economic zone in Russia that
makes
is,
drones.
Yeah, they and they have a technical institute there or whatever, and they've been there's been a bunch of streamers that have been advertising them on Twitch so that for people who can come and get like jobs to work there, making drones and but also attending the school. Like they've been trying to get, I guess they've been trying to get like people from Africa or whatever to come there, but the crazy thing was that they were basically that like Twitch was allowing these people to advertise, even though I believe the special economic zone is currently sanctioned by like everybody for the drone making. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know much
The
about
crazy
that.
thing to me.
Also, really quick to Vanalovan, the first round of election is June 2nd, where it's going to narrow down from all those people to 2 people, and the second round general election is going to be November 3rd.
Based. Yeah. Same as
But the crazy thing to
midterms.
me is that these people don't ask for middle school exit exams.
Are they
Middle
just going to
school,
take?
like-
Are they just going to take anyone? Is this what they're, or like they're just going to take primary school people? I don't know.
I don't
I mean,
know.
if we're talking about drone manufacturing, a lot of what they're actually doing is just like putting together components that are shipped there from China, and it's more like putting together a Lego kit than it's actually high skill labor.
Maybe, but like, bro, I don't know if
By
this
the
is
way,
like a meme
this
where-
is like when Dylan says like $800 drones. Those are like $80,000 drones if you actually manufacture them yourself. They're only like $800 because we're getting cheap parts kits from China that we're putting together. And I say we, I mean like the Russians and Ukrainians. I don't know why I said we, but you know, figure of speech.
maybe they're not asking for the scores, but they want the thing to be present. But
No.
that
I don't know.
That scares me. That line in the screenshot, Jesus. That's number one. Number two. What?
Hold on, before you go on, here's a question. Is this just for like for getting into the school, or is it for like the job of building drones?
I'll look into it.
Okay.
While I say the second thing. The second thing is I was sent a tweet from Benny Johnson alleging stuff to do with the White House Correspondents' Dinner shooter person.
Uh-oh.
It's
you mean the
like
Ants of
9
the
minutes.
Super Soldier?
Yeah. If you want to watch that, it's in the stream suggestions.
I actually have to take my dog out and take a shower, but I don't know. If you guys are around later, maybe I'll hop back in here and go through memes. But you guys, good luck.
All right, awesome. Thanks for
thank you.
stopping by.
Yeah, no problem. 1,000 year to the Newsom Reich. It shall never fall, and it shall live on forever in our hearts. Our eternal governor from Sacramento. Have a good day.
Based. Bye. Okay. Yeah, you know what? By the way, I'm sure you remember this guy, Arthur. This was the guy who got paid a shitload of money by Russia.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who is also
Okay.
very straight and wants us to know that.
Wait, hold on. We now have blue sky posts from the now deleted profile of the shooter who tried to assassinate Trump. Okay, wait, let's see.
The entire internet is asking the same question. Who is Cole Allen? He's a 31-year-old teacher. He's a Kamala Harris donor from California. We knew that. But then nobody really had any other questions because we weren't able to find any of his social media profile. Some people were sharing screenshots, but they were uncorroborated. But I can tell you that we have screenshots directly from Cole Allen's now deleted social
Wait, I'm sorry.
media.
Hold on.
That we're going to share with you. That
I'm looking at the
architect
Halabuga thing.
a perfectly crystal clear
It's
worldview.
retarded,
What?
as you'd expect.
What?
I'm looking at the
Alabuga
Halabuga thing, and it's really dumb. I looked up the actual Polytech thing. How do you like the steps of enrollment?
Okay.
You leave a what you call it, like a request. Then there's a complete business simulation, register on an HR platform, and complete business simulation training, business cats, and gain at least one point in communications and analytics segments, and it's like an actual cartoon cat picture on there.
Awesome.
Then it's the in-person interview. It's like very nice and manicured corpo imagery. They also promise payments in school, which are decent, especially if you have room and board. So, and these are 2-year. Wait, what? So they're offering, I guess, options that are the same duration for both secondary and higher education. Not secondary, like I have 2 options. You can go into high school or a trade school, and there's a different name for those. It's like both basic education, but there's 2 different names. I don't understand.
Well,
Let's see if I get put on a list if I click on the button. Oh. It's wait.
Wait, are Russians
I can
signing
put
up for
5th
this?
grade?
Are Russians signing up for this, or is it only like
I have no idea who's signing up for this.
Okay.
There is an option to put 5th grade in there. I am not gonna try to put in 5th grade in like a fake
to say you
thing.
just have a 5th grade education? That's funny.
Yeah. It's not funny. It's tragic. If true.
Well, it seems like
what is
they
funny
just-
though is that there's a form to leave your contact as a telegram.
But
that is pretty funny.
banned. What the fuck? I guess people just haven't got the memo yet about Telegram being banned. It seems like that's going to be slow to change for Russia to remove
Yeah.
Telegram from everything. Okay, let's watch this
Yeah.
video. All right.
The entire internet is asking the same question. Who is Cole Allen? He's a 31-year-old teacher. He's a Kamala Harris donor from California. We knew that. But then nobody really had any other questions because we weren't able to find any of his social media profile. Some people were sharing screenshots, but they were uncorroborated. But I can tell you that we have screenshots directly from Cole Allen's now deleted social media that we're going to share with you that architect a perfectly crystal clear worldview
This how, Benny?
that is anti-Trump, pro-trans, pro-Democrat Party, and that paint a much more radical picture of what was the teacher of the year, of course, in California. What's happening with our public schools, man? These are the people that are teaching your children. These guys. The guys that are willing to charge into a room featuring a bunch of senators, congressmen.
Bro, it's one guy. What the fuck? Okay.
Half the...
Like,
I mean,
imagine...
to be fair, the guy who's that brave, willing to stand for his principles, like, seems like a decent teacher, no?
I mean, he's
By that
got
logic?
balls, but I just...
Yeah.
It's just stupid. It's one dude. Like, you want to judge, like, the entirety of a profession based on, like, the actions of one guy? Hold on. What did, what did the Melissa Hortman shooter guy, I think he was a teacher too for a bit. Like, I think overseas. That guy was crazy too. I don't, whatever.
Elected cabinet with a long run.
Sorry, Vanalovan in chat says, you know those little age ranges on Lego? Like 5 to 12? Same for drones.
True.
And they pay like $1,000 a month, going up
kind
to
of
2.5.
What kind of jobs do the January
Per
6
month.
people have? True. Oh yeah, exactly. That. Wait, do they pay $1,000? That's funny. Okay.
Blast their way and do as much collateral damage as possible. Look at this. These are the people teaching
That's
your
not
children.
crude.
Horrifying. Anyway, the radicalism of Cole Allen laid bare in our exclusive screenshots from his now deleted social media. President Trump also
Here, but I
confirming
wanna ask-
that Cole Allen left a manifesto.
That's a
in
new
his
level
White House
of
hotel.
infinite content machine. When you
What?
create a tweet, and then within a video you're going to put up as a tweet, you read your own tweet.
Oh yeah,
That is some content.
of course.
Hotel room directly before he went on his shooting spree. He did shoot a Secret Service agent in the chest. Cole Allen, this is what his Facebook looked like. He has Facebook under his name. It is now deleted, ladies and gentlemen. His Blue Sky now deleted, his Instagram and his LinkedIn now deleted, but we have the screenshots. The one thing that is still up is his YouTube at time of recording. Nothing particularly egregious here or concerning. It's just a bunch of gamer footage. It's just a bunch of gameplay footage that's been uploaded to his
Oh shit, the gamer footage.
158 subscribers. Some of the videos have 9 views. Some of the videos have 200 views, but really not much going on here. Most of the videos are 2 or more years old. And so this is Cole Allen's YouTube. Just a lot of anime, a lot of gamer gameplay. This is
Gamer
Cole
gameplay?
Allen's.
Yep.
How do you spell kids?
Blue Sky, if you're not aware, is like Twitter, but for libs who belong in mental institutions. Cold Force is the username that he goes by, Cold Force. He says, "Hi, I'm a random California guy who posts about American politics, support for Ukraine, observations of small creatures."
Okay.
I choose
How
my
did
own
you establish
battlefield.
that this is the account, my dude? Benny?
Oh,
Explain.
because in the manifesto that he signed, he said that his name was Cold Force, like that was the nickname that he put. And that's kind of
Oh,
a fairly
okay. I
unique
guess that's
thing,
reasonable.
so I guess that's the assumption. And I'm assuming Blue Sky probably verified this to some degree because they did delete the account, but I don't know.
Fields, ominously, he says.
Okay.
I stand on the battlefield to protect what I want. Okay. Let's go ahead and look at what has he posted.
Also,
What's he
quick
posted?
thing on the actual shooting.
Yes?
You know, it's bad that when I woke up today, I was greeted by my parents, both independently telling me, "Did you hear about this shooting that involved Trump?" And they both gave me the same talking point independently, that Carolyn Levitt, in the run up to the dinner, was like, "Oh, you know, Trump is going to be his usual self. He's going to be fiery. There are going to be shots fired." That kind of
Mhm.
thing. I didn't go
Oh,
to
God.
verifying whether that was a quote, but
No,
bro.
she said that, yes. That is true. It did not age well. This was rather strange, but it was a thing that she did indeed say.
But it goes to show like the media environment, kind of in the illiberal space, that citizens in Russia somehow of two somewhat different outlooks on the world managed to get the same talking point within what, hours of a thing happening.
Yeah.
You know, overnight. How? Well, I know how, but like still, it's crazy. It's unhinged. Not good.
Yeah,
If
it's
you have an anime PFP, I know instantly your parents are related by blood.
Thank you for the $10, Grassroots Hegemon. Okay. Oh God.
Here, let's try and architect a worldview. So he's very pro-trans. Best time to buy a gun was greater than or equal to your state's waiting period days ago. Second best time is today, he says, in response to limiting transgender from owning firearms.
These people always talk about the like when they say the transgenders or transgender, or like it's just the way that it's just so like you can like just smell the bigotry, like they just hate them, and you know they hate them, and okay, like I don't think that like being supportive of trans people is that radical, bro.
And it's even fine if you were like, they make me uncomfortable, right? I haven't seen them before, and it's like, what a weird concept. It's like a girl who's a boy, like, huh? It's fine to be confused, but like, and I felt that way until I ran into a few trans people, or at least kind of
Online,
gender
or was it when
non-conforming people.
when you
No,
were?
IRL.
Yeah, was this when you were
This was recently. This was like a year or so ago.
Oh, I was gonna say, was
Um,
it when you studied like in Europe when you left Russia, or did you run into these people
no,
in
no, no.
Russia? Okay. I mean, I
Sixth
know
grade,
these.
I would have not known anything about trans people. No.
Oh, fair. Okay. Oh yeah, I know you guys
But
have
like,
trans people in Russia, although Jesus Christ, life's probably not great for them, but I understand that they exist.
yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, oof. You guys have a tough life. But still,
Yeah.
it's fine to be like weirded out, but it's not fine to be like, and therefore I'm gonna generate policy that infringes on people's not only like constitutional rights, because like legalistically, whatever, but you're dehumanizing them in your rhetoric.
Well,
Why?
yeah. Because these people, because they're an easy scapegoat for these people, because it's a culture war issue, and because they don't have anything else to talk about, so they would rather like shit on trans people. Like before them,
Yeah,
it
but
was the
don't do it.
gays. By the way, yeah, I know it's stupid. And I'm not really surprised. Benny Johnson is pretty far right anyway, so yeah. But to hear him say that like being pro-trans or like being okay with trans people makes you radical is kind of insane. Yes, Chase, I will in a second, although I'm not surprised. Vosh doing 10-7 denialism. What? So Vosh is now denying that there were rapes on October, whatever. God damn it.
So it's the guns then. So they're limiting transgender. Wait, the kind of conversational dialogue and argument that occurs on Blue Sky is truly depraved. Oh, okay. No, it's not the guns. It's the humans. It's always been the humans. It's always been about mentally ill human beings who commit.
Bro, there's been like 2 trans shooters.
Evil.
What the fuck?
That's what it's always been.
Also, it is fun. It's like mentally ill. Like, do we understand that mental illness is A, a socially constructed thing, and B, can manifest in a billion different ways? Because psychopaths are probably some of the best military snipers and special operators and whatever. Even the military, you want those people to have guns explicitly for the reason of their mental illness.
Actually, I don't know if it would be psychopaths, but like, I mean, maybe I don't know if it would even be but probably not psychopaths, but because that's like such a broad term. I was gonna say, I guess like, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like people who are less likely to feel guilty if they have to kill somebody, or who are less prone to, that kind of thing.
I guess I should clarify because that might have been retarded. You want people who are controllable in an organizational setting, and also less
people maybe
touchy-feely.
who are less or like I don't know. Although obviously I have no idea. I don't fucking know. I don't know how you profile. Actually, Epic might know something about that in terms of like the kinds of psychological profiles that they allow into the military or whatever. But I also don't know the extent to which that this matters in the Air Force versus, let's say, the Army. Although I would say in the Air Force it probably matters way more because they're very like I think who can become a pilot, it's very selective. But yeah, you know.
But just saying mental illness is bad.
But no, yeah, I know it's stupid because like, you know, like, would this guy be okay from banning all mentally ill people from owning guns? No, probably not. It's just the transes. There's no way that he would be okay with that otherwise, because that's like, that would be at least, unless he doesn't actually care. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, that's a problem that military veterans can have too, right? And like, is he going to be okay with? I just, typically speaking, conservatives like this are not okay or with like barring people or putting things against you for, you know, stopping people from being able to own guns or what have you. But
how do you even rationalize this? Well, anyway, he's saying that he wants trans people to own as many guns as possible, and he potentially wants violence. Cole Allen
Wait, what?
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I didn't necessarily get that impression, but I mean, what the hell's wrong with that, buddy? I don't think that there's anything wrong with saying that, like, you know, anybody should be able to own guns. You guys would
Free of
you'd be
liberty and all
saying
that?
this. Like, holy fuck. I bet that this guy would have been one of the people who was out there saying, Barack Obama just became president. Holy shit, it's time to go and buy shitloads of guns. They're going to be on sale down at your local gun shop because Obama's coming to take your guns away. You know, I don't know. Like, and by the way, I'm not saying this guy is good. It's just like the weird logic leaps that like Benny Johnson is jumping to here, which is obviously just going to be a bunch of dumb shit for like it's just going to be him trying to like paint this guy as super hella radical. Yeah, I don't know.
In his manifesto, according to breaking news right now, saying, I am no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with crimes, he says. This literally breaking right now.
I'm curious. Why has didn't the media and like society have a conversation about manifestos of shooters and stuff after like Christchurch question mark? And everyone decided it's like we shouldn't publicize them, and now nobody cares.
No,
Why? What happened?
nobody. I don't think anybody made that decision because people want because it's unfortunately it's relevant. I think honestly, like I don't remember that, but I do remember people.
I thought there was at least a public conversation about it.
Oh, there may have been. I don't remember it, but I do remember. One of the things that I do recall is that there was is that there is very often discussions about the extent to which that people will talk about the perpetrators of these shootings more so than the victims, and like the fact that like the media will obsess over the perpetrators. But I really think that that's just like a cultural fascination that we have, and I don't know that that's going to change. Like, also because this is a case of political violence, I do think that understanding the shooter is probably relevant, but yeah. Or no, it is relevant, but yeah, I don't know.
The manifesto, little pieces of the manifesto are coming out, little pieces of his now deleted Blue Sky and social media coming out. He's talking about how President Trump would support the Antichrist, and he's confirming that, effectively saying he thinks Trump is the Antichrist. Then he posts this GIF.
No lies detected.
Did Benny Johnson have any smoke for any of the people on his side who said that who were saying Obama was the Antichrist? Because there were people who were doing that. They existed. Or Biden was the Antichrist. I mean, that's like whatever. But now he's going to whinge and cry about it.
Of a large man beating the crap out of a smaller man, I give you the answer that solves your little problems, he says, that he would behave in a violent manner towards President Trump. Has any mainstream media reported on Russian missiles and drone attacks in Kyiv? He loved Ukraine. He loved Ukraine. I guess I could say loved, like he's still alive, right? So he did speak to the authorities. He did say that he was trying to target Trump.
Wait, is this guy in custody or is he deadified by?
No, he's in custody. They arrested him. He's alive.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah. Also, I don't know why, like, oh wait, never mind. I was going to say, I don't know why Benny Johnson feels the need to highlight the fact that this guy supports Ukraine, but wait, yes, I do know why. We all know why. Don't we, everyone? We know why.
Also, this guy uses Chrome.
Yes.
And has 1 billion tabs.
Yes.
Which is cringe.
True.
Make fun of the user.
Yes.
Administration officials.
Well, the 1 billion tabs part, yeah.
Now
wait, he's opening screenshots in browser. Why? Oh, because I guess that makes sense actually. Never mind. Because the page is taken down. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The page is taken down, but it is funny that he's doing it. That he's opening the screenshots in his browser. Also, by the way, they're on his computer. He has them saved to his computer. These are not hosted anywhere else. He downloaded them from Telegram. So it's funny that he's opening them in his browser. I guess it's probably easier for him to do that rather than, but yeah, it is kind of funny as a computer user.
There is such a thing
no longer
as PowerPoint. You can do
that. Nah. Then he couldn't like go to his own tweet at the beginning of the video. You know?
Okay. I'm sure you could
but it's
in PowerPoint. PowerPoint does
He's proud that we
magical,
didn't uphold
magical
our
things.
commitments. What a piece of shit, he says about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance talking again about stopping funding for Ukraine. Here he is saying Why did this moron convert to Catholicism if he wanted to protest this much? Posting a clip of J.D. Vance at a Turning Point event. I mean, the Epstein files that have been released, it's public knowledge that he likely is basically a sociopathic mob boss talking about Trump. Like, that's just literally who he is. People got to stop treating him like somebody who honors agreements. So obviously, very Trump deranged. Trump is literally one of those villains.
What? Okay. She's. Yeah, the dude was anti-Trump. Okay. But obviously, it helps for these people. These people are gonna like harp on this, and they want to paint him as a radical, and then they're gonna say this is what the left is like in America. Yeah, okay, I get it. The guy was like, left wing. Doesn't mean that every left wing person is like this, or that he is representative of the broader left or whatever. And whatever. Yeah, I know. Yes, that's true, Van Loven. Two-thirds of America is Trump deranged, according to Benny Johnson.
That if you beat his ass hard enough, he'll join your team. Don't really have any other insights.
Which is too little, to be honest.
True. I need to get that video. I got Trump derangement syndrome, and I don't want to get rid of it. I want to hate him more. I need to. I
have that
soundbite.
I have that.
Oh, you do? Based. Yeah, I need to like turn that into a thing that I can just have come up on my screen whenever, just because it would be funny as fuck.
Dude, Twitter is yelling at me to buy premium. It was a full page takeover. Stop.
Schumer just caves to him, acting his age, but like it would probably literally work on him. So here he is talking about Ukraine, posting memes, not a target, how the effing idiots in DC think Shahid's work. Sure, really understand that, but I don't understand a lot of stuff that the Ukraine simps say at all.
What? Oh God. I wonder what. I actually haven't dug that much into what Benny Johnson thinks about the Ukraine war. Although obviously he pushed like fucking Russia propaganda because he was literally being paid by Russia. And I'm sure that he claimed not to know it through tenant media, but I don't know.
That Russian propaganda, to my recollection, didn't have to do with the war directly. It had to do with the Crocus City Hall bombing. Not bombing.
Oh
shooting.
yeah, that's true. It kind of that was the thing. They wanted him to do a story that blamed that on that blamed that on Ukraine, even though everybody knew it was ISIS-K that did it. I think it was ISIS-K. Hello, ZJM.
It was ISIS-K. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's very funny though that I remember that was a thing that was mentioned. But even so, it seems like this guy is just okay, the Ukraine simps. Yes. Imagine.
I put meme in chat.
What?
I put the meme in chat. The James Carville clip.
Oh, based. Oh yeah, Dylan. Dylan Burns tweeted about it. I'll finish this video. Hold on.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tells Fox News that a military draft is on the table. That's a great idea. You should definitely present the armed, depressed, and lonely young men of this country with a choice between go die in the Middle East, distract from pedophiles and excessive crimes, and do January 6th but better. What could possibly go wrong here? This is, I think, a critical one because he's talking about storming, right, like the government. So in the mind of the lib, that's what happened. It was a violent, armed storming of the government. And that's what he ended up doing. This is what Cole Allen ended up doing.
Whoa, hold on, wait. What did he say? What's January 6th? Did he say it was a armed attack on the federal government?
Wait,
that's curious.
He actually. Wait a minute.
Man of this country with a choice between go die in the Middle East, distract from pedophiles and excessive crimes, and do January 6th but better. What could possibly go wrong here? This is, I think, a critical one because he's talking about storming, right, like the government. So in the mind of the lib, that's what happened. It was a violent, armed storming of the government.
Oh no, he said, so in the mind of a lib, that's what happened.
Okay.
It was, oh my God. That's even,
what a snake.
That's so fucking funny though. The fact that these people, whatever.
I mean, he's right. That is a thing that happens in the minds of a lib. True, but
yes,
also
because that's correct. I watched it live, bro. We all watched it live. If you were paying attention to politics at the time, I don't know if you watched it live, but I did. I was even working that day, but I had it up on my other monitor. Oh, hello, Epic.
Hello.
Look, in the liberal mind, okay, you wokies think that it's unconstitutional to try to overthrow democracy. Okay, you understand. It was actually just the South rising again. Okay, the Confederate flag was carried into the Capitol for the first time ever. Okay, fucking liberals.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And, you know,
it
the
was.
correct answer to this is like, yes, it is unconstitutional, and it is based because the election was stolen, right? That's what you say if you're not a bitch.
Well, I mean, what should have happened was automatic weapons fire. Okay, is what should have happened.
Oh my
That's true,
God.
but like, no one is gonna be whinging about if there's like a Russian Revolution nowadays. No one's gonna be like, "Oh, it's unconstitutional." We're gonna be like, "Yes, it's unconstitutional and it's based."
Yeah,
Because
but
it's based when we do it.
No, Lactoid will be whinging. He'll be whinging about how it's against the Russian Constitution to violently overthrow the Russian. I'm just kidding. I shouldn't say stuff. That's not fair.
Well, the thing is, the Russian Constitution has no right to exist. So that's how we begin in that analysis right there.
I mean, the Russian Constitution doesn't mean anything. Rip. Like, especially since we've looked at it and laughed at the fact that, like, they don't even enforce the good parts of it. You know, about how everyone has equal rights and shit. And, like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with a lot of constitutions in countries like Russia. They make a lot of promises, but they don't set up self-enforcing mechanisms. Like a successful constitution needs to set up power structures that naturally will enforce what they're supposed to do. Like I know most about America because that's where I'm from, but like in the US, the division of powers, like there is a natural interest that each part of our government has to resist incursions from the other. If you just if you treat a constitution like a list of promises that you're just making and you don't actually think about how to make these promises survive over the long term, it's kind of just meaningless.
I think it was Scalia who said, I didn't particularly like that guy, but he had a really good quote, I think, that said, like, the Constitution of the Soviet Union has more rights than America, but they only exist on paper or something like that because...
Yeah, he's actually talking about that. And Scalia, by the way, in some ways is very based and in other ways isn't. Supreme Court people are very complicated, but if you're talking about before the Trump era. Now he gets like schizos like Clarence Thomas there that are just traitors to the Republic. But back in the day, there used to be like a lot more nuance to like even the most conservative ones still had like moments where they were like said really intelligent things.
I mean, Roberts used to be kind of cool sometimes, but now I don't know what the fuck is going on with that dude. That whole immunity shit was fucking...
I think that his favorite hobby is sniffing glue.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think
all right, I'm gonna keep going with this. Yeah.
This is what Cole Allen ended up doing. Like, this is far more violent than anything that happened on January 6th.
What? Okay, sure. I mean, did Cole Allen even did he actually shoot somebody? Because I guess on J6 nobody, or like none of the riders.
No, on
J6
on J6 there were 2 cops that died, and also there was the shooting of Ashley Babbitt. I'd say that was pretty violent.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, he's making a good point because J6 should have been more violent. There should have been more shooting, specifically from the Capitol Police at the crowd.
True. Yeah.
1 million Ashley Babbitts.
We put a known traitor in office who explicitly ran on revenge, who effed up the COVID response, whose known connections to a murderous effort in the Kremlin. Mostly surprised by this administration's incompetence and fascism, I was expecting actual fighting to have started much earlier, he says. Okay. Keep these hands are rated E for everyone, the current impression of Ukraine in the public. So he's saying that he wishes to fight people, right, based on his love of Ukraine. Okay. And he's just posting, derpy boomer memes about Trump. That kind of stuff tends to happen, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we know thus far about Cole Allen. Cole Allen apparently had a manifesto, and I guess we're going to see what happened. What we learned from that. President Trump
People
was
need
talking
to be
about it on Fox News
serious.
this morning.
This should not pass for content.
This is
Why is Benny Johnson talking about Russian stuff? Does he know anything about Russia?
No, he got paid by Russia. Remember?
Oh yeah, he was one of those guys.
He
Yep,
does
he
know.
was.
He gets told what he needs to know.
Yes.
well,
I
he
think
used
we
to.
should make a new territory. We should take Wake Island currently is not populated, but it's a United States unincorporated territory. We should rename Wake Island to Republican Island. And all the people like Benny Johnson, we can ship there to a Gitmo-like facility. Because fun fact about constitutional law, it only applies on the incorporated territory of the United States, which means if you're on Wake Island, there are no constitutional rights. Fun fact.
Oh my god.
Guantanamo is the same. Abu Ghraib is the same.
Yeah.
Wait, well, Abu
Yeah,
Ghraib
there's a
was in
couple on
Iraq, but yes.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
it's not
that's
in the
also
U.S.
unincorporated territory of the
That's
United States. Yeah, the Constitution only applies on those territories that are incorporated into the United States, whether that be a state which is incorporated or an incorporated territory such as Puerto Rico or Guam.
Virgin
But
Islands.
because Wake Island has a population of 0 and no one lives there, it's unincorporated. The Constitution does not apply. You aren't protected by anything in the Constitution. You have no First Amendment, Second Amendment, Third Amendment, Fourth Amendment rights, which is why I think we should put all the Republicans there.
All the MAGA Republicans or all the Republicans?
Yes.
Although right
Well,
now,
no, all the ones who influencers, and then once we put them there, we can also have Trump go there, and Trump can be king of the island. He can do whatever he wants. They can have their little utopian project where they all starve to death.
Oh, also, you should enforce the Jones Act.
You should like blockade and quarantine the island. Like anyone trying to leave gets sunk by the United States Coast Guard.
fucking base. Okay.
Trump says writings show sick shooting suspects, hates Christians.
That is not. Listen, we read
You know
through the
what? It would be-
manifesto.
No,
I
no, no,
don't
no, no.
think. Yeah.
This is
What?
great.
By the way,
the United States Navy.
This is what I don't like about the. This is what I don't like about the destiny illiberal stuff, because within our liberal system, we have amazing powers to do shit like that. We can build a Gitmo for Republicans, and it's legal.
Oh my god.
The United States. No. I have a better idea. The United States Navy should put up a blockade around the Wake Island to enforce the
Yeah.
Jones Act specifically.
Wait,
right? So
hold
no
on.
foreign ships going in and out.
No, they
What?
do get to leave.
It should allow.
They
No,
get to leave
hold on.
every day when
No,
they
no,
get
no, no.
taken to the shipyards to build the destroyers, and then they get
No. The United States Air Force maintains like a pylon turning AC-130 with a giant camera shooting a real what's it called?
shooting a reality TV
Reality
show.
TV, there you go. Yes.
Oh my
Of
god.
the
Yes, like
Republicans
very
trying to
high
build a ship
resolution. Yeah.
to go from that port to another US port. And it's completely legal.
It'd be funny.
Just put a bunch of cameras all over. Well, yeah. Then Trump gets to be king of his own island, and he also gets to be star of the reality TV show about his islands.
Yeah. We can even call it Trump Island, and we can make a little miniature White House there and everything.
Not miniature, a big one.
Oh my god.
No, you're right. It'd have to be big and golden.
Yes,
Yeah.
true.
But no, it's like what we did to Napoleon. Just make him like king of some island somewhere, and then put all the retards there.
Didn't that not go well for Napoleon? Or am I?
He escaped.
It went well the
eventually,
first
but-
time, but then they picked an island even further away, and it had a permanent patrol of 2 English Navy ships of the line until the day he died, circling the island.
There you go. We can do.
Yeah.
But Corsica, I don't think ended up well.
Yeah, no, that was too close. But Wake Island is closer to Japan than the United States, so that'd be the swim.
Based. Oh, okay. Then I guess they couldn't get sent to the shipyards. Actually, you probably only want patriots building the destroyers. Never mind.
Yeah, we don't want the Republicans anywhere near that supply chain. Fucking yeah, can't trust them. to do
Meanwhile,
shit.
what is it? Alabama shipyards or Louisiana shipyards? I forget.
We burnt down most of Louisiana shipyards in the Civil War.
Oh, wait, where's the Huntington? What am I?
Huntington, I believe that's
California.
Alabama.
Oh, that's in
Alabama,
Alabama.
there you go.
Okay.
There's also There's a couple cities that exist in multiple states too, like Chicago or Oakland.
I thought Huntington Beach
Or
was in
Dublin.
California, but yeah.
Huntington Beach is in California. The name that's Huntington Beach, not Huntington.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. True.
I'm talking about the light or ocean-going, relatively light combatants, not
Okay.
the Newport, Virginia. But
I'm gonna
yeah,
keep playing
autism.
this video. We're almost through it, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, Trump says writings show sick shooting suspects hates Christians.
I don't think that's true.
And he crossed the
but
country
okay.
on a train. Very weird. Checked into the Hilton one day before shooting, and was like took
Bro,
a train.
I do
This is
more
outside of town.
work for Russia segments. Excuse me.
What?
What the fuck? I
What are
do
you
more
talking
work for
about?
Russia segments.
Oh, then the
Than this
segments
guy.
that this guy. Well, yeah.
What the fuck?
What the hell went on?
Excuse me.
I don't know. He's alive, so maybe we'll get some answers. It's Boy Benny. Like, share, and subscribe.
What are
for more
my
answers.
RT dollars?
We'll stay locked in.
Excuse
See
me.
ya.
Your RT dollars? Don't you mean your CIA dollars?
Or
You
those.
know?
I'm not picky. I will take CIA
I'm
dollars
just waiting for
because
my
it's...
Kuwaiti Boeing personally.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you mean your Qatari Boeing?
The
You know?
Qatari Boeing, yeah.
Yes, the Qataris need to give you a free plane. Yes, this was a thing. Yes, indeed. You know what? We're gonna save this video for next stream, just because that I promised Pat that I would do it. The video about the inside Texas's most conservative county, 2% Democrat.
Oof.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That sounds
You mean
not
the bad
good.
influence, the uncivilized
Yes, exactly.
flyover county?
From
You
your
know,
basement
counties
somewhere.
like that in Texas make me believe that there's a strong argument for putting lead back in the airplane gas. Because think of like, you have all these jets flying over these places to get to cities that actually matter. Like slowly decouple. Chemtrails could be a force for good.
I don't think you need those. This is probably somewhere in the Permian. So there's enough gasoline in the air. Leaded, unleaded.
You're right. Yeah,
So
just from the F-250s, you know, you're right. They're already putting students around, just given enough time.
Oh, I'm kind of winding stream down at the moment, but Epic, I'm curious. Is there like a speed limit in the air, or can planes basically just go as fast as they want as long as they're not like, you know, over like
No, there's
heading an airport?
well, it
to
depends.
airports or
speed
whatever.
limit.
Military aircraft need to observe the speed limit.
Wait, what? You're breaking up.
Oh no, I think that might have been the wind. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Military aircraft operating in a military operating area don't have speed limits, and those are declared usually 12 hours in advance. But it depends which airspace you're in. If you're in a Class Bravo corridor, which is like really dense airspace near the big cities like Chicago or San Francisco, then you're limited to 200 knots airspeed indicated. If you're generally operating below 10,000 feet, mean sea level altitude, you're limited to 250 knots. And if you're above 10,000 feet, mean sea level, until very recently you were limited to the speed of sound, but now there's no speed.
Huh.
There is
Okay.
a GPS speed limit though. At some speed, I don't remember which. GPS will stop.
There's no speed limit above 10,000 feet right now. Yeah, you're talking about like the limit of GPS's ability to track speed?
No, it's I saw something pertaining to like drones and missiles and how they work. And GPS, unless you get it like super military grade pre-approved or whatever, it will just stop working for you. It can't track, but it will at some
Yeah, but there's also no civilian
work.
aircraft that fly that fast.
Yeah.
Really matter, because the aircraft that can go that fast are using military bands that work at their speeds. But that's true, yeah. Also, keep in mind, GPS isn't what you use to measure speed. That wouldn't even give you your airspeed. That would give you your ground speed, which is kind of useless as for a pilot.
Sure.
That's rather fun. All right.
It doesn't really matter what speed you're going over the ground because you're flying through wind, right? You're flying through atmosphere. The atmosphere's doing stuff too. So if you're flying through a 20-knot headwind, and you're going 200 knots, 10 feet above the ground, then you're actually moving over the ground at 180 knots because you're flying through wind at 20 knots.
You're breaking up or something.
Woke.
Yes, true. Absolutely. Woke indeed.
If the air's moving 20 knots against you and you're going 200 knots against the wind, you're actually going 180 relative to the ground, is what he said.
Yeah, which is why ground speed is worthless because it doesn't factor for wind.
We did not, in fact, click on the James Carville button.
Oh, you're right. I didn't. You know what? I will do that. And fine, fuck it, because it fucking I don't even know if Chase is still here, but oh, he's not. I guess I'll just. What about for time on target, huh, buddy? Mr. Bombastic says in the chat.
Well, generally for time on target, you're actually looking at specific interval gates. You have to be at waypoint A by a certain time, waypoint B by a certain time. You're generally not going to be factoring ground speed because again, you don't really know what your ground speed is in an aircraft because your instruments are measuring the difference between your aircraft and the relative airspeed. And then it's going to, in a modern military aircraft, your instruments are going to convert that to calibrated airspeed, which corrects for instrument deviation. So what you're seeing in the cockpit is your speed relative to what you're passing through atmosphere. Because again, that dictates your aircraft's actual operating speeds. Your plane will fall apart at a certain airspeed because of a certain density of air hitting your plane, causing enough drag to tear the plane apart. It doesn't really care about ground speed, because if you're flying 1,000 miles an hour into 100-mile-an-hour wind, you're experiencing more drag than flying into no, right?
Yes, but however, I've flown in Minecraft, and the server bans me relative to the absolute speed, not the airspeed, so...
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. You have multiple speeds you use when you're flying, too. You have indicated airspeed, calibrated airspeed, true airspeed, and ground speed.
Ooh.
It's all matter. Which is, by the way, I keep saying, when people say, what's the max speed of that aircraft? It's well, what measurement of speed, at what altitude, in what weather, how much weight is it carrying in fuel? You really need to know all of that crap. You can't just eyeball it. It doesn't really mean anything.
Thank you for the $5, Fallrunner. I will let Stuart know. Don't you worry. Is he here?
You're getting catnap?
No. Fallrunner, Stuart, I think Fallrunner says Stuart's been threatening him. Because yes,
because he hasn't been getting his protection payments.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, Stuart needs to, or Fallrunner needs to pay the protection money. Yeah.
Yeah.
A random
also, Octo, the supersonic flight might be coming back. It's legal now, so the regulations that banned it have been lifted. So airlines are now free to do supersonic flight again legally. Whether or not that means they'll actually do it is a whole different question that depends a lot on what jet fuel prices do over the next few years.
Wait, is that supersonic speed? Is that insanely fast in comparison to the speed at which planes fly now?
That's at least 30% faster.
So your average jet today, your regional jets are going to be doing about Mach 0.85, and the faster wide bodies for long haul, like the 787 Dreamliner or the A380, the Airbus, those are going to be doing Mach 0.92. Mach means speed of sound. No, it's usually between 0.80 and 0.92 is kind of the range that commercial jets fall under.
The fastest ones, the 747-800s, those will do like Mach 0.95, which is very fast. The supersonic jets like the Concorde could do as much as Mach 2, which is a lot faster. That's more than twice the speed. But the problem with supersonic flight is you're burning a lot of gas. So for this to make sense, jet fuel prices need to go down, or they'll have to charge like $2,000 per ticket.
Yeah.
Also, there's little reason to do that, but yeah.
Well, the strongest reason is actually not passenger flight. It's specialized freight. Like there's certain things that are cryogenically cooled that now it's very difficult
super niche
to fly in
things,
an
yeah.
airplane. Yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a freight company like UPS that maybe buys a couple of supersonic freight aircraft for very specialized deliveries. I don't think it'll ever be a normal way to travel in the air now.
Flying wing passenger stuff?
Again, unless jet fuel gets dirt cheap. If jet fuel gets really cheap, like if we like get really good at making alternative fuels that aren't fossil based that we put in jet engines that get really cheap, then yes, we could do supersonic flight. But right now, it costs so much money because you're burning so much gas.
Oh, I was gonna ask about that. If there is even any kind of how you have electric cars.
There is alternative fuel, yeah.
It's
hydrogen. Yeah, you put hydrogen in a jet, and when it burns into water vapor. So that's your green fuel. But right now, hydrogen costs 3 times as much as jet fuel. So no airline in the world could afford to do it. However, hydrogen prices have been going down every year. So like I said, if we get really good at making alternative fuel like hydrogen, then yes, you might see supersonic flight. But right now, it's 3 times as expensive as jet fuel. So
isn't hydrogen at this point also kind of not green because it takes a bunch of energy to make it?
Well, I mean, it depends how you get the energy, right? If you have like right in California, we use mostly solar power. So if you're turning solar power into hydrogen, there's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, if you're burning like natural gas to make hydrogen, then yeah, that's carbon still.
Okay, fair enough.
But keep in mind, there isn't really an alternative. Like you can't have a battery-powered airplane. You just don't have the energy density in batteries. And also, batteries can't make jet engines work. That's just not how jet aircraft work.
Bring back CL-1201. I've decided. Put nuclear reactors in planes.
Hold on.
Every time there's a plane crash, it's literally Chernobyl.
Yeah, Jesus. That would be crazy.
Just don't crash, Five Head.
True. Just don't crash. All right, I'm gonna play this James Carville clip again because I love this meme.
You fat fuck Trump, if you listen to this, you listen good, because what I'm getting ready to say is what a lot of people in this country speak for, who I speak for. And I speak for a lot of fucking people. You hear me, you fat asshole? This is what we believe. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the motherfucker. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a bitch so much that we can't see straight. Look, you fat fuck Trump, if you listen to
that's
this.
Awesome. I think there's follow-up to it, too, at some point.
That's America's dad right there. Or sorry, America's grandpa.
Yes, true. Yeah. I want to hate him more. I fucking love that shit. I need to cut that up. Yes. I need to make some soundboard clips, include that, and also hell no. You think you need what was it? The
what
toaster.
Next? I'm gonna need a license to toast in my own damn toaster.
Yeah, that. Yeah, I need to make because that shit's
the best part about that is it wasn't just that in a vacuum. It's followed by Gary Johnson being like, maybe licenses are necessary in every field. That's the best part. And it's like back to back.
Yeah. I think it was
What's this?
very funny the way that he said it. Like he was just like and everyone booed. I like, oh my god.
He like said the most reasonable thing you could possibly have said in response to a question that insane, and everybody's like, "Boo!" The other banger potential soundboard moment is, but what is an Aleppo?
Oh yeah. I can't believe that he said that. I remember that. That was so sad.
Not even he said, "Where is Aleppo?" But what is an Aleppo? He didn't even know it was a city. So-
I
James
think
Carville? Or who?
No. It was Gary Johnson.
After Gary Johnson won the nomination for the Libertarian pick, he was on a Fox News interview, and they're like, "What do you think should be done about Aleppo, the bombing of Aleppo and the Russian strikes? What do you think, Gary Johnson?" And he looks at the camera, pauses, and then says, "But what is an Aleppo?" And then
Yeah, like he
That's
didn't know anything about it, and that kind of like completely tanked his credibility. Wait, I don't know if it was on Fox News. It might have been. I swear it was Joe Scarborough who was interviewing him, because afterwards Joe was like, are you saying that, or like it's like the biggest humanitarian crisis in the world right now or something like that? Like it's a city in Syria.
yeah, everyone was shocked that he said.
Oh yeah.
Because at that point in time, that was Aleppo was worse than Gaza. It was happening.
Yes.
But of course, with Aleppo,
Wait, what'd you say? Because
Oh,
but
just
of
with
course it's
Aleppo.
Aleppo.
No, it's just of course with Aleppo, the same people now who like their whole identity revolves around Gaza. They don't even know what Aleppo is, just like Gary Johnson. Pretty funny.
Oh yeah, of course not. Because none of those people actually really cared about the Syrian civil war, or if they did, they blamed it on the West, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like they all think it was America's fault that it went that far, I guess.
Yeah.
Because, you know.
I put up some more James Carville clips because
Wait.
the entire search for James Carville Trump on Twitter is a gold mine.
Oh yeah, no, he's got lots of clips like that. They're all fantastic.
Top Democrat strategist says he doesn't want Trump to die. He wants to, quote, watch him suffer. I can't watch a dead man suffer, end quote.
Oh my god. Oh gee, yeah, these are all from this year.
We
Pat,
realize though.
do you,
We
Pat,
shouldn't-
can I watch that next
Go ahead.
stream? I'm literally winding down right now. I'm not going to be streaming for much longer, okay? I want to go and watch the rest of season 2 of The Pit, okay? That's what I would like to do this evening. Or not maybe not watch the rest of it, but watch more of it, because it's a really good show. And then I got to get around to the other shows that I said I was going to be watching, you know, like
Have you watched Stargate SG-1?
Yeah, of course I have. That was
Okay,
a long ass
nice.
time
That was a
ago.
really
I've
good
seen
show. That was a banger show. I think that was a Canadian show, wasn't it?
Partly it was filmed in Canada. I
Yeah,
mean,
I think
it was
a lot of the actors were Canadian. I know the guy who played the general guy was Canadian.
yeah, there were a bunch of Canadian actors, but it was it
really
was
good show.
American, but yeah.
Oh, was it? Okay. I
Yeah,
didn't
I
watch it
mean-
when it was new. I watched it like 5 years ago, and I loved it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I watched it when it was relatively new. I think actually I remember a friend of mine at his university, they literally had like a in the dorm that he was staying at, they had like some sort of thing that some student was running that basically would like a file server where you could get like shitloads of TV shows or whatever, and I think he downloaded the entire series for me and burned it onto DVDs and he gave it to me for my birthday or something, so I didn't have to download it, because this was back when torrents were relatively new and before everything was super fast. So yeah, but I
Do you remember when you
watching
used
that,
to go to like? Do you remember when you used to go to like garage sales and there would be people selling illegal like torrented DVDs?
Wait, really? I remember going to garage sales, but I don't remember people selling those. No, that's
Yeah, no,
funny.
there'd be people who would used to sell like torrented movies burned onto DVDs at garage sales that you put in your CD, your DVD.
Strong hands need strong.
It's all like
Damn.
yeah.
That's pretty funny, honestly.
Those were the days. Now everything's woke and cloud.
Yeah, true. Everything
Everyone
is woke.
who can hear this message must watch Homeland. It is an absolutely banger show.
Maybe.
I don't think I've seen Homeland.
Showtime's Homeland is the show of all time.
It's
Oh,
a
yeah.
it's
Wait, you know
it's
another
a,
banger show of all time is Psych. Has anyone seen Psych?
No, I have
No?
not.
It's about a psychic that works for the police in LA to help find murderers, but he's actually just a con artist. It's very funny. Like he'll walk into a room and he'll like see blood on the wall, and then he'll like close his eyes and sit around and be like, "I detect blood on the wall." It's very, it's a very funny comedy show.
Oh, that does seem like it would be funny. Yeah.
Like the thing is, he's a con artist, he's not a psychic, but he's also actually really good at finding murderers. So like he
But he's
actually
also
does
actually
a good
a-
job.
Oh, he's actually
he-
good at finding.
He's
Yeah.
actually good at finding murderers, even though he's not a psychic. So like he keeps
Oh, okay.
he keeps getting more jobs because he keeps actually finding people, but he's just bullshitting his way like from beginning to end, and it just works out for him.
It's like me at an interview. Okay, I see. Got it.
Yes, yeah, it's like your average Silicon Valley job interview.
I see. I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Aleppo clip is in stream chat,
Oh.
and
Is it?
yeah.
Okay, hold on. I'll
Also, I want to stir some shit. Dogbringer
What?
said that she's got no regrets voting for this guy.
Which guy? Gary Johnson?
Gary Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I mean, look, voting Libertarian's fine, but I'm going to be honest. If Trump's on the ballot, you got to vote for the Democrat. But I mean, everyone does their own thing. There's only so much I can do.
Yeah, true. Also, it depends where you live too, but hold on.
Nah, I disagree. I think this whole depend where you live as a cope. Let's imagine the U.S. had a popular vote and somebody won by 60%. Did your vote not matter if you voted for the 40% because they had no chance at winning? The idea that your vote doesn't matter just because your state's blue, if we had a national popular vote, the same shit would happen if the country's blue. Like, it just doesn't make sense. It's just something people say to justify not voting.
I mean, yeah, that's true. Honestly, it bothers me more when influencers say that, but just because, yeah, that shit's annoying.
But my point is, your vote is literally never the deciding factor in the outcome of an election. So if your argument is my vote doesn't matter because I live in California, then you might as not vote anywhere because your vote's not going to be the deciding vote in any swing state either. There's never been an election where a state's decided by one vote.
Yeah, but that's not. Stop. This is dumb. It's not how.
Okay, wait, stop.
Elections work.
Hold
but
on.
whatever. Yeah.
Don't wait. Okay, all right. Epic, I'm sharing my screen if you want to hear the Gary Johnson thing.
Oh yes, yes. When the libertarianism left my body.
And that.
Wait, was this when the libertarian left your? I thought it was. Oh no, wait, no, yeah, you did say that.
It was during this election. Yes.
Okay. All right, let's go.
In that category.
What would you do if you were elected about Aleppo?
About
Aleppo.
And what is Aleppo?
You're kidding.
No.
Aleppo is in Syria. It's the epicenter of the refugee crisis.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just got it. Yeah, I just got
the
it.
look on his face. It's so good.
I'm kind of disappointed it didn't actually say what is an Aleppo. That would have been funnier. But it is still funny. I remember him say, "Yeah, what is Aleppo?" Like he didn't know.
No, not Aleppo. It's a Aleppo.
Oh yeah, true. What is Aleppo? What the fuck?
By the way,
is
he was
Aleppo?
governor of New Mexico twice.
You don't need foreign policy to be a governor.
And he was governor of New Mexico twice before he had this interview. He had already been governor twice at the point you see here.
I mean, if we want to talk about like funny provincial governors or provincial leaders, there's a person in Russia who was elected because she was, I want to say, like a driver or like an assistant to the party candidate, but people protest voted and she got voted in, and so she didn't show up to the swearing in. She like fled, and police were looking for her.
Really?
Yeah,
that's hilarious.
It is hilarious. I can
Why?
find a story.
But why? Why did she flee?
Did she not actually want to be?
Of course not. There's like a party candidate who was supposed to win, but because it's kind of weird to have a ballot with one name, they stuffed the ballots with like some random ass names. And there was like a driver and like an assistant to that very candidate. And people were upset with the situation, so they voted for literally anyone but the party candidate. And this secretary or assistant, whatever her name or her position was, she won. And she was like, oh shit.
Oh, she wasn't supposed to win because she wasn't the person, I'm assuming, that was chosen
sounds like
by
a very
United
healthy
Russia.
democratic culture you're describing right now.
Yes.
Very normal. I just can't. To me, the funniest governor ever will always be Arnold Schwarzenegger, because the fact that man was literally my governor while I was alive will continue to the day I die be the wildest thing I've ever lived through. Like, there being an earthquake and you turn on the news and it's like, my fellow Californians, I am fighting the earthquake from the front lines, is the funniest shit I'll ever hear in my life. I am going to the chopper now, like walking away. Like, it's too good. I'll never get over that.
That's so fucking. Wait, what happened
My
to
understanding
her?
is he's not also bad. He's like pretty okay as a governor. Yeah? No?
As a Republican governor, he was very okay. I mean, compared to other Republican governors in other states, yeah. I mean, he was like Arnold actually is the guy who got the constitutional amendment passed that got us nonpartisan districting. The whole
nice.
like districting system we have that like is court mandated and isn't partisan, that comes from him. So like he was, for a Republican, he was all right. I mean, he was against gay marriage, which was an L, but compared to like the Republican governors of Texas, like Greg Abbott, he wasn't that bad.
Was he against it? I could have swore that he wanted the Proposition 8 to pass or something. Maybe I was wrong about that. I don't.
Yeah, that's the proposition that banned gay marriage in California.
Okay, I know it is, but sorry, not to pass, maybe to fail. I'm not sure. I don't remember, or maybe I'm misremembering something.
What happened is by the end of his term, he came out and apologized, said he was wrong and that he wishes he never did it. But in the moment, he was against gay marriage. It was towards the end of his term. He thought it was a mistake. And by the way, he came out. Arnold endorsed Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton. He's a never Trumper too.
Yes,
so like, I have respect for Arnold. He puts out videos where he shits on Trump all the time. Like he's more conservative than I am, but like he's the type of conservative I can be happy with sharing a country with.
Yes. Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Like he's from the old Republican Party before MAGA destroyed the Republican Party. Arthur, what happened to the lady when she ran away? Did she like flee the country?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I can find what this is.
Did they arrest her? Like, I don't even... Or did she actually, like, become the leader? Which would be funny if that was the case, but yeah.
Oh, let me ask my trusty friend Claude.
Oh, okay.
True.
Based.
Claude knows everything.
Also,
Arnold has objectively the coolest governor's portrait. I was in the Capitol in Sacramento last year, and we all the portraits are hung on the wall, and his looks so based. One sec, let me see if I can find a photo online.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, then be normal.
It sounds like, is Odin the kind of dog that wants to say hello to everybody that you pass in the street, or when he sees other dogs, he wants to go across the street and say hi to them, or like...
Yes, and if he doesn't say hi, then something unacceptable is happening. He needs to say hi. There needs to be an
I found a
exchange.
story.
Yeah.
That's so good.
It's in English too.
Okay, what? Tell us what happened.
A court in the Russian town of Berezovsky has overturned the results of a mayoral election in which the incumbent tried to secure his own victory by making his driver's wife his only opponent, only for her to win. But the unexpected winner, local government official Yulia Mastakova, refused to take office, skipped her inauguration, and sued the city council for electing her against her will. Medusa explains how an accidental mayor challenged her own election.
What?
Amazing.
Okay. That's so funny, actually. Wait, is
Okay,
this
here's
guy... What? What?
There's the portrait. It goes so hard. You got to understand, all the other governor's portraits in Sacramento are done to like classic European art standards. They're like paintings that clearly look like paintings, and they look like they're from the 1800s. And Arnold was like, "Nah, I need the modern picture." And he hired like some like Hollywood like painter to do that, and it looks really cool.
Damn.
That's a painting, by the way. That's not a photograph. It's
That
really
is
cool.
really nice. Yeah. What a nice what a nice picture. Hella based. Absolutely.
If you ever visit California and you're in Sacramento, you can actually tour the Capitol building free. Like, they'll just let you in to look around. And if you ever get to see the picture in person, it's really impressive to see a painting like that in person.
You do it in the beginning of January.
What? What about the beginning of January? What was...
Can you go on a guided tour of that building in the beginning of January?
Yeah, you can actually go in when on the day the next governor is being seated. You'll be able to go in and people will be able to watch it. Yeah,
No. You don't understand. What about the day they certify the California election? Can you go in then?
January 2nd? Yes. Well, actually, I don't even want to say something. Get me in trouble joking with that. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, the Republicans are going to do the January 2nd attack.
Yes.
They're gonna resurrect the. There's a statue of Ronald Reagan in the basement of the Capitol. They're gonna use it as a battering ram to break open the front doors.
Wait, there's a statue
While
of
inside,
Ronald
yeah.
Reagan?
Okay.
Yeah, I took a picture of it when I was there. One sec. Let me. It's very funny. So it used to be in the you know the film. Hello?
Hello? I'm still
Hello?
there. Sorry.
Okay. Wait 1 sec. There it is. Yes. So it used to be in like the big main hall in the Capitol, but they moved it to the basement. That's Ronald Reagan in the basement.
Oh my god.
I
It's
guess.
Ronnie. They put him in the basement.
Yeah.
That's funny.
So I'm imagining them taking that and using it as a battering ram to get into the governor's office.
Yes. I'm sure Bianco will lead them in his sheriff's regalia.
True. By the way, when Arnold was governor, he used to have an open door policy where you could straight up just drive to Sacramento, go into the Capitol, and just walk into his office and chat with him, like anybody. It was very interesting.
Oh, you never got a chance to do that, did you? Because you were...
No, I was younger when Arnold was governor, although I've met Newsom. I've been to the Capitol and talked to Newsom before. You can schedule meetings with him if you ever want to bullshit with... Same with the Speaker of the House over there. Speaker of the Assembly. If you ever want to just go bitch about like the stuff that you want changed in government. You can literally like schedule a 15-minute meeting. You don't need to be like a lobbyist or anything.
Oh, well, that's pretty based.
Yeah. I was trying to get there was a vote we had a few years ago. Like 2 years ago, right after Trump in 2024 won the election. There was a special session Newsom called in the assembly to pass laws that were emergency laws to get state funding, because by this point, Trump has already said that he was going to pull federal funding from California. So there was a special election where they decided which programs are the most important that we're going to raise taxes to protect without federal help. And during the negotiations for that bill, I went there to talk with a couple of my representatives and the governor about certain things that relate to helping Ukraine and trying to keep that on the budget at the state level.
Awesome. That's pretty cool. I just died, and it was rather humiliating. Rip. This
I
game
talked
is...
to Mayor of Istanbul once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Based?
Istanbul. That's an important city.
Is that,
That
wait,
was
is
when
that
I was
where
in
you...
international school.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah. Wait, oh, you went to, you were in Turkey in international school? I thought you went to another European country too, but maybe
No.
I was...
Oh, Turkey rather is European. Okay, okay. We're getting some sakes.
I mean, kinda. Actually, I guess Turkey's
I mean,
not
it's
really
part of Europe in the same way Russia's part of Europe, right? But it's also part of the East in the same way Russia's also part of the East.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. Right. I was in Europe, yeah. I was on the European side of that entire situation. But yeah.
Like a Eurasian country, which all of those are evil.
Every single one.
While true, it's
Yeah.
also very beautiful.
Yeah, also they're evil because of government. I mean, the people in Turkey are fine in my experience, except for Hassan Piker.
True.
Yeah.
By the way, did you guys ever see that when Erdogan was in the White House and Trump literally turned to Erdogan and was like, yeah, well, he knows about rigging elections.
Yes. Yes, that was insane. Or
That was
funny.
so good. Yeah. Wild. Can't believe that we elected this man a second time.
Yeah, I know. Remember when he was in the White House and he said that stuff about fucking Takaichi right in front of her face about Pearl Harbor and about Japan?
Takehashi was there.
Or Takehashi, yeah.
Why did you give me a warning for Pearl Harbor? Also, when the German Mertz was there, he's like, did you know today's the anniversary of D-Day? That was a bad day for you guys, huh? And Mertz like looks at him like, what
the fuck?
You think I'm rooting for Hitler in that one, buddy? Like, what?
Yeah, that was the
But that's just 4D chess. You wouldn't understand. It's next generation diplomacy.
Yeah, this is like higher, more advanced chess than suing the city council for winning an election.
True. Well, you know, the highest level of 4D chess is when Donald Trump had ordered the Army fucking Corps of Engineers to go open up one of the biggest water waste valves in the entire state of California that caused intense flooding in the Central Valley because he dumped like 20% of California's water. And then he went to Twitter and he's like, I fixed the LA fires. I've opened the taps. It's fixed.
Oh yeah.
I heard from
He literally like flooded farms.
Wait, he literally what?
He
Oh yeah,
literally-
he made it worse.
He
didn't
flooded tons of farms. Yeah, he just no, you know, he ordered the Army to open up a bunch of water valves in Northern California, 400 miles away from the fires.
Yeah.
That caused flooding in Northern California, 400 miles away from the fire.
I'm gonna need you to watch a Sarcasmatron video at some point. Because
Yeah. Is it about the fires?
It's both about the fires and he's also got a Putin video. which I found very insightful, and he strikes me as an intelligent person.
Is it the Western origins of Putin's madness? Is it that?
Yes, but that's not the one that I'm thinking of. So Cosmotron also did a video on LA fires and the fish, what's his face? I'm gonna remember it.
The Delta smelt.
Yes.
Yeah, the fish that Trump thinks is the reason that California went woke.
Those struck me as intelligent. Those videos.
I think I watched one on the Delta smelt. I think it popped up in my YouTube feed. And I think I remember mostly agreeing with what he said in the video, but this was a long time ago.
This is the water one. And he said basically that it's good that Trump released the water because it replenishes the aquifer. That's the word? The groundwater supply.
Yeah, I mean, it replenishes the aquifer, but the way he did it, he didn't even notify the California Water Resource Agency. So none of the actual other canals to direct the water properly were open. So he just flooded a bunch of farmland that was super valuable. In a vacuum, water releases aren't inherently bad, but you need to coordinate with the state government.
Okay.
Nah.
He did frame it as a silver lining, though. So.
Yeah, I mean, that is a silver lining, but again, there was no coordination. Literally, the California Water Board realized that the water was being dumped when they got calls of flooding. And then they had to mobilize disaster relief teams to save people from flooding.
That's
cool.
so fucking ridiculous that happened.
You have
Also, by the way,
teams?
the Army Corps of Engineers guys that was given the order actually refused to follow it because he said it was illegal, and he called the governor's office and gave him a heads up, and that's another way they got a heads up about it.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
Hello,
Yeah,
Valor.
that's pretty crazy.
Hey, Valorfax. Are you going to tell us we should probably... You know what? We could just... Oh, Mr. Bombastic is in the waiting room. We could just move this to general, and I could end stream.
Yeah, move to general. My YouTube is lagging and it's ruining my whole podcasting experience. So I just decided to join and listen.
Oh, I see. I see how
I hate it when that happens.
Yes.
Shabbat Shalom type shit. What's up?
Type shit.
Type shit? Yeah.
Type shit.
Okay. God damn it. Epic, I just remembered. Apparently you had some sort of weird beef with Spider and Loner Cord, and I wanted to ask you about that, but at the same time I don't know if I want to ask you about that on stream.
Oh, I just call him retarded a lot, and he gets offended about it, and it's kind of funny.
Oh, I see. I mean,
there's really nothing more to it than that. He just kind of spazzes out when I call him retarded.
No, there's more to it. He's not willing to admit it.
Bombastic. I mean, that's my memory, is I called him retarded for something, and it turned into a retarded cat.
He accused you of some shit, okay?
Oh, was that him?
Yeah, it was him. He accused you of...
Oh, I don't want to get into that here. But,
interesting.
Oh.
Yeah, you know what?
In any
That's
event.
fine. Yeah, actually, you know what? I am gonna end the stream. If we all, you know what? I'm just gonna shove you guys in Gen chat right now, and I'll be right up.
No,
okay?
I'm gonna depart, but good night.
Oh yeah, it's what is it, midnight for you?
2:30.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, go to bed. It's Sunday. You have to work tomorrow, I assume. All right. Good night,
Well, good
Arthur.
night.
Good night, Arthur.
All right. Spider is to Loner what Darius is to Destiny. Yeah, that's definitely
Odin
true.
literally just tried to kill a cat. I'm sorry. Mute myself for that.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, I say tried to kill a cat. The cat there was a cat that came around the corner and got pooped by the cat. Kind of a negative reaction.
Oh, okay.
To what you were saying, Augustus, although now that we're not on stream, because I just don't want to get into that.
Oh, wait.
I
Hold on.
forgot that was
I'm gonna wait. Stop. I'm gonna move you because we are still on stream.
Oh, based.
Hold on. I'm gonna move both of you just a sec, or all three of you. One sec. And don't say anything yet because I want to hear too.
Okay.
I specific.
Okay, chat. Yes, good doggy. Yes, just doggy stuff. Yeah. All right, chat. Thanks very much for stopping by. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Not much else is going on tonight. If you want, you can go watch Cade debate with conservatives, which he's doing right now on the Vertical. Yeah, I'll be hanging out in Gen Chat if people, or in general on the Discord if people want to see. But anyway, have a good one. Bye.